Section 21 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4, by Rossiter Johnson, Charles F. Horn, and John Rudd. Section 21. The Hegira, Part 2. The Career of Mahomet, the Quran, and Mahometan Creed. A.D. 622. Simon Ockley. Toward the end of this year, Mahomet, going into the house of Zayd, did not find him at home, but happened to espy his wife Zaynab so much in dishabille as to discover beauties enough to touch a heart so amorous as his was. He could not conceal the impression made upon him, but cried out, "Praised be God, who turneth men's hearts as he pleases." Zaynab heard him, and told it to her husband when he came home. Zayd, who had been greatly obliged to Mahomet, was very desirous to gratify him, and offered to divorce his wife. Mahomet pretended to dissuade him from it, but Zayd, easily perceiving how little he was in earnest, actually divorced her. Mahomet thereupon took her to wife, and celebrated the nuptials with extraordinary magnificence, keeping open house upon the occasion. Notwithstanding, this step gave great offense to many who could not bring themselves to brook that a prophet should marry his son's wife, for he had before adopted Zayd for his son. To salve the affair, therefore, he had recourse to his usual expedient. Gabriel brought him a revelation from heaven, in which God commands him to take the wife of his adopted son, on purpose that forever after believers might have no scruple in marrying the divorced wives or widows of their adopted sons, which the Arabs had before looked upon as unlawful. The apostle is even reproved for fearing men in this affair, whereas he ought to know God. Quran, chapter 33. In the 6th year he subdued several tribes of the Arabs. Among the captives was a woman of great beauty, named Juwaira, whom Mahomet took to wife, and by way of dowry released all her kindred that were taken prisoners. When Mahomet went upon any expedition, it was generally determined by lots which of his wives should go with him. At this time it fell to Aisha's lot to accompany him. Upon their return to Medina, Aisha was accused of intriguing with one of the officers of the army, and was in great disgrace for about a month. The Prophet was exceedingly chagrined to have his best beloved wife accused of adultery, but his fondness for her prevailed over his resentment, and she was restored to his favor under her own protestation of her innocence. This, however, did not satisfy the world, nor indeed was the Prophet's mind perfectly at ease on this subject, until Gabriel brought him a revelation wherein Aisha is declared innocent of the crime laid to her charge, while those who accuse believers of any crime without proof are severely reproved, and a command given that whosoever accuses chaste women and cannot produce 4 eyewitnesses in support of the charge shall receive 80 stripes. Quran, chapter 24. In obedience to this command, all those who had raised this report upon Aisha were publicly scourged, except Abdallah, son of Abu Salul, who was too considerable a man to be so dealt with, notwithstanding he had been particularly industrious in spreading the scandal. Mahomet, being now increased in power, marched his army against Mecca, and a battle being fought on the march, wherein neither side gaining the advantage, a truce was agreed upon for 10 years on the following conditions. All within Mecca who were disposed were to be at liberty to join Mahomet, and those who had a mind to leave him and return to Mecca were to be equally free to do so. But for the future, if any Meccans deserted to him, they should be sent back upon demand, and that Mahomet or any of the Mussulmans might come to Mecca, provided they came unarmed, and tarried not above 3 days at a time. Mahomet was now so well confirmed in his power that he took upon himself the authority of a king, and was, by the chief men of his army, inaugurated under a tree near Medina, and having by the truce obtained for his followers free access to Mecca, he ordained they should henceforward make their pilgrimages thither. Among the Arabs it had been an ancient usage to visit the Kaaba once a year, to worship there the heathen deities. Mahomet therefore thought it expedient to comply with a custom with which they were pleased, and which, besides, was so beneficial to his native place, by bringing a great concourse of pilgrims to it, that when he afterward came to be master of Mecca, he enforced the pilgrimage with most of the old ceremonies belonging to it, only taking away the idols and abolishing this worship. Though he now took upon himself the sovereign command and the insignia of royalty, he still retained the sacred character of chief pontiff of his religion, and transmitted both these powers to his caliphs or successors, who, for some time, not only ordered all matters of religion, but used, especially upon public occasions, to officiate in praying and preaching in their mosques. In process of time, this came to be all the authority the caliphs had left, for, about the year of the Hegira 325, the governors of provinces seized the regal authority and made themselves kings of their several governments. They continued indeed to pay a show of deference to the caliph, who usually resided at Baghdad, whom, however, they occasionally deposed. At this present time, most Mahometan princes have a person in their respective dominions who bears this sacred character, and is called the Mufti in Turkey, and in Persia the Sadre. He is often appealed to as the interpreter of the law, but as a tool of state usually gives such judgment as he knows will be most acceptable to his prince. Mahomet used at first, when preaching in his mosque at Medina, to lean upon a post of a palm tree driven into the ground. But being now invested with greater dignity, by the advice of one of his wives, he had a pulpit built, which had 2 steps up to it, and a seat within. When Othman was caliph, he hung it with tapestry, and Muawiyah raised it 6 steps higher, that he might be heard when he sat down, as he was forced to do, being very fat and heavy, whereas all predecessors all used to stand. Mahomet had now a dream that he held in his hand the key of the Kaaba, and that he and his men made the circuits round it, and performed all the ceremonies of the pilgrimage. Having told his dream next morning, he and his followers were all in high spirits upon it, taking it for an omen that they should shortly be masters of Mecca. Accordingly, great preparations were made for an expedition to this city. The Prophet gave it out that his only intent was to make the pilgrimage. He provided 70 camels for the sacrifice, which were conducted by 700 men, 10 to each camel. As, however, he apprehended opposition from the Qurayshites, he took with him his best troops, to the number of 1400 men, besides an incredible number of wandering Arabs from all parts. The Qurayshites, alarmed at the march of the Mussulmans, got together a considerable force, and encamped about 6 miles from Mecca. Mahomet continued his march, but finding by his spies the enemy had posted their men so as to stop the passes in his feints and counter marches, came to a place where his camel fell upon her knees. The people said she was restive, but the Prophet took it for a divine intimation that he should not proceed any farther in his intended expedition, but wait with resignation till the appointed time. He therefore turned back, and encamped without the sacred territory at Hodabiyah. The Koreshites sent 3 several messengers, the last 2 men of consequence, to demand what was his intention in coming thither. He answered that it was purely out of a devout wish to visit the sacred house, and not with any hostile design. Mahomet also sent one of his own men to give them the same assurance. But the Koreshites cut the legs of his camel, and would also have killed the man, had not the Ahabashites interposed and helped him to escape. Upon this he wished Omar to go upon the same errand, but he excused himself as not being upon good terms with the Koreshites. At last Othman was sent, who delivered his message, and was coming away, when they told him he might, if he wished, make his circuits round the Kaaba. But upon his replying he would not do so until the Apostle of God had first performed his vow to make the holy circuits, they were so greatly provoked that they laid him in irons. In the Mussulman army it was reported that he was killed, at which Mahomet was much afflicted, and said aloud, "We will not stir from hence till we have given battle to the enemy." Thereupon the whole army took an oath of obedience and fealty to the Prophet, who, on his part, by the ceremony of clapping his hands one against the other, took an oath to stand by them as long as there was one of them left. The Koreshites sent a party of 80 men toward the camp of the Mussulmans to beat up their quarters. Being discovered by the sentinels, they were surrounded, taken prisoners, and brought before Mahomet, who, thinking it proper at that time to be generous, released them. In return, Sohail, son of Amru, was sent to him with proposals of peace, which he agreed to accept. Mahomet, pretending he had a divine promise of a great booty, returned to Medina, and having concluded a peace for 10 years with the Koreshites, was the better enabled to attack the Jews, his irreconcilable enemies. Accordingly, he went to Hegira, a strong town about 6 days' journey northeast of Medina, and took that and several other strong places, whereto the Jews had retired, and carried a vast deal of treasure. This all fell into the hands of the Mussulmans. Being entertained at Hegira, a young Jewess, to try, as she afterwards said, whether he were a prophet or not, poisoned a shoulder of mutton, a joint Mahomet was particularly fond of. One of those who partook of it at the table, named Bashir, died upon the spot. But Mahomet, finding its taste disagreeable, spat it out, saying, "This mutton tells me it is poisoned." The miracle mongers improve this story by making the shoulder of mutton speak to him. But if it did, it spoke too late, for he had already swallowed some of it, and of the effects of that morsel he complained in his last illness, of which he died 3 years after. In this year, Janabi mentions Mahomet's being bewitched by the Jews. Having made a waxen image of him, they hid it in a well, together with a comb and a tuft of hair tied in 11 knots. The Prophet fell into a very wasting condition, till he had a dream that informed him where these implements of witchcraft were, and accordingly had them taken away. In order to untie the knots, Gabriel read to him the last 2 chapters of the Koran, consisting of 11 verses. Each verse untied a knot, and when all were untied, he recovered. This year Mahomet had a seal made with this inscription, "Mahomet, the Apostle of God." This was to seal his letters, which he now took upon him to write to diverse princes, inviting them to Islamism. His first letter to this effect was sent to Badlam, Viceroy of Yemen, to be forwarded to Khusrau, King of Persia. Khusrau tore the letter, and ordered Badham to restore the Prophet to his right mind, or send him his head. Khusrau was presently after murdered by his son Sirois. Badham with his people turned Mussulmans, and Mahomet continued him in his government. He also sent a letter of the same purport to the Roman Emperor Heraclius. Heraclius received the letter respectfully and made some valuable presents to the messenger. He sent another to Mahomet, viceroy of Egypt, who returned in answer he would consider of the proposals, and sent, among other presents, 2 young maidens. One of these, named Mary, of 15 years of age, Mahomet debauched. This greatly offended 2 of his wives, Hafsa and Aisha, and to pacify them he promised upon oath to do so no more. But he was soon taken again by them, transgressing in the same way. And now, that he might not stand in awe of his wives any longer, down comes a revelation which is recorded in the 66th chapter of the Quran, releasing the Prophet from his oath, and allowing him to have concubines if he wished. And the 2 wives of Mahomet, who, upon the quarrel about Mary, had gone home to their fathers, being threatened in the same chapter with a divorce, were glad to send their fathers to him, to make their peace with him, and obtain his permission for their return. They were fain to come and submit to live with him upon his own terms. Mahomet sent letters at the same time to the king of Ethiopia, who had before professed Islamism, and now in his answer repeated his profession of it. He wrote to 2 other Arabian princes, who sent him disagreeable answers, which provoked him to curse them. He sent also to Al-Mandar, king of Bahrain, who came into his religion, and afterward routed the Persians and made a great slaughter of them. And now all the Arabians of Bahrain had become converts to his religion. Among the captives taken at Hegira was Safiya, betrothed to the son of Kenana, the king of the Jews. Mahomet took the former to wife, and put Kenana to the torture to make him discover his treasure. In the action at Hegira, it is said, Ali, having his bucklers struck out of his hand, took one of the gates off its hinges and used it for a buckler till the place was taken. The narrator of this story asserts that he and 7 men tried to stir the gate and were not able. One of the articles of the peace being that any Mussulman might be permitted to perform his pilgrimage at Mecca, the Prophet went to that city to complete the visitation of the holy places, which he could not do as he intended when at Hudaybah. Hearing upon this occasion the Meccans talking of his being weakened by the long marches he had made, to show the contrary in going round the Kaaba 7 times, he went the first 3 rounds in a brisk trot, shaking his shoulders the while, but performed the 4 last circuits in a common walking pace. This is the reason why Mussulmans always perform 7 circuits round the Kaaba in a similar manner. In the 8th year of the Hegira, Khalid son of Al-Walid, Amru son of Alas, and Othman son of Tela, who presided over the Kaaba, became Mussulmans. This was a considerable addition to Mahomet's power and interest. The same year Mahomet, having sent a letter to the governor of Basra in Syria, as he had to others, and his messenger being slain there, sent Zaid, son of Harith, with 3,000 men to Muta in Syria against the Roman army, which, with their allies, made a body of nearly 100,000 men. Zaid being slain, the command fell to Ja'far, and upon his death to Abdallah son of Rawahas, who was also killed. Thereupon the Mussulmans unanimously chose Khalid for their leader, who defeated the enemy, and returned to Medina with a considerable booty, on which account Mahomet gave him the title of the Sword of God. The same year the Qurayshites assisted some of their allies against the Kozates, who were in alliance with Mahomet. This the latter resented as an infraction of the peace. Abu Sufyan was sent to try to make up matters, but Mahomet would not vouchsafe to receive his explanation. But having made his preparation to fall upon them before they could be prepared to receive him, he advanced upon Mecca with about 10,000 men. Abu Sufyan having come out of the town in the evening to reconnoitre, he fell in with Al-Abbas, who, out of friendship to his countrymen, had ridden from the army with the hope of meeting some straggling Meccans whom he might send back with the news of Mahomet's approach, and advise the Meccans to surrender. Al-Abbas, recognizing Abu Sufyan's voice, called to him and advised him to get up behind him and go with him, and in all haste make his submission to Mahomet. This he did, and to save his life professed Islamism, and was afterward as zealous in propagating as he had hitherto been in opposing it. Mahomet had given orders to his men to enter Mecca peaceably, but Khalid, meeting with a party who discharged some arrows at him, fell upon them and slew 28 of them. Mahomet sent one of his helpers to bid him desist from the slaughter, but the messenger delivered quite the contrary order, commanding him to show them no mercy. Afterward, when Mahomet said to the helper, "Did not I bid you to tell Khalid not to kill anybody in Mecca?" "It is true," said the helper, "and I would have done as you directed me, but God would have it otherwise, and God's will was done." When all was quiet, Mahomet went to the Kaaba and rode around it upon his camel 7 times, and touched with his cane a corner of the black stone with great reverence. Having alighted, he went into the Kaaba, where he found images of angels and a figure of Abraham holding in his hand a bundle of arrows, which had been made use of for deciding things by lot. All these, as well as 360 idols which stood on the outside of the Kaaba, he caused to be thrown down and broken in pieces. As he entered the Kaaba, he cried with a loud voice, "Allah Akbar" 7 times, turning round to all the sides of the Kaaba. He also appointed it to be the Qibla, or place toward which the Mussulmans should turn themselves when they pray. Remounting his camel, he now rode once more 7 times round the Kaaba, and again alighting, bowed himself twice before it. He next visited the well Zemzem, and from thence passed to the station of Abraham. Here he stopped a while, and ordering a pail of water to be brought from the Zemzem, he drank several large draughts, and then made the holy washing called Wudu. Immediately all his followers imitated his example, purifying themselves and washing their faces. After this, Mahomet, standing at the door of the Kaaba, made a harangue to the following effect: "There is no other God but God, who has fulfilled his promise to his servant, and who alone has put to flight his enemies, and put under my feet everything that is visible, men, animals, goods, riches, except only the government of the Kaaba and the keeping of the cup for the pilgrims to drink out of. As for you, O ye Qurayshites, God hath taken from you the pride of paganism, which caused you to worship as deities our fathers Abraham and Ishmael, though they were men descended from Adam, who was created out of the earth. Having a mind to bestow on one of his own friends the prefecture of the Kaaba, he took the keys of it from Othman the son of Tella, and was about to give them to Al-Abbas, who had asked for them, when a direction came to him from heaven in these words, "Give the charge to whom it belongs." Whereupon he returned the keys by Ali to Othman, who, being agreeably surprised, thanked Mahomet, and made a new profession of his faith. The pilgrim's cup, however, he consigned to the care of Al-Abbas, in whose family it became hereditary. The people of Mecca were next summoned to the hill Al-Safa to witness Mahomet's inauguration. The Prophet, having first taken an oath to them, the men first, and then the women, bound themselves by oath to be faithful and obedient to whatsoever he should command them. After this he summoned an extraordinary assembly, in which it was decreed that Mecca should be henceforward an asylum or inviolable sanctuary, within which it should be unlawful to shed the blood of man, or even to fell a tree. After telling the Meccans they were his slaves by conquest, he pardoned and declared them free, with the exception of 11 men and 6 women, whom, as his most inveterate enemies, he proscribed, ordering his followers to kill them wherever they should find them. Most of them obtained their pardon by embracing Islamism, and were ever after the most zealous of Mussulmans. One of these, Abdullah, who had greatly offended Mahomet, was brought to him by Othman, upon whose intercession Mahomet pardoned him. Before he granted his pardon, he maintained a long silence, in expectation, as he afterward owned, that some of those about him would fall upon Abdullah and kill him. Of the women, 3 embraced Islamism and were pardoned. The rest were put to death, one being crucified. Mahomet now set out Khalid and others to destroy the idols which were still retained by some of the tribes, and to invite them to Islamism. Khalid executed his commission with great brutality. The Jadhamites had formerly robbed and murdered Khalid's uncle as he journeyed from Arabia Felix. Khalid having proposed Islamism to them, they cried out. They professed Sabiism. This was what he wanted. He immediately fell upon them, killing some and making others prisoners. Of these he distributed some among his men, and reserved others for himself. As for the latter, having tied their hands behind them, he put them all to the sword. On hearing of this slaughter, Mahomet lifted up his eyes and protested his innocence of this murder, and immediately sent Ali with a sum of money to make satisfaction for the bloodshed and to restore the plunder. Ali paid to the surviving Jadhamites as much as they demanded, and generously divided the overplus among them. This action Mahomet applauded, and afterward reproved Khalid for his cruelty. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4, by Rossiter Johnson, Charles F. Horn, and John Rudd. Section 22, Hegira by Simon Ockley, Part 3. Upon the conquest of Mecca, many of the tribes of the Arabs came and submitted to Mahomet. But the Hawazinites, the Thakishites, and part of the Saidites assembled to the number of 4,000 effective men, besides women and children, to oppose him. He went against them at the head of 12,000 fighting men. At the first onset, the Mussulmans, being received with a thick shower of arrows, were put to flight. But Mahomet, with great courage, rallied his men, and finally obtained the victory. The next considerable action was the siege of Taif, a town 60 miles east from Mecca. The Mussulmans sat down before it, and, having made several breaches with their engines, marched resolutely up to them, but were vigorously repulsed by the besieged. Mahomet, having by a herald proclaimed liberty to all the slaves who should come over to him, 23 deserted, to each of whom he assigned a Mussulman for a comrade. So inconsiderable a defection did not in the least abate the courage of the besieged, so that the Prophet began to despair of reducing the place, and after a dream, which Abu Bakr interpreted unfavorably to the attempt, determined to raise the siege. His men, however, on being ordered to prepare for a retreat, began to murmur, whereupon he commanded them to be ready for an assault the next day. The assault being made, the assailants were beaten back with great loss. To console them in their retreat, the Prophet smiled and said, "We will come here again, if it please God." When the army reached Jassana, where all the booty taken from the Hawazinites had been left, a deputation arrived from that tribe to beg it might be restored. The The Prophet having given them their option between the captives or their goods, they chose to have their wives and children again. Their goods being divided among the Mussulmans, Mahomet, in order to indemnify those who had been obliged to give up their slaves, gave up his own share of the plunder and divided it among them. To Malik, however, son of Auf, the general of the Hawazinites, he intimated that if he would embrace Islamism, he should have all his goods as well as his family, and a present of 100 camels besides. By this promise Malik was brought over to be so good a Mussulman that he had the command given him of all his countrymen who should at any time be converts, and was very serviceable against the Thakishites. The Prophet after this made a holy visit to Mecca, where he appointed Otab, son of Usaid, governor, though not quite 20 years of age; Ma'ad, son of Jabal, imam, or chief priest, to teach the people Islamism, and direct them in solemnizing the pilgrimage. Upon his return to Medina, his concubine Mary brought him a son, whom he named Ibrahim, celebrating his birth with a great feast. The child, however, lived but 15 months. In the 9th year of the Hegira, envoys from all parts of Arabia came to Mahomet at Medina to declare the readiness of their several tribes to profess his religion. The same year Mahomet, with an army of 30,000 men, marched toward Syria to a place called Tobuk against the Romans and Syrians, who were making preparations against him, but upon his approach retreated. The Mussulmans, in their march back toward Medina, took several forts of the Christian Arabs and made them tributaries. Upon his return to Medina, the Thakishites, having been blockaded in the Taif by the Mussulman tribes, sent deputies offering to embrace Islamism, upon condition of being allowed to retain a little longer an idol to which their people were bigotly attached. When Mahomet insisted upon its being immediately demolished, they desired to be at least excused from using the Mussulmans' prayers. But to this he answered very justly, that a religion without prayers was good for nothing. At last they submitted absolutely. During the same year Mahomet sent Abu Bakr to Mecca to perform the pilgrimage, and sacrifice in his behalf 20 camels. Presently afterward he sent Ali to publish the 9th chapter of the Koran, which, though so placed in the present confused copy, is generally supposed to have been the last that was revealed. It is called Barat, or immunity. The purport of it is that the associators with whom Mahomet had made a treaty must, after 4 months' liberty of conscience, either embrace Islamism or pay tribute. The command runs thus: when those holy months are expired, kill the idolaters wherever you shall find them. Afterward come these words: if they repent and observe the times of prayer and give alms, they are to be looked upon as your brethren in religion. The same chapter also orders that nobody should, not having on the sacred habit, perform the holy circuits round the Kaaba, and that no idolater should make the pilgrimage to Mecca. In consequence, no person except a Mahometan may approach the Kaaba on pain of death. The following account of Mahomet's farewell pilgrimage is from Jabir, son of Abdallah, who was one of the company. The Apostle of God had not made the pilgrimage for 9 years, for when he conquered Mecca, he only made a visitation. In the 10th year of the Hegira, he publicly proclaimed his intention to perform the pilgrimage, whereupon a prodigious multitude of people, some make the number near 100,000, flocked from all parts to Medina. Our chief desire was to follow the Apostle of God and imitate him. When we came to Dhul Hulayfa, the Apostle of God prayed in the mosque there. Then, mounting his camel, he rode hastily to the plain Beda, where he began to praise God in the form that professes his unity, saying, "Here I am, O God, ready to obey thee. Thou hast no partner," etc. When he came to the Kaaba, he kissed the corner of the black stone, went 7 times round, 3 times in a trot, 4 times walking, then went to the station of Abraham, and coming again to the black stone, reverently kissed it. Afterward he went through the gate of the sons of Madhumi to the hill Safa, and went up it till he could see the Kaaba, when, turning toward the Qibla, he professed again the unity of God, saying, "There is no God but one, His is the kingdom, to Him be praises, He is powerful above everything," etc. After this profession, he went down toward the hill Marwan. I followed him all the way through the valley. He then ascended the hill slowly till he came to the top of Marwan. From thence he ascended Mount Arafah. It being toward the going down of the sun, he preached here till sunset. Then, going to Masdalefa, between Arafah and the valley of Mina, he made the evening and the late prayers, with 2 calls to prayer, and 2 risings up. Then he lay down till the dawn, and having made the morning prayer, went to the enclosure of the Kaaba, where he remained standing till it grew very light. Hence he proceeded hastily, before the sun was up, to the valley of Mina, where, throwing up 7 stones, he repeated at each throw, "God is great," etc. Leaving now the valley, he went to the place of sacrifice. Having made free 63 slaves, he slew 63 victims with his own hand, being then 63 years old, and then ordered Ali to sacrifice as many more victims as would make up the number to 100. The next thing the apostle did was to shave his head, beginning on the right side of it and finishing it on the left. His hair, as he cut it off, he cast upon a tree, that the wind might scatter it among the people. Khalid was fortunate enough to catch a part of the forelock, which he fixed upon his turban, the virtue whereof he experienced in every battle he afterward fought. The limbs of the victims being now boiled, the apostle sat down with no other companion but Ali to eat some of the flesh and drink some of the broth. The repast being over, he mounted his camel again and rode to the Kaaba, where he made the noontime prayer, and drank 7 large draughts of the well Zemzem, made 7 circuits round the Kaaba, and concluded his career between the hills Safa and Marwan. The 9th day of the feast he went to perform his devotions on Mount Arafah. This hill, situated about a mile from Mecca, is held in great veneration by the Mussulmans as a place very proper for penitence. Its fitness in this respect is accounted for by a tradition that Adam and Eve, on being banished out of paradise, in order to do penance for their transgression, were parted from each other, and after a separation of 60 years met again upon this mountain. At the conclusion of this farewell pilgrimage, as it was called, being the last he ever made, Mahomet reformed the calendar in 2 points. In the first place, he appointed the year to be exactly lunar, consisting of 12 lunar months, whereas before, in order to reduce the lunar to the solar year, they used to make every 3rd year consist of 13 months. And secondly, whereas the ancient Arabians held 4 months sacred, wherein it was unlawful to commit any act of hostility, he took away that prohibition by this command: "Attack the idolaters in all the months of the year, as they attack you in all." Quran 9. In the 11th year of the Hegira, there arrived an embassy from Arabia Felix, consisting of about 100, who had embraced Islamism. The same year, Mahomet ordered Osama to go to the place where Zayd his father was slain at the battle of Muta, to revenge his death. This was the last expedition he ever ordered, for, being taken ill 2 days after, he died within 13 days. The beginning of his sickness was a slow fever, which made him delirious. In his frenzy, he called for pen, ink, and paper, and said he would write a book that should keep them from erring after his death. But Omar opposed it, saying the Koran is sufficient, and that the Prophet, through the greatness of his malady, knew not what he said. Others, however, expressing a desire that he would write, a contention arose, which so disturbed Mahomet that he bade them all begone. During his illness he complained of the poisoned meat he had swallowed at Hegira. Some say when he was dying, Gabriel told him the angel of death, who never before had been, nor would ever again be, so ceremonious toward anybody, was waiting for his permission to come in. As soon as Mahomet had answered, "I give him leave," the angel of death entered, and complimented the Prophet, telling him God was very desirous to have him, but had commanded he should take his soul or leave it, just as he himself should please to order. Mahomet replied, "Take it then." According to the testimony of all the Eastern authors, Mahomet died on Monday the 12th Rebi 1st in the year 11 of the Hegira, which answers in reality to the 8th of June, A.D. 632. His grave was dug under the bed whereon he lay, in the chamber of Aisha. The Arabian writers are very particular to tell us everything about the washing and embalming his body, who dug his grave, who put him in, etc. The person of Mahomet is minutely described by Arabian writers. He was of a middle stature, had a large head, thick beard, black eyes, hooked nose, wide mouth, a thick neck, flowing hair. They also tell us that what was called the seal of his apostleship, a hairy mole between his shoulders, as large as a pigeon's egg, disappeared at his death. Its disappearance seemed to have convinced those who would not before believe it that he was really dead. His intimate companion, Abu Huraira, said he never saw a more beautiful man than the Prophet. He was so reverenced by his bigoted disciples they would gather his spittle up and swallow it. The same writers extol Mahomet as a man of fine parts and a strong memory, of few words, of a cheerful aspect, affable and complacent in his behavior. They also celebrate his justice, clemency, generosity, modesty, abstinence, and humility. As an instance of the last virtue, they tell us he mended his own clothes and shoes. However, to judge of him by his actions, as related by these same writers, we cannot help concluding that he was a very subtle and crafty man, who put on the appearance only of those good qualities, while the governing principles of his soul were ambition and lust. For we see him, as soon as he found himself strong enough to act upon the offensive, plundering caravans, and under a pretense of fighting for the true religion, attacking, murdering, enslaving, and making tributaries of his neighbors, in order to aggrandize and enrich himself and his greedy followers, and without scruple making use of assassination to cut off those who opposed him. Of his lustful disposition we have a sufficient proof in the peculiar privileges he claimed to himself of having as many wives as he pleased, and of whom he chose, even though they were within forbidden degrees of affinity. The authors who give him the smallest number of wives own that he had 15, whereas the Koran allows no Mussulman more than 4. As for himself, Mahomet had no shame in avowing that his chief pleasures were perfumes and women. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4, by Rossiter Johnson, Charles F. Horn, and John Rudd. Section 23. Hegira, by Simon Ockley, Part 4. The Koran. The Koran is held by the Mahometans in the greatest veneration. The book must not be touched by anybody but a Mussulman, nor even by a believer, except he be free from pollution. Whether the Koran be created or uncreated has been the subject of a controversy fruitful of the most violent persecutions. The orthodox opinion is that the original has been written from all eternity on the preserved table. Of this they believe a complete transcript was brought down to the lower heaven, that of the moon, by the angel Gabriel, and thence taken and shown to Mahomet once every year of his mission, and twice in the last year of his life. They assert, however, that it was only piecemeal, that the several parts were revealed by the angel to the prophet, and that he immediately dictated what had been revealed to his secretary, who wrote it down. Each part, as soon as it was thus copied out, was communicated to his disciples to get by heart, and was afterward deposited in what he called the chest of his apostleship. This chest the Prophet left in the custody of his wife Hafsa. When we consider the way in which the Koran was compiled, we cannot wonder that it is so incoherent a piece as we find it. The book is divided into chapters. Of these, some are very long, others again, especially a few toward the end, very short. Each chapter has a title prefixed, taken from the first word, or from some one particular thing mentioned in it, rarely from the subject matter of it. For if a chapter be of any length, it usually runs into various subjects that have no connection with each other. A celebrated commentator divides the contents of the Koran into 3 general heads. Number 1. Precepts or directions relating either to religion, as prayers, fasting, pilgrimages, or to civil polity, as marriages, inheritances, judicatures. Number 2. Histories, whereof some are taken from the scriptures, but falsified with fabulous additions. Others are wholly false, having no foundation in fact. Number 3. Admonitions, under which head are comprised exhortations to receive Islamism, to fight for it, to practice its precepts, prayers, alms, etc. The moral duties such as justice, temperance, etc., promises of everlasting felicity to the obedient, dissuasives from sin, threatenings of the punishments of hell to the unbelieving and disobedient. Many of the threatenings are leveled against particular persons, and those sometimes of Mahomet's own family, who had opposed him in propagating his religion. In the Koran, God is brought in, saying, "We have given you a book." By this it appears that the impostor published early in writing some of his principal doctrines, as also some of his historical relations. Thus, in his life of himself, we find his disciples reading the 20th chapter of the Koran before his flight from Mecca, after which he pretended many of the revelations in other chapters were brought to him. Undoubtedly, all those said to be revealed at Medina must be posterior to what he had then published at Mecca, because he had not yet been at Medina. Many parts of the Koran, he declared, were brought to him by the angel Gabriel on special occasions, of which we have already met with several instances in his biography. Accordingly, the commentators on the Koran often explain passages in it by relating the occasion on which they were first revealed. Without such a key, many of them would be perfectly unintelligible. There are several contradictions in the Koran. To reconcile these, the Mussulman doctors have invented the doctrine of abrogation, i.e., that what was revealed at one time was revoked by a new revelation. A great deal of it is so absurd, trifling, and full of tautology that it requires no little patience to read much of it at a time. Notwithstanding, the Koran is cried up by the Mussulmans as inimitable, and in the 17th chapter of the Koran, Mahomet is commanded to say, "Verily, if men and genii were purposely assembled that they might produce anything like the Koran, they could not produce anything like unto it, though they assisted one another." Accordingly, when the impostor was called upon, as he often was, to work miracles in proof of his divine mission, he excused himself by various pretenses, and appealed to the Koran as a standing miracle. Each chapter of the Koran is divided into verses, that is, lines of different length, terminated with the same letter, so as to make a different rhyme, but without any regard to the measure of the syllables. The Mahometan religion consists of two parts, faith and practice. Faith they divide into 6 articles. 1. A belief in the unity of God, in opposition to those whom they call associators, by which name they mean not only those who, besides the true God, worship idols or inferior gods or goddesses, but the Christians also, who hold our blessed Saviour's divinity and the doctrine of the Trinity. 2. A belief of angels, to whom they attribute various shapes, names, and offices, borrowed from the Jews and Persians. 3. The Scriptures. 4. The Prophets. On this head the Koran teaches that God revealed his will to various prophets in diverse ages of the world, and gave it in writing to Adam, Seth, Enoch, Abraham, etc. But these books are lost. That afterward he gave the Pentateuch to Moses, the Psalms to David, the Gospel to Jesus, and the Koran to Mahomet. The Koran speaks with great reverence of Moses and Jesus, but says the scriptures left by them have been greatly mutilated and corrupted. Under this pretense, it adds a great many fabulous relations to the history contained in those sacred books, and charges the Jews and Christians with suppressing many prophecies concerning Mahomet. A calumny easily refuted, the scriptures having been translated into various languages long before Mahomet was born. 5. The 5th article of belief is the resurrection and day of judgment, while about the intermediate state Mahometan divines have various opinions. The happiness promised to the Mussulmans in paradise is wholly sensual, consisting of fine gardens, rich furniture sparkling with gems and gold, delicious fruits, and wines that neither cloy nor intoxicate, but above all affording the fruition of all the delights of love in the society of women, having large black eyes and every trait of exquisite beauty, who shall ever continue young and perfect. Some of their writers speak of these females of paradise in very lofty strains, telling us, for instance, that if one of them were to look down from heaven in the night, she would illuminate the earth as the sun does, and if she did but spit into the ocean, it would be immediately turned as sweet as honey. These delights of paradise were certainly at first understood literally. However, Mahometan divines may have since allegorized them into a spiritual sense. As to the punishments threatened to the wicked, they are hell fire, breathing hot winds, the drinking of boiling and stinking water, eating briars and thorns, and the bitter fruit of the tree Zakum, which in their bellies will feel like boiling pitch. These punishments are to be everlasting to all except those who embrace Islamism. For the latter, after suffering a number of years, in proportion to their demerits, will then, if they have had but so much faith as is equal to the weight of an ant, be released by the mercy of God, and upon the intercession of Mahomet, admitted into paradise. The 6th article of belief is that God decrees everything that is to happen, not only all events, but the actions and thoughts of men, their belief or infidelity, that everything that has or will come to pass has been, from eternity, written in the preserved or secret table, which is a white stone of an immense size, preserved in heaven near the throne of God. Agreeable to this notion, one of their poets thus expresses himself: "Whatever is written against thee will come to pass. What is written for thee shall not fail. Resign thyself to God, and know thy Lord to be powerful. His decrees will certainly take place. His servants ought to be silent." Of their 4 fundamental points of practice, the first is prayer. Their duty is to be performed 5 times in the 24 hours. Number 1, in the morning before sunrise. Number 2, when noon is past. Number 3, a little before sunset. Number 4, a little after sunset. Number 5, before the first watch of the night. Previous to prayer, they are to purify themselves by washing. Some kinds of pollution require the whole body to be immersed in water, but commonly it is enough to wash some parts only, the head, the face and neck, hands and feet. In the latter ablution, called wadhu, fine sand or dust may be used when water cannot be had. In such case, the palm of the hand, being first laid upon the sand, is then to be drawn over the part required to be washed. The Mahometans, out of respect to the divine majesty before whom they are to appear, are required to be clean and decent when they go to public prayers in their mosques, but are yet forbidden to appear there in sumptuous apparel, particularly clothes trimmed with gold or silver, lest they should make them vain and arrogant. The women are not allowed to be in their mosques at the same time with the men. This, they think, would make their thoughts wander from their proper business there. On this account they reproach the Christians with the impropriety of the contrary usage. The next point of practice is almsgiving, which is frequently enjoined in the Koran, and looked upon as highly meritorious. Many of them have been very exemplary in the performance of this duty. The third point of practical religion is fasting the whole month Ramadan, during which they are every day to abstain from eating or drinking or touching a woman, from daybreak to sunset. After that they are at liberty to enjoy themselves as at other times. From this fast an exception is made in favor of old persons and children. Those also that are sick or on a journey, and women pregnant or nursing, are also excused in this month. But then the person making use of this dispensation must expiate the omission by fasting an equal number of days in some other month, and by giving alms to the poor. There are also some other days of fasting, which are, by the more religious, observed in the manner above described. The last practical duty is going the pilgrimage to Mecca, which every man who is able is obliged to perform once in his life. In the ceremonies of it, they strictly copy those observed by Mahomet. A pilgrimage can be made only in the month Dhul-Hijjah, but a visitation to Mecca may be made at any other time of the year. The Mahometan Creed. As an illustration of the Mahometan creed and practice, I have thought it advisable to insert their famous Dr. Al-Ghazali's interpretation of the 2 articles of their faith, viz., "There is no God but God. Mahomet is the apostle of God. Praise be to God the Creator and Restorer of all things, who does whatsoever he pleases, who is master of the glorious throne and mighty force, and directs his sincere servants into the right way and the straight path, who favoreth them who have once borne testimony to the unity, by preserving their confessions from the darkness of doubt and hesitation, who directs them to follow his chosen apostle, upon whom be the blessing and peace of God, and to go after his most honorable companions, to whom he hath vouchsafed his assistance and direction, which is revealed to them in his essence and operations by the excellence of his attributes, to the knowledge whereof no man attains, but he that hath been taught by hearing. To these, as touching his essence, he maketh known that he is one, and hath no partner, singular, without anything like him, uniform, having no contrary, separate, having no equal. He is ancient, having no first, eternal, having no beginning, remaining forever, having no end, continuing to eternity, without any termination. He persists without ceasing to be, remains without failing, and never did cease, nor ever shall cease, to be described by glorious attributes. nor is subject to any decree so as to be determined by any precise limits or set times, but is the first and the last, and is within and without. What God is not. He, glorified be his name, is not a body endued with form, nor a substance circumscribed with limits or determined by measure. Neither does he resemble bodies, as they are capable of being measured or divided. Neither is he a substance, neither do substances exist in him. Neither is he an accident, nor do accidents exist in him. Neither is he like to anything that exists, neither is anything like to him. Nor is he determinate in quantity, nor comprehended by bounds, nor circumscribed by the differences of situation, nor contained in the heavens. He sits upon the throne, after that manner which he himself hath described, and in that same sense which he himself means, which is a sitting far removed from any notion of contact, or resting upon, or local situation. But both the throne itself and whatsoever is upon it are sustained by the goodness of his power, and are subject to the grasp of his hand. But he is above the throne, and above all things, even to the utmost ends of the earth. But so above, at the same time not to be a whit nearer the throne and the heaven, since he is exalted by infinite degrees above the throne, no less than he is exalted above the earth, and at the same time is near to everything that hath a being, nay, nearer to men than their jugular veins, and is witness to everything, though his nearness is not like the nearness of bodies, as neither is his essence like the essence of bodies. Neither doth he exist in anything, neither doth anything exist in him. But he is too high to be contained in any place, and too holy to be determined by time. For he was before time and place were created, and is now after the same manner as he always was. He is also distinct from the creatures by his attributes, neither is there anything besides himself in his essence, nor is his essence in any other besides him. He is too holy to be subject to change or any local motion, neither do any accidents dwell in him, nor any contingencies befall him. But he abides through all generations with his glorious attributes, free from all danger of dissolution. As to the attribute of perfection, he wants no addition of his perfection. As to being, he is known to exist by the apprehension of the understanding, and he is seen as he is by an ocular intuition, which will be vouchsafed out of his mercy and grace to the holy in the eternal mansion, completing their joy by the vision of his glorious presence. His power. He, praised be his name, is living, powerful, mighty, omnipotent, not liable to any defect or impotence, neither slumbering nor sleeping, nor being obnoxious to decay or death. To him belong the kingdom, and the power, and the might. His is the dominion, and the excellency, and the creation, and the command thereof. The heavens are folded up in his right hand, and all creatures are crouched within his grasp. His excellency consists in his creating and producing, and his unity in communicating existence and a beginning of being. He created men and their works, and measured out their maintenance and their determined times. Nothing that is possible can escape his grasp, nor can the vicissitudes of things elude his power. The effects of his might are innumerable, and the objects of his knowledge infinite. His knowledge. He, praised be his name, knows all things that can be understood, and comprehends whatsoever comes to pass, from the extremities of the earth to the highest heavens. Even the weight of a pismire could not escape him, either in earth or heaven. But he would perceive the creeping of the black pismire in the dark night upon the hard stone, and discern the motion of an atom in the open air. He knows what is secret and conceals it, and views the conceptions of the minds, and the motions of the thoughts, and the inmost recesses of secrets, by a knowledge ancient and eternal, that never ceased to be his attribute from eternal eternity. and not by any new knowledge superadded to his essence, either inhering or adventitious. His will. He, praised be his name, doth will those things to be that are, and disposes of all accidents. Nothing passes in the empire, nor the kingdom, neither little nor much, nor small nor great, nor good nor evil, nor profitable nor hurtful, nor faith nor infidelity, nor knowledge nor ignorance, nor prosperity nor adversity, nor increase nor decrease, nor obedience nor rebellion, but by his determinate counsel and decree, and his definite sense and will. Nor doth the wink of him that seeth, nor the subtlety of him that thinketh, exceed the bounds of his will. But it is he who gave all things their beginning. He is the creator and restorer, the sole operator of what he pleases. There is no reversing his decree, nor delaying what he hath determined. Nor is there any refuge to man from his rebellion against him, but only his help and mercy. Nor hath any man any power to perform any duty toward him, but through his love and will. Though men and genii, angels and devils, should conspire together either to put one single atom in motion, or cause it to cease its motion, without his will and approbation they would not be able to do it. His will subsists in his essence among the rest of his attributes, and was from eternity one of his eternal attributes, by which he willed from eternity the existence of those things that he had decreed, which were produced in their proper seasons according to his eternal will, without any before or after, and in agreement both with his knowledge and will, and not by methodizing of thoughts, nor waiting for a proper time, for which reason no one thing is in him a hindrance from another. His hearing and sight. And he, praised be his name, is hearing and seeing, and heareth and seeth. No audible object, how still soever, escapeth his hearing, nor is anything visible so small as to escape his sight. For distance is no hindrance to his hearing, nor darkness to his sight. He sees without pupil or eyelids, and hears without any passage of ear, even as he knoweth without a heart, and performs his actions without the assistance of any corporeal limb, and creates without any instrument, for his attributes or properties are not like those of men, any more than his essence is like theirs. His word. Furthermore, he doth speak, command, forbid, promise, and threaten by an eternal ancient word subsisting in his essence. Neither is it like to the word of the creatures, nor doth it consist in a voice arising from the commotion of the air and the collision of bodies, nor letters which are separated by the joining together of the lips or the motion of the tongue. The Koran, the Law, the Gospel, and the Psalter are books sent down by him to his apostles, and the Koran indeed is read with tongues, written in books, and kept in hearts, yet as subsisting in the essence of God, it doth not become liable to separation and division while it is transferred into the hearts and the papers. Thus Moses also heard the word of God without voice or letter, even as the saints behold the essence of God without substance or accident. And that since these are his attributes, he liveth and knoweth, is powerful and willeth, and operateth, and seeth and speaketh, by life and knowledge, and will and hearing, and sight and word, not by his simple essence. His works. He, praised be his name, exists after such a manner that nothing besides him hath any being but what is produced by his operation, and floweth from his justice after the best, most excellent, most perfect, and most just model. He is moreover wise in his works and just in his decrees. But his justice is not to be compared with the justice of men, for a man may be supposed to act unjustly by invading the possession of another, but no injustice can be conceived of God, inasmuch as there is nothing that belongs to any other besides himself, so that wrong is not imputable to him as meddling with things not appertaining to him. All things, himself only excepted, genii, men, the devil, angels, heaven, earth, animals, plants, substance, accident, intelligible, sensible, were all created originally by him. He created them by his power out of mere privation, and brought them into light, when as yet they were nothing at all, but he alone, existing from eternity, neither was there any other with him. Now he created all things in the beginning for the manifestation of his power, and his will, and the confirmation of his word, which was true from all eternity. Not that he stood in need of them, nor wanted them, but he manifestly declared his glory in creating, and producing, and commanding, without being under any obligation, nor out of necessity. Loving kindness, and to show favor, and grace, and beneficence belong to him. Whereas it is in his power to pour forth upon men a variety of torments, and afflict them with various kinds of sorrows and diseases, which, if he were to do, his justice could not be arraigned, nor would he be chargeable with injustice. Yet he rewards those that worship him for their obedience, on account of his promise and beneficence, not of their merit, nor of necessity, since there is nothing which he can be tied to perform. Nor can any injustice be supposed in him, nor can he be under any obligation to any person whatsoever. That his creatures, however, should be bound to serve him, ariseth from his having declared by the tongues of the prophets that it was due to him from them. The worship of him is not simply the dictate of the understanding, but he sent messengers to carry to men his commands and promises and threats, whose veracity he proved by manifest miracles, whereby men are obliged to give credit to them in those things that they relate. The significance of the second article, that is, the testimony concerning the apostle. He, the Most High, sent Mahomet, the illiterate prophet of the family of the Quraysh, to deliver his message to all the Arabians, and barbarians, and genii, and men, and abrogated by his religion all other religions, except in those things which he confirmed, and gave him the preeminence over all the rest of the prophets, and made him Lord over all mortal men. Neither is the faith according to his will complete by the testimony of the unity alone, that is, by simply saying, there is but one God, without the addition of the testimony of the apostle, i.e., without the further testimony. Mahomet is the apostle of God, and he hath made it necessary to men to give credit to Mahomet in those things which he hath related, both with regard to this present world and the life to come. For a man's faith is not accepted till he is fully persuaded of those things which the prophet hath affirmed shall be after death. The first of these is the examination of Munkar and Nakir. These are two angels of a most terrible and fearful aspect, who shall place every man upright in his grave, consisting again both of soul and body, and ask him concerning the unity and the mission of the apostle, saying, Who is thy Lord, and what is thy religion, and who is thy prophet? For these are the searches of the grave, and their examination the first trial after death. Everyone must also believe the torment of the sepulchre, and that it is due, and right, and just, both upon the body and the soul, being accorded to the will of God. He shall also believe in the balance with two scales and a beam, that shall equal the extent of the heavens and the earth, wherein the works of men shall be weighed by the power of God. At which time weights not heavier than atoms or mustard seeds shall be brought out, that things may be balanced with the utmost exactness, and perfect justice administered. Then the books of the good works, beautiful to behold, shall be cast into the balance of light, by which the balance shall be depressed according to their degrees, out of the favor of God. But the books of evil deeds, nasty to look upon, shall be cast into the balance of darkness, with which the scale shall lightly ascend by the justice of the Most High God. He must also believe that there is a real way extended over the middle of hell, which is sharper than a sword and finer than a hair, over which all must pass. In this passage of it, while the feet of the infidels by the decree of God shall slip, so as they shall fall into hell fire, the feet of the faithful shall never stumble, but they shall arrive safely into the eternal habitation. He shall also believe the pond where they go down to be watered, that is, the pond of Mahomet, upon whom be the blessing and peace of God, out of which the faithful, after they have passed the way, drink before they enter into paradise, and out of which whosoever once drinketh shall thirst no more forever. Its breadth is a month's journey, it is whiter than milk and sweeter than honey. Round about it stand cups as innumerable as the stars, and it hath 2 canals, by which the waters of the river Kauthar flow into it. He shall also believe the last account, in which men shall be divided into those that shall be reckoned withal with the utmost strictness, and those that shall be dealt withal more favorably, and those that shall be admitted into paradise without any manner of examination at all. Namely, those whom God shall cause to approach near to himself. Moreover, he shall believe that God will ask any of his apostles, whomsoever he shall please, concerning their mission of the infidels, and whomsoever he shall please, what was the reason why, by their unbelief, they accused those that were sent to them of lying. He will also examine the heretics concerning tradition, and the faithful concerning their good works. He shall also believe that all who confess one God shall, upon the intercession of the prophets, next of the doctors, then of the martyrs, and finally of the rest of the faithful, that is, every one according to his excellency and degree, at length go out of the fire after they have undergone the punishment due to their sins. And if besides these remain any of the faithful, having no intercessor, they shall go out by the grace of God. Neither shall any one of the faithful remain forever in hell, but shall go out from thence, though he had but so much faith in his heart as the weight of an atom. And thus, by the favorable mercy of God, no person shall remain in hell who in life acknowledge the unity of the Godhead. It is also necessary that every true believer acknowledge the excellency of the companions of Mahomet and their degrees, and that the most excellent of men next to Mahomet is Abu Bakr, then Omar, then Othman, and then Ali. Moreover, he must entertain a good opinion of all the companions, and celebrate their memories, according as God and his apostles hath celebrated them. And all these things are received by tradition, and evinced by evident tokens. And he that confesseth all these things, and surely believeth them, is to be reckoned among the number of those that embrace truth, and of the congregation of those that walk in the received way, separated from the congregation of those that err, and the company of heretics. These are the things that everyone is obliged to believe and confess that would be accounted worthy of the name of a Mussulman, and that according to the literal meaning of the words, not as they may be made capable of any sounder sense. For, says the author of this exposition, some pretending to go deeper have put an interpretation upon those things that are delivered concerning the world to come, such as the balance and the way, and some other things besides. But it is heresy. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 24. The Saracen Conquest of Syria, A.D. 636. By Simon Ockley. Part 1. Abu Bakr was chosen caliph or caliph, signifying successor, to Mahomet, but died after a reign of 2 years. His successor, Caliph Omar, continued with unabated ardor the efforts for the spread of Islam which Abu Bakr had initiated by sending an invading expedition into Persia and another into the Roman provinces of Syria. The victorious armies of the Crescent were by this time far advanced beyond the frontiers of Arabia, and with fanatic zeal endeavoring to obey the Prophet's injunction to Islamicize mankind. Allah il Allah, God is God, was their inspiring war cry, and Mahomet is the prophet of God, their watchword. With scimitar and Koran in either hand, they offered the conquered infidels Islam or the sword. The Oxus, which alone separated Saracen territory from that of Syria, was easily passed. Damascus was conquered, and the impetuous spirit of the Muslims led them rapidly on to Heliopolis, then to Hems or Emesa. In subtlety they were no less practiced than they were well proved in courage, and by many arts they succeeded in creating diversions among their adversaries, and often in enlisting them under the Saracen standard. By making the Syrians understand something of their language, customs, and religion, they prepared them for assimilation when once subjected. In some cases, dissensions among the Syrians led them to invoke the intervention of those who came to subjugate them. In less than 2 years, the Saracens had conquered the Syrian plain and valley, but still they reproached themselves for loss of time, and with redoubled zeal pressed on to new victories. The forces arrayed against them were greatly augmented both from Asia and Europe, but the disciplined veterans of the Roman Emperor Heraclius and the recruits from the provinces vainly confronted the Arabs, whose valor was of the nature of religious frenzy, which no assault could cause to quail. They won, at fearful cost to themselves, but with greater loss to their enemies at the Battle of Yermuk, and there caused the Roman army to abandon active warfare against them. It was then open to the victors to select their own objective among the Syrian cities, and following the counsel of Ali, they entered at once upon the siege of Jerusalem, although they held that city next to Mecca and Medina in veneration. After a siege of 4 months, Jerusalem capitulated, her defenders having no rest from the ceaseless assaults of the besiegers. Hard work still lay before the Saracens in Syria, but after the reduction of Aleppo, which cost several months' siege, with great loss of lives to the invaders, they passed on to Antioch and other strongholds, until, one by one, all had been subdued, the surrender of Caesarea completing the great conquest and the subjection of Syria to the rule of the Caliph. Heraclius, wearied with a constant and uninterrupted succession of ill news, which like those of Job came every day treading upon the heels of each other, grieved at the heart to see the Roman Empire, once the mistress of the world, now become the scorn and spoil of barbarian insolence, resolved, if possible, to put an end to the outrages of the Saracens once for all. With this view he raised troops in all parts of his dominions, and collected so considerable an army as since the first invasion of the Saracens had never appeared in Syria, not much unlike one engaged in single combat, who, distrustful of his own abilities and fearing the worst, summons together his whole strength in hopes of ending the dispute with one decisive blow. Troops were sent to every tenable place which this inundation of the Saracens had not as yet reached, particularly to Caesarea and all the seacoast of Syria, as Tyre and Sidon, Acca, Joppa, Tripolis, Beirut, and Tiberias, besides another army to defend Jerusalem. The main body, which was designed to give battle to the whole force of the Saracens, was commanded by one Mahan, an Armenian, whom I take to be the very same that the Greek historians call Manuel. To his generals the emperor gave the best advice, charging them to behave themselves like men, and especially to take care to avoid all differences or dissensions. Afterward, when he had expressed his astonishment at this extraordinary success of the Arabs, who were inferior to the Greeks in number, strength, arms, and discipline, after a short silence a grave man stood up and told him that the reason of it was that the Greeks had walked unworthily of their Christian profession, and changed their religion from what it was when Jesus Christ first delivered it to them, injuring and oppressing one another, taking usury, committing fornication, and fomenting all manner of strife and variance among themselves. The emperor answered that he was too sensible of it. He then told them that he had thoughts of continuing no longer in Syria, but, leaving his army to their management, he purposed to withdraw to Constantinople, in answer to which they represented to him how much his departure would reflect upon his honor, what a lessening it would be to him in the eyes of his own subjects, and what occasion of triumph it would afford to his enemies, the Saracens. Upon this they took their leave and prepared for their march. Besides a vast army of Asiatics and Europeans, Mahan was joined by al-Jabala ibn al-Ayham, king of the Christian Arabs, who had under him 60,000 men. These Mahan commanded to march always in the front, saying that there was nothing like diamond to cut diamond. This great army, raised for the defense of Christian people, was little less insupportable than the Saracens themselves, committing all manner of disorder and outrage as they passed along, especially when they came to any of those places which had made any agreement with the Saracens, or surrendered to them. They swore and cursed and reviled the inhabitants with reproachful language, and compelled them by force to bear them company. The poor people excused their submission to the Saracens by their inability to defend themselves, and told the soldiers that if they did not approve of what they had done, they ought themselves to have come sooner to their relief. The news of this great army having reached the Saracens while they were at Hems filled them full of apprehensions, and put them to a very great strait as to the best course to pursue in this critical juncture. Some of them would very willingly have shrunk back and returned to Arabia. This course, they urged, presented a double advantage. On the one hand, they would be sure of speedy assistance from their friends, and on the other, in that barren country the numerous army of the enemy must needs be reduced to great scarcity. But Abu Obeidah, fearing lest such a retreat might by the Caliph be interpreted cowardice in him, durst not approve of this advice. Others would rather die in the defense of those stately buildings, fruitful fields, and pleasant meadows they had won by the sword, than voluntarily to return to their former starving condition. They proposed, therefore, to remain where they were and wait the approach of the enemy. But Khalid disapproved of their remaining in their present position, as it was too near Caesarea, where Constantine, the emperor's son, lay with 40,000 men, and recommended that they should march to Yermuk, where they might reckon on assistance from the Caliph. As soon as Constantine heard of their departure, he sent a chiding letter to Mahomet, and bade him mend his pace. Mahomet advanced, but made no haste to give the Saracens battle, having received orders from the emperor to make overtures of peace, which were no sooner proposed than rejected by Abu Obeidah. Several messages passed between them. The Saracens, endeavoring to bring their countryman Jabala ibn al-Ayyam with his Christian Arabs to a neutrality, were answered that they were obliged to serve the emperor, and resolved to fight. Upon this, Khalid, contrary to the general advice, prepared to give him battle before Mahomet should come up, although the number of his men, who, however, were the elite of the whole army, was very inconsiderable, urging that the Christians, being the army of the devil, had no advantage by their numbers against the Saracens, the army of God. In choosing his men, Khalid had called out more Ansars than Mohajerans, which, when it was observed, occasioned some grumbling, as it then was doubted whether it was because he respected them most, or because he had a mind to expose them to the greater danger, that he might favor the others. Khalid told them that he had chosen them without any such regard, only because they were persons he could depend upon, whose valor he had proved, and who had the faith rooted in their hearts. One Khatib, happening to be called after his brother Sahal, and looking upon himself to be the better man, resented it as a high affront, and roundly abused Khalid. The latter, however, gave him very gentle and modest answers, to the great satisfaction of all, especially of Abu Obeidah, who, after a short contention, made them shake hands. Khalid, indeed, was admirable in this respect, that he knew no less how to govern his passions than to command the army, though, to most great generals, the latter frequently proves the easier task of the two. In this hazardous enterprise, his success was beyond all expectation, for he threw Jabala's Arabs into disorder and killed a great many, losing very few of his own men on the field, besides 5 prisoners, 3 of whom were Yazid ibn Abu Sufyan, Rafi ibn Omera, and Darar ibn al-Alzwar, all men of great note. Abu Obeidah sent Abdallah ibn Qurt with an express to Omar, acquainting him with their circumstances, begging his prayers and some fresh recruits of Unitarians, a title they glory in, as reckoning themselves the only assertors of the unity of the deity. Omar and the whole court were extremely surprised, but comforted themselves with the promises made to them in the Koran, which seemed now to be all they had left to trust to. To encourage the people, he went into the pulpit and showed them the excellency of fighting for the cause of God, and afterward returned an answer to Abu Obeidah, full of such spiritual consolation as the Koran could afford. Omar commanded Abdallah, as soon as ever he came near the camp and before he delivered the letter, to cry out good news in order to comfort the Mussulmans and ease them in some measure of the perplexing apprehensions they labored under. As soon as he received this letter and message, together with Omar's blessing, he prepared to set out on his return to the army, But suddenly he remembered that he had omitted to pay his respects at Mahomet's tomb, which it was very uncertain whether he should ever see again. Upon this he hastened to Aisha's house, the place where Mahomet was buried, and found her sitting by the tomb with Ali and Abbas, and Ali's 2 sons, Hassan and Hossein, one sitting upon Ali's lap, the other upon Abbas's. Ali was reading the chapter of beasts, being the 6th of the Quran, and Abbas the chapter of Hud, which is the 11th. Abdallah, having paid his respects to Mahomet, Ali asked him whether he did not think of going. He answered yes, but he feared he should not get to the army before the battle, which yet he greatly wished to do, if possible. If you desired a speedy journey, answered Ali, why did not you ask Omar to pray for you? Don't you know that the prayers of Omar will not be turned back? Because the apostle of God said of him, if there were a prophet to be expected after me, it would be Omar, whose judgment agrees with the book of God. The prophet said of him besides, if an universal calamity were to come from heaven upon mankind, Omar would escape from it. Wherefore, if Omar prayed for thee, thou shalt not stay long for an answer from God. Abdallah told him that he had not spoken one word in praise of Omar but what he was very sensible of before. Only he desired to have not only his prayers, but also those of all the Mussulmans, and especially of those who were at the tomb of the Prophet. At these words all present lifted up their hands to heaven, and Ali said, O God, I beseech thee, for the sake of this chosen apostle, in whose name Adam prayed, and thou answeredst his petition and forgavest his sins, that thou wouldst grant to Abdallah ibn Court a safe and speedy return, and assist the followers of thy prophet with help, O thou who alone art great and munificent. Abdallah set out immediately, and afterward returned to the camp with such incredible speed that the Saracens were surprised. But their admiration ceased when he informed them of Omar's blessing and Ali's prayers at Mahomet's tomb. Recruits were instantly raised in every part of Arabia to send to the army. Sa'id ibn Amir commanded them, having received a flag of red silk at the hands of Omar, who told him that he gave him that commission in hopes of his behaving himself well in it, advising him, among other things, not to follow his appetites, and not forgetting to put him in hopes of further advancement if he should deserve it. Sa'id thanked him for his advice, adding that if he followed it, he should be saved. And now, said Sa'id, as you have advised me, so let me advise you. Speak on, said Omar. I bid you then, added the other, fear God more than men, and not the contrary, and love all the Mussulmans as yourself and your family, as well those at a distance as those near you. And command that which is praiseworthy, and forbid that which is otherwise. Omar, all the while he spoke, stood looking steadfastly upon the ground, leaning his forehead upon his staff. Then he lifted up his head, and the tears ran down his cheeks, and he said, Who is able to do this without the divine assistance? Ali bade Sa'id make good use of the caliph's advice, and dismissed him. Sa'id, as he marched toward the army, lost his way, which turned out very unfortunate for the Christians, for by that means he fell in with the prefect of Amman with 5,000 men. Sa'id having cut all the foot to pieces, the prefect fled with the horse, but was intercepted by a party which had been sent out under Zobeir from the Saracen camp to forage. Sa'id at first thought they had fallen together by the ears, and were fighting among themselves, but when he came up and heard the teshir, he was well satisfied. Zobeir ran the prefect through with a lance. Of the rest not a single man escaped. The Saracens cut off all their heads, then flayed them, and so carried them upon the points of their lances, presenting a most horrible spectacle to all that part of the country, till they came to the army, which received fresh courage by the accession of this reinforcement, consisting of 8,000 men. However, their satisfaction was greatly lessened by the loss of the 5 prisoners whom Jabalah ibn al-Ayyam had taken. Now it happened that Mahan desired Abu Ubaidah to send one of his officers to him for a conference. This being complied with, Khalid proffered his services, and being accepted by Abu Ubaidah, by his advice he took along with him 100 men, chosen out of the best soldiers in the army. Being met and examined by the outguards, the chief of whom was Jabalah ibn al-Ayyam, they were ordered to wait till the general's pleasure should be known. Mahan would have had Khalid come to him alone and leave his men behind him, but as Khalid refused to hear of this, they were commanded as soon as they came near the general's tent to alight from their horses and deliver their swords, and when they would not submit to this either, they were at last permitted to enter as they pleased. They found Mahan sitting upon a throne and seats prepared for themselves, but they refused to make use of them, and, removing them, sat down upon the ground. Mahomet asked them the reason of their doing so, and taxed them with want of breeding. To which Khalid answered that that was the best breeding which was from God, and what God has prepared for us to sit down upon is purer than your tapestries, defending their practice from a sentence of their prophet Mahomet, backed with this text of the Koran. Out of it, meaning the earth, we have created you, and to it we shall return you, and out of it we shall bring you another time. Mahomet began then to expostulate with Khalid concerning their coming into Syria, and all those hostilities which they had committed there. Mahomet seemed satisfied with Khalid's way of talking, and said that he had before that time entertained a quite different opinion of the Arabs, having been informed that they were a foolish, ignorant people. Khalid confessed that that was the condition of most of them, till God sent their prophet Mahomet to lead them into the right way, and teach them to distinguish good from evil, and truth from error. During this conference they would argue very coolly for a while, and then again fly into a violent passion. At last it happened that Khalid told Mahomet that he should one day see him led with a rope about his neck to Omar to be beheaded. Upon this, Mahomet told him that the received law of all nations secured ambassadors from violence, which he supposed had encouraged him to take that indecent freedom. However, he was resolved to chastise his insolence in the persons of his friends, the 5 prisoners, who should instantly be beheaded. At this threat, Khalid, bidding Mahomet attend to what he was about to say, swore by God, by Mahomet, and the holy temple of Mecca, that if he killed them he should die by his hands, and that every Saracen present should kill his man, be the consequences what they might, and immediately rose from his place and drew his sword. The same was done by the rest of the Saracens. But when Mahomet told him that he would not meddle with him for the aforesaid reasons, they sheathed their swords and talked calmly again. And then Mahomet made Khalid a present of the prisoners, and begged of him his scarlet tent, which Khalid had brought with him, and pitched hard by. Khalid freely gave it him, and refused to take anything in return, though Mahomet gave him his choice of whatever he liked best, thinking his own gift abundantly repaid by the liberation of the prisoners. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 25. The Saracen Conquest of Syria, A.D. 636, by Simon Ockley, Part 2. Both sides now prepared for that fight which was to determine the fate of Syria. The particulars are too tedious to be related, for they continued fighting for several days. Abu Ubaidah resigned the whole command of the army to Khalid, standing himself in the rear, under the yellow flag which Abu Bakr had given him at his first setting forth into Syria, being the same which Mahomet himself had fought under at the Battle of Khaybar. Khalid judged this the most proper place for Abu Ubaidah, not only because he was no extraordinary soldier, but because he hoped that the reverence for him would prevent the flight of the Saracens, who were now like to be as hard put to it as at any time since they first bore arms. For the same reason, the women were placed in the rear. The Greeks charged so courageously and with such vast numbers that the right wing of the Saracen horse was quite borne down and cut off from the main body of the army. But no sooner did they turn their backs than they were attacked by the women, who used them so ill and loaded them with such plenty of reproaches that they were glad to return every man to his post, and chose rather to face the enemy than endure the storm of the women. However, they with much difficulty bore up, and were so hard pressed by the Greeks that occasionally they were fain to forget what their generals had said a little before the fight, who told them that paradise was before them and the devil and hellfire behind them. Even Abu Sufyan, who had himself used that very expression, was forced to retreat, and was received by one of the women with a hearty blow over the face with a tent pole. Night at last parted the two armies at the very time when the victory began to incline to the Saracens, who had been thrice beaten back, and as often forced to return by the women. Then Abu Ubaidah said at once those prayers which belonged to 2 several hours. His reason for this was, I suppose, a wish that his men, of whom he was very tender, should have the more time to rest. Accordingly, walking about the camp, he looked after the wounded men, oftentimes binding up their wounds with his own hands, telling them that their enemies suffered the same pain that they did, but had not that reward to expect from God which they had. Among other single combats, of which several were fought between the two armies, it chanced that Sir Jabal ibn Shana was engaged with an officer of the Christians who was much too strong for him. The reason which our author assigns for this is because Sir Jabal was wholly given up to watching and fasting. Durar, thinking he ought not to stand still and see the prophet's secretary killed, drew his dagger, and while the combatants were over head and ears in dust, came behind the Christian and stabbed him to the heart. The Saracens gave Durar thanks for his service, but he said that he would receive no thanks but from God alone. Upon this, a dispute arose between Sir Jabal and Durar concerning the spoil of this officer. Durar claimed it as being the person that killed him, Sir Jabal as having engaged him and tired him out first. The matter being referred to Abu Ubaidah, he proposed the case to the Caliph, concealing the names of the persons concerned, who sent him word that the spoil of any enemy was due to him that killed him, upon which Abu Ubaidah took it from Sir Jabal and adjudged it to Durar. Another day the Christian archers did such execution that besides those Saracens which were killed and wounded in other parts, there were 700 which lost each of them one or both of their eyes, upon which account the day in which that battle was fought is called Yaumu Tewer, the day of blinding. And if any of those who lost their eyes that day were afterward asked by what mischance he was blinded, he would answer that it was not a mischance, but a token of favor from God, for they gloried as much in those wounds they received in the defense of their superstition as our enthusiasts do in what they call persecution, and with much the same reason. Abdallah ibn Qurt, who was present in all the wars in Syria, says that he never saw so hard a battle as that which was fought on that day at Yarmouk. And though the generals fought most desperately, yet after all they would have been beaten if the fight had not been renewed by the women. Khawla, Durar's sister, being wounded, fell down, but Ophira revenged her quarrel and struck off the man's head that did it. Upon Ophira asking her how she did, she answered, "Very well with God, but a dying woman." However, she proved to be mistaken, for in the evening she was able to walk about as if nothing had happened, and to look after the wounded men. In the night the Greeks had another calamity added to their misfortune of losing the victory in the day. It was drawn upon them by their own inhuman barbarity. There was at Yarmouk a gentleman of a very ample fortune, who had removed thither from Hems for the sake of the sweet salubrity of its air. When Mahan's army came to Yarmouk, this gentleman used to entertain the officers and treat them nobly. To requite him for his courtesy while they were this day revelling at his house, they bade him bring out his wife to them, and upon his refusing, they took her by force and abused her all night, and to aggravate their barbarity, they seized his little son and cut his head off. The poor lady took her child's head and carried it to Mahan, and having given him an account of the outrages committed by his officers, demanded satisfaction. He took but little notice of the affair, and put her off with a slight answer, upon which her husband, resolved to take the first opportunity of being revenged, went privately over to the Saracens and acquainted them with his design. Returning back to the Greeks, he told them it was in his power to do them singular service. He therefore takes a great number of them, and brings them to a great stream, which was very deep, and only fordable at one place. By his instructions 500 of the Saracen horse had crossed over where the water was shallow, and after attacking the Greeks, in a very little time returned in excellent order by the same way they came. The injured gentleman calls out and encourages the Greeks to pursue, who, not at all acquainted with the place, plunged into the water confusedly and perished in great numbers. In the subsequent engagements before Yarmouk, all of which were in November 636, the Christians invariably were defeated, till at last, Mahan's vast army being broken and dispersed, he was forced to flee, thus leaving the Saracens masters of the field, and wholly delivered from those terrible apprehensions with which the news of his great preparations had filled them. A short time after, Abu Ubaidah wrote to the Caliph the following letter. In the name of the most merciful God, etc. This is to acquaint thee that I encamped at Yarmouk, where Mahan was near us with such an army as that the Mussulmans never beheld a greater. But God, of his abundant grace and goodness, overthrew this multitude and gave us the victory over them. We killed of them about 150,000, and took 40,000 prisoners. Of the Mussulmans were killed 4,030, to whom God had decreed the honor of martyrdom. Finding some heads cut off, and not knowing whether they belonged to the Mussulmans or Christians, I prayed over them and buried them. Mahan was afterward killed at Damascus by Numan ibn al-Kama. There was one Abu Joid, that before the battle had belonged to them, having come from Hems. He drowned of them a great number unknown to any but God. As for those that fled into the deserts and mountains, we have destroyed them all, and stopped all the roads and passages, and God has made us masters of their country and wealth and children. Written after the victory from Damascus, where I stay expecting thy orders concerning the division of the spoil. Fare thee well, and the mercy and blessing of God be upon thee and all the Mussulmans. Omar in a short letter expressed his satisfaction, and gave the Saracens thanks for their perseverance and diligence, commanding Abu Ubaidah to continue where he was till further orders. As Omar had mentioned nothing concerning the spoil, Abu Ubaidah regarded it as left to his own discretion, and divided it without waiting for fresh instructions. To a horseman he gave thrice as much as to a footman, and made a further difference between those horses which were of the right Arabian breed, which they looked upon to be far the best, and those that were not, allowing twice as much to the former as to the latter. And when they were not satisfied with this distribution, Abu Ubaidah told them that the Prophet had done the same after the battle of Khaybar, which, upon appeal made to Omar, was by him confirmed. Zobeir had at the battle of Yarmouk 2 horses, which he used to ride by turns. He received 5 lots, 3 for himself and 2 for his horses. If any slaves had run away from their masters before the battle, and were afterward retaken, they were restored to their masters, who nevertheless received an equal share of the spoil with the rest. The Saracens having rested a month at Damascus, and refreshed themselves, Abu Ubaidah sent to Omar to know whether he should go to Caesarea or Jerusalem. Ali, being present when Omar was deliberating, said, "To Jerusalem first," adding that he had heard the Prophet say as much. This city they had a great longing after, as being the seat and burying place of a great many of the ancient prophets, in whom they reckoned none to have so deep an interest as themselves. Abu Ubaidah, having received orders to besiege it, sent Yazid ibn Abu Sufyan thither first with 5,000 men, and for 5 days together sent after him considerable numbers of men under his most experienced and trustworthy officers. The Jerusalemites expressed no signs of fear, nor would they vouchsafe so much as to send out a messenger to parley, but, planting their engines upon the walls, made preparation for a vigorous defense. Yazid at last went near the walls with an interpreter, to know their minds, and to propose the usual terms. When these were rejected, the Saracens would willingly have assaulted the town forthwith, had not Yazid told them that the general had not commanded them to make any assault, but only to sit down before the city, and thereupon sent to Abu Ubaidah, who forthwith gave them order to fight. The next morning, the generals having said the morning prayer, each at the head of his respective division, they all, as it were, with one consent, quoted this versicle out of the Koran, as being very apposite and pertinent to their present purpose. O people, enter ye into the holy land which God hath decreed for you, being the 24th verse of the 5th chapter of the Koran, where the impostor introduces Moses speaking to the children of Israel, and which words the Saracens dexterously interpreted as belonging no less to themselves than to their predecessors, the Israelites. Nor have our own parts of the world been altogether destitute of such able expositors, who apply to themselves, without limitation or exception, whatever in Scripture is graciously expressed in favor of the people of God, while whatever is said of the wicked and ungodly, and of all the terrors and judgments denounced against them, they bestow with a liberal hand upon their neighbors. After their prayers were over, the Saracens began their assault. The Jerusalemites never flinched, but sent them showers of arrows from the walls, and maintained the fight with undaunted courage till the evening. Thus they continued fighting 10 days, and on the 11th Abu Ubaidah came up with the remainder of the army. He had not been there long before he sent the besieged the following letter. In the name of the most merciful God, from Abu Ubaidah ibn al-Jarrah, to the chief commanders of the people of Ilia and the inhabitants thereof, health and happiness to everyone that follows the right way and believes in God and the Apostle. We require of you to testify that there is but one God, and Mahomet is his apostle, and that there shall be a day of judgment, when God shall raise the dead out of their sepulchres. And when you have borne witness to this, it is unlawful for us either to shed your blood, or meddle with your sustenance or children. If you refuse this, Consent to pay tribute and be under us forthwith. Otherwise I shall bring men against you who love death better than you do the drinking of wine, or eating hog's flesh. Nor will I ever stir from you, if it please God, till I have destroyed those that fight for you and made slaves of your children. The eating swine's flesh and drinking wine are both forbidden in the Koran, which occasioned that reflection of Abu Ubaidah upon the practice of the Christians. The besieged, not a whit daunted, held out 4 whole months entire, during all which time not one day passed without fighting, and it being winter time, the Saracens suffered a great deal of hardships through the extremity of the weather. At last, when the besieged had well considered the obstinacy of the Saracens, who, they had good reason to believe, would never raise the siege till they had taken the city, whatever time it took up or whatever pains it might cost them, Sophronius the Patriarch went to the wall and by an interpreter discoursed with Abu Ubaidah, telling him that Jerusalem was the holy city, and whoever came into the Holy Land with any hostile intent would render himself obnoxious to the divine displeasure. To which Abu Ubaidah answered, We know that it is a noble city, and that our prophet Mahomet went from it in one night to heaven, and approached within 2 bows' shot of his Lord, or nearer, and that it is the mine of the prophets, and their sepulchres are in it. But we are more worthy to have possession of it than you are. Neither will we leave besieging it till God delivers it up to us, as he hath done other places before it. At last the Patriarch consented that the city should be surrendered upon condition that the inhabitants received the articles of their security and protection from the Caliph's own hands, and not by proxy. Accordingly, Abu Ubaidah wrote to Omar to come, whereupon he advised with his friends. Othman, who afterwards succeeded him in the government, dissuaded him from going, in order that the Jerusalemites might see that they were despised and beneath his notice. Ali was of a very different opinion, urging that the Mussulmans had endured great hardship in so long a siege, and suffered much from the extremity of the cold, that the presence of the Caliph would be a great refreshment and encouragement to them, and adding that the great respect which the Christians had for Jerusalem, as being the place to which they went on pilgrimage, ought to be considered, that it ought not to be supposed that they would easily part with it, but that it would soon be reinforced with fresh supplies. This advice of Ali being preferred to Othman's, the Caliph resolved upon his journey, which, according to his frugal style of living, required no great expense or equipage. When he had said his prayers in the mosque and paid his respects at Mahomet's tomb, he appointed Ali his substitute, and set forward with a small retinue, the greatest part of which, having kept him company a little way, returned back to Medina. Omar, having all the way he went set things aright that were amiss, and distributed justice impartially, for which he was singularly eminent among the Saracens, came at last into the confines of Syria, and when he drew near Jerusalem he was met by Abu Ubaidah, and conducted to the Saracen camp, where he was welcomed with the liveliest demonstrations of joy. As soon as he came within sight of the city he cried out, Allah Akbar, O God, give us an easy conquest. Pitching his tent, which was made of hair, he sat down in it upon the ground. The Christians, hearing that Omar was come, from whose hands they were to receive their articles, desired to confer with him personally, upon which the Mussulmans would have persuaded him not to expose his person, for fear of some treachery. But Omar resolutely answered, in the words of the Koran, Say, there shall nothing befall us but what God hath decreed for us. He is our Lord, and in God let all the believers put their trust. After a brief parley, the besieged capitulated, and those articles of agreement made by Omar with the Jerusalemites are, as it were, the pattern which the Mahometan princes have chiefly imitated. The articles were these: 1. The Christians shall build no new churches, either in the city or the adjacent territory. 2. They shall not refuse the Mussulmans entrance into their churches, either by night or day. 3. They should set open the doors of them to all passengers and travelers. 4. If any Mussulman should be upon a journey, they shall be obliged to entertain him gratis for the space of 3 days. 5. They should not teach their children the Koran, nor talk openly of their religion, nor persuade anyone to be of it. Neither should they hinder any of their relations from becoming Mahometans, if they had an inclination to it. 6. They shall pay respect to the Mussulmans, and if they were sitting, rise up to them. 7. They should not go like the Mussulmans in their dress, nor wear the same caps, shoes, nor turbans, nor part their hair as they do, nor speak after the same manner, nor be called by the names used by the Mussulmans. 8. They shall not ride upon saddles, nor bear any sort of arms, nor use the Arabic tongue in the inscriptions of their seals. 9. They shall not sell any wine. 10. They shall be obliged to keep to the same sort of habit wheresoever they went, and always wear girdles upon their waists. 11. They shall set no crosses upon their churches, nor show their crosses nor their books openly in the streets of the Mussulmans. 12. They shall not ring, but only toll their bells, nor shall they take any servant that had once belonged to the Mussulmans. 13. They shall not overlook the Mussulmans in their houses. And some say that Omar commanded the inhabitants of Jerusalem to have the 4 parts of their heads shaved, and obliged them to ride upon their panels sideways, and not like the Mussulmans. Upon these terms the Christians had liberty of conscience, paying such tribute as their masters thought fit to impose upon them, and Jerusalem, once the glory of the East, was forced to submit to a heavier yoke than ever it had borne before. For though the number of the slain and the calamities of the besieged were greater when it was taken by the Romans, yet the servitude of those that survived was nothing comparable to this, either in respect of the circumstances or the duration. For however it might seem to be utterly ruined and destroyed by Titus, yet by Hadrian's time it had greatly recovered itself. Now it fell, as it were, once for all, into the hands of the most mortal enemies of the Christian religion, and has continued so ever since, with the exception of a brief interval of about 90 years, during which it was held by the Christians in the Holy War. The Christians having submitted on these terms, Omar gave them the following writing under his hand. In the name of the most merciful God, from Omar ibn al-Khattab to the inhabitants of Ilia. They shall be protected and secured both in their lives and fortunes, and their churches shall neither be pulled down nor made use of by any but themselves. Upon this the gates were immediately opened, and the Caliph and those that were with him marched in. The Patriarch kept them company, and the Caliph talked with him familiarly, and asked him many questions concerning the antiquities of the place. Among other places which they visited, they went into the Temple of the Resurrection, and Omar sat down in the midst of it. When the time of prayers was come, the Mahometans have 5 set times of prayer in a day. Omar told the Patriarch that he had a mind to pray, and desired him to show him a place where he might perform his devotion. The Patriarch bade him pray where he was, but this he positively refused. Then, taking him out from thence, the Patriarch went with him into Constantine's church, and laid a mat for him to pray there, but he would not. At last he went alone to the steps which were at the east gate of St. Constantine's church, and kneeled by himself upon one of them. Having ended his prayers, he sat down and asked the Patriarch if he knew why he had refused to pray in the church. The Patriarch confessed that he could not tell what were his reasons. Why then, says Omar, I will tell you. You know I promised you that none of your churches should be taken away from you, but that you should possess them quietly yourselves. Now, if I had prayed in any one of these churches, the Mussulmans would infallibly take it away from you as soon as I had departed homeward. And notwithstanding all you might allege, they would say, this is the place where Omar prayed, and we will pray here too. And so you would have been turned out of your church, contrary both to my intention and your expectation. But because my praying even on the steps of one may perhaps give some occasion to the Mussulmans to cause you disturbance on this account, I shall take what care I can to prevent that. So calling for pen, ink, and paper, he expressly commanded that none of the Mussulmans should pray upon the steps in any multitudes, but one by one, that they should never meet there to go to prayers, and that the muezzin, or crier that calls the people to prayers, for the Mahometans never use bells, should not stand there. This paper he gave to the Patriarch for a security, lest his praying upon the steps of the church should have set such an example to the Mussulmans as might occasion any inconvenience to the Christians, a noble instance of singular fidelity and the religious observance of a promise. This Caliph did not think it enough to perform what he engaged himself, but used all possible diligence to oblige others to do so too. And when the unwary Patriarch had desired him to pray in the church, little considering what might be the consequence, the Caliph, well knowing how apt men are to be superstitious in the imitation of their princes and great men, especially such as they look upon to be successors of a prophet, made the best provision he could, that no pretended imitation of him might lead to the infringement of the security he had already given. In the same year that Jerusalem was taken, Sa'id ibn Abi Waqqas, one of Omar's captains, was making fearful havoc in the territories of Persia. He took Madain, formerly the treasury and magazine of Khosroes, king of Persia, where he found money and rich furniture of all sorts, inestimable. Al-Makkari says that they found there no less than 3,000 million of ducats, besides Khosroes' crown and wardrobe, which was exceedingly rich, his clothes being all adorned with gold and jewels of great value. Then they opened the roof of Khosroes' porch, where they found another considerable sum. They also plundered his armory, which was well stored with all sorts of weapons. Among other things, they brought to Omar a piece of silk hangings, 60 cubits square, all curiously wrought with needlework. That it was of great value appears from the price which Ali had for that part of it which fell to his share when Omar divided it, which, though it was none of the best, yielded him 20,000 pieces of silver. After this, in the same year, the Persians were defeated by the Saracens in a great battle near Jalula. Omar, having taken Jerusalem, continued there about 10 days to put things in order. Omar now thought of returning to Medina, having first disposed his affairs after the following manner. Syria he divided into 2 parts, and committed all that lies between Haran and Aleppo to Abu Ubaidah, with orders to make war upon it till he had completely subdued it. Yazid ibn Abu Sufyan was to take the charge of all Palestine and the seashore. Amru ibn al-As was sent to invade Egypt, no inconsiderable part of the emperor's dominions, which were now continually moldering away. The Saracens at Medina had almost given Omar over, and began to conclude that he would never stir from Jerusalem, but be one to stay there from the richness of the country and the sweetness of the air, but especially by the thought that it was the country of the prophets and the Holy Land, and the place where we must all be summoned together at the resurrection. At last he came, the more welcome the less he had been expected. Abu Ubaidah, in the meantime, reduced Kinizrin and El-Hadir, the inhabitants paying down 5,000 ounces of gold, and as many of silver, 2,000 suits of clothes of several sorts of silk, and 500 asses' loads of figs and olives. Yazid marched against Caesarea in vain, that place being too well fortified to be taken by his little army, especially since it had been reinforced by the emperor, who had sent a store of all sorts of provision by sea, and a reinforcement to the garrison of 2,000 men. The inhabitants of Aleppo were much disheartened by the loss of Kinizrin and El-Hadir, well knowing that it would not be long before their turn would come to experience themselves what, till then, they had known only by report. They had 2 governors, brothers, who dwelt in the castle, the strongest in all Syria, which was not at that time encompassed by the town, but stood out of it at a little distance. The name of one of these brethren, if my author mistakes not, was Yuqina, the other John. Their father held of the Emperor Heraclius all the territory between Aleppo and Euphrates, after whose decease Yuqina managed the affairs. John, not troubling himself with secular employments, did not meddle with the government, but led a monkish life, spending his time in retirement, reading, and deeds of charity. He tried to persuade his brother to secure himself by compounding with the Arabs for a good round sum of money, but he told him that he talked like a monk, and did not understand what belonged to a soldier, that he had provisions and warlike means enough, and was resolved to make the best resistance he could. Accordingly, the next day he called his men together, among whom there were several Christian Arabs, and having armed them, and for their encouragement distributed some money among them, told them that he was fully purposed to act offensively, and, if possible, give the Saracens battle before they should come too near Aleppo. He was informed that the Saracen army was divided and weakened, a part being gone to Caesarea, another to Damascus, and a third into Egypt. Having thus inspirited his men, he marched forward with 12,000. Abu Ubaidah had sent before him Ka'b ibn Damara with 1,000 men, but with express orders not to fight till he had received information of the strength of the enemy. Yuqina's spies found Ka'b and his men resting themselves and watering their horses, quite secure and free from all apprehension of danger, upon which Yuqina laid an ambuscade, and then, with the rest of his men, fell upon the Saracens. The engagement was sharp, and the Saracens had the best of it at first, but the ambuscade breaking in upon them, they were in great danger of being overpowered with numbers. 170 of them being slain, and most of the rest being grievously wounded, that they were upon the very brink of despair, and cried out, Ya Mahomet, Ya Mahomet, O Mahomet, O Mahomet. However, with much difficulty they made shift to hold up till night parted them, earnestly expecting the coming of Abu Obeidah. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 26. The Saracen Conquest of Syria, A.D. 636, by Simon Ockley, Part 3. In the meantime, while Youkinna was going out with his forces to engage the Saracens, the wealthy and trading people of Aleppo, knowing very well how hard it would go with them if they should stand it out obstinately to the last and be taken by storm, resolved upon debate to go and make terms with Abu Obeidah, that, let Youkinna's success be what it would, they might be secure. As they were going back, they chanced to meet with one of Youkinna's officers, to whom they gave an account of the whole transaction. Upon this he hastened with all possible speed to his master, who was waiting with impatience for the morning, that he might dispatch Cobb and his men, whom the coming of the night had preserved. But hearing this news, he began to fear lest an attempt should be made upon the castle in his absence, and thought it safest to make the best of his way homeward. In the morning the Saracens were surprised to see no enemy, and wondered what was the matter with them. Cobb would have pursued them, but none of his men had any inclination to go with him, so they rested themselves, and in a little time Khalid and Abu Obeidah came up with the rest of the army. Abu Obeidah reminded Khalid of the obligation they were under to protect the Aleppians, now their confederates, who were likely to be exposed to the outrage and cruelty of Youkinna, for, in all probability, he would severely resent their defection. They therefore marched as fast as they could, and when they drew near Aleppo found that they had not been at all wrong in their apprehensions. Youkinna had drawn up his soldiers with the design to fall upon the townsmen, and threatened them with present death unless they would break their covenant with the Arabs and go out with him to fight them, and unless they brought out to him the first contriver and proposer of the convention. At last he fell upon them in good earnest, and killed about 300 of them. His brother John, who was in the castle, hearing a piteous outcry and lamentation, came down from the castle and entreated his brother to spare the people, representing to him that Jesus Christ had commanded us not to contend with our enemies, much less with those of our own religion. Youkinna told him that they had agreed with the Arabs and assisted them, which John excused, telling him that what they did was only for their own security, because they were no fighting men. In short, he took their part so long till he provoked his brother to that degree that he charged him with being the chief contriver and manager of the whole business, and at last, in a great passion, cut his head off. While he was murdering the unhappy Aleppians, Khalid, better late than never, came to their relief. Youkinna, perceiving his arrival, retired with a considerable number of soldiers into the castle. The Saracens killed that day 3,000 of his men. However, he prepared himself to sustain a siege, and planted engines upon the castle walls. Abu Obeidah next deliberated in a council of war what measures were most proper to be taken. Some were of opinion that the best way would be to besiege the castle with some part of the army, and let the rest be sent out to forage. Khalid would not hear of it, but was for attacking the castle at once with their whole force, that, if possible, it might be taken before fresh supplies could arrive from the emperor. This plan being adopted, they made a vigorous assault, in which they had as hard fighting as any in all the wars of Syria. The besieged made a noble defense, and threw stones from the walls in such plenty that a great many of the Saracens were killed, and a great many more maimed. Youkinna, encouraged with his success, determined to act on the offensive, and turn everything to advantage. The Saracens looked upon all the country as their own, and knowing that there was no army of the enemy near them, and fearing nothing less than an attack from the besieged, kept guard negligently. In the dead of night, therefore, Youkinna sent out a party who, as soon as the fires were out in the camp, fell upon the Saracens, and having killed about 60, carried off 50 prisoners. Khalid pursued and cut off about 100 of them, but the rest escaped to the castle with the prisoners, who by the command of Eukina were the next day beheaded in the sight of the Saracen army. Upon this, Eukina ventured once more to send out another party, having received information from one of his spies, most of which were Christian Arabs, that some of the Mussulmans were gone out to forage. They fell upon the Mussulmans, killed 130 of them, and seized all their camels, mules, and horses, which they either killed or hamstrung, and then they retired into the mountains, in hopes of lying hid during the day and returning to the castle in the silence of the night. In the meantime, some that had escaped brought the news to Abu Ubaidah, who sent Khalid and Durar to pursue the Christians. Coming to the place of the fight, they found their men and camels dead, and the country people making great lamentation, for they were afraid lest the Saracens should suspect them of treachery, and revenge upon them their loss. Falling down before Khalid, they told him they were altogether innocent, and had not in any way, either directly or indirectly, been instrumental in the attack, but that it was made solely by a party of horse that sallied from the castle. Khalid, having made them swear that they knew nothing more, and taking some of them for guides, closely watched the only passage by which the sallying party could return to the castle. When about a fourth part of the night was past, they perceived Eukina's men approaching, and, falling upon them, took 300 prisoners and killed the rest. The prisoners begged to be allowed to ransom themselves, but they were all beheaded the next morning in front of the castle. The Saracens pressed the siege for a while very closely, but perceiving that they made no way, Abu Ubaidah removed the camp about a mile's distance from the castle, hoping by this means to tempt the besieged to security and negligence in their watch, which might eventually afford him an opportunity of taking the castle by surprise. But all would not do, for Eukina kept a very strict watch and suffered not a man to stir out. The siege continued 4 months, and some say 5. In the meantime, Omar was very much concerned, having heard nothing from the camp in Syria. He wrote therefore to Abu Ubaidah, letting him know how tender he was over the Mussulmans, and what a great grief it was to him to hear no news of them for so long a time. Abu Ubaidah answered that Kinizrin, Hegira, and Aleppo were surrendered to him, only the castle of Aleppo held out, and that they had lost a considerable number of men before it, that he had some thoughts of raising the siege, and passing forward into that part of the country which lies between Aleppo and Antioch, but only he stayed for his answer. About the time that Abu Ubaidah's messengers reached Medina, there also arrived a considerable number of men out of the several tribes of the Arabs, to proffer their service to the Caliph. Omar ordered 70 camels to help their foot, and dispatched them into Syria, with a letter to Abu Ubaidah, in which he acquainted him that he was variously affected according to the different success they had met, but charged them by no means to raise the siege of the castle, for that would make them look little, and encourage their enemies to fall upon them on all sides. Wherefore, adds he, continue besieging it till God shall determine the event, and forage with your horse round about the country. Among those fresh supplies which Omar had just sent to the Saracen camp, there is a very remarkable man, whose name was Damas, of a gigantic size, and an admirable soldier. When he had been in the camp 47 days, and all the force and cunning of the Saracens availed nothing toward taking the castle, he desired Abu Ubaidah to let him have the command of 30 men, and he would try his best against it. Khalid had heard much of the man, and told Abu Ubaidah a long story of a wonderful performance of this Damas in Arabia, and that he looked upon him as a very proper person for such an undertaking. Abu Ubaidah selected 30 men to go with him, and bade them not to despise their commander because of the meanness of his condition, he being a slave, and swore that, but for the care of the whole army which lay upon him, he would be the first man that should go under him upon such an enterprise. To which they answered with entire submission and profound respect. Damas, who lay hid at no great distance, went out several times, and brought in with him 5 or 6 Greeks, but never a man of them understood one word of Arabic, which made him angry, and say, God curse these dogs, what a strange barbarous language they use. At last he went out again, and seeing a man descend from the wall, he took him prisoner, and by the help of a Christian Arab, whom he captured shortly afterward, examined him. He learned from him that immediately upon the departure of the Saracens, Eukina began to ill-use the townsmen who had made the convention with the Arabs, and to exact large sums of money of them, that he being one of them had endeavored to make his escape from the oppression and tyranny of Eukina by leaping down from the wall. Upon this, the Saracens let him go, as being under their protection by virtue of the articles made between Abu Obeidah and the Aleppians, but beheaded all the rest. In the evening, after having sent 2 of his men to Abu Obeidah, requesting him to order a body of horse to move forward to his support about sunrise, Damas has recourse to the following stratagem. Taking out of a knapsack a goat's skin, he covered with it his back and shoulders, and holding a dry crust in his hand, he crept on all fours as near to the castle as he could. When he heard a noise, or suspected anyone to be near, to prevent his being discovered, he began to make a noise with his crust, as a dog does when gnawing a bone. The rest of his company came after him, sometimes skulking and creeping along, at other times walking. When they came near to the castle, it appeared almost inaccessible. However, Damas was resolved to make an attempt upon it. Having found a place where the walls seemed easier to scale than elsewhere, he sat down upon the ground and ordered another to sit upon his shoulders, and so on till 7 of them had mounted up, each sitting upon the other's shoulders, and all leaning against the wall, so as to throw as much of their weight as possible upon it. Then he that was uppermost of all stood upright upon the shoulders of the second. Next, the second raised himself, and so on, all in order, till at last Damas himself stood up, bearing the weight of all the rest upon his shoulders, who, however, did all they could to relieve him by bearing against the wall. By this means the uppermost man could just make a shift to reach the top of the wall, while in an undertone they all cried, "O Apostle of God, help us and deliver us." When this man had got up on the wall, he found a watchman drunk and asleep. Seizing him hand and foot, he threw him down among the Saracens, who immediately cut him to pieces. 2 other sentinels, whom he found in the same condition, he stabbed with his dagger and threw down from the wall. He then let down his turban and drew up the second, they too the third, till at last Damas was drawn up, who enjoined them to wait there in silence while he went and looked about him. In this expedition he gained a sight of Euchina, richly dressed, sitting upon a tapestry of scarlet silk flowered with gold, and a large company with him, eating and drinking, and very merry. On his return he told his men that because of the great inequality of their numbers, he did not think it advisable to fall upon them then, but had rather wait till break of day, at which time they might look for help from the main body. In the meantime he went alone, and privately stabbing the sentinels, and setting open the gates, came back to his men, and bade them hasten to take possession of the gates. This was not done so quietly, but they were at last taken notice of, and the castle alarmed. There was no hope of escape for them, but everyone expected to perish. Damas behaved himself bravely, but, overpowered by superior numbers, he and his men were no longer able to hold up, when, as the morning began to dawn, Khalid came to their relief. As soon as the besieged perceived the Saracens rushing in upon them, they threw down their arms and cried, "Quarter!" Abu Obeidah was not far behind with the rest of the army. Having taken the castle, he proposed Mahometanism to the Christians. The first that embraced it was Euchina, and his example was followed by some of the chief men with him, who immediately had their wives and children and all their wealth restored to them. Abu Obeidah set the old and impotent people at liberty, and having set apart the 5th of the spoil, which was of great value, divided the rest among the Mussulmans. Damas was talked of and admired by all, and Abu Obeidah, in order to pay him marked respect, commanded the army to continue in their present quarters till he and his men should be perfectly cured of their wounds. Obeidah's next thoughts, after the capture of the castle of Aleppo, were to march to Antioch, then the seat of the Grecian emperor. But Euchina, the late governor of the castle of Aleppo, having, with the changing of his religion, become a deadly enemy of the Christians, persuaded him to defer his march to Antioch, till they had first taken the castle of Azaz. The armies before Antioch were drawn out in battle array in front of each other. The Christian general, whose name was Nestorius, went forward and challenged any Saracen to single combat. Damas was the first to answer him, but in the engagement, his horse stumbling, he was seized before he could recover himself, and, being taken prisoner, was conveyed by Nestorius to his tent, and there bound. Nestorius, returning to the army and offering himself a second time, was answered by one Dahak. The combatants behaved themselves bravely, and, the victory being doubtful, the soldiers were desirous of being spectators, and pressed eagerly forward. In the jostling and thronging both of horse and foot to see this engagement, the tent of Nestorius, with his chair of state, was thrown down. 3 servants had been left in the tent, who, fearing they should be beaten when their master came back, and having nobody else to help them, told Damas that if he would lend them a hand to set up the tent and put things in order, they would unbind him, upon condition that he should voluntarily return to his bonds again till their master came home, at which time they promised to speak a good word for him. He readily accepted the terms, but as soon as he was at liberty, he immediately seized 2 of them, one in his right hand, the other in his left, and dashed their 2 heads so violently against the third man's that they all 3 fell down dead upon the spot. Then, opening a chest and taking out a rich suit of clothes, he mounted a good horse of Nestorius's, and having wrapped up his face as well as he could, he made toward the Christian Arabs, where Jabalah, with the chief of his tribe, stood on the left hand of Heraclius. In the meantime, Dahak and Nestorius, being equally matched, continued fighting till both their horses were quite tired out, and they were obliged to part by consent to rest themselves. Nestorius, returning to his tent, and finding things in such confusion, easily guessed that Damas must be the cause of it. The news flew instantly through all the army, and everyone was surprised at the strangeness of the action. Damas, in the meantime, had gotten among the Christian Arabs, and striking off at one blow the man's head that stood next him, made a speedy escape to the Saracens. Antioch was not lost without a set battle, but through the treachery of Euchina and several other persons of note, together with the assistance of Durar and his company, who were mixed with Euchina's men, the Christians were beaten entirely. The people of the town, perceiving the battle lost, made agreement and surrendered, paying down 300,000 ducats, upon which Abu Obeidah entered into Antioch on Tuesday, being the 21st day of August, A.D. 638. Thus did that ancient and famous city, the seat of so many kings and princes, fall into the hands of the infidels. The beauty of the site and abundance of all things contributing to delight and luxury were so great that Abu Obeidah, fearing his Saracens should be effeminated with the delicacies of that place, and remit their wonted vigor and bravery, durst not let them continue there long. After a short halt of 3 days to refresh his men, he again marched out of it. Then he wrote a letter to the Caliph, in which he gave him an account of his great success in taking the metropolis of Syria, and of the flight of Heraclius to Constantinople, telling him withal what was the reason why he stayed no longer there, adding that the Saracens were desirous of marrying the Grecian women, which he had forbidden. He was afraid, he said, lest the love of the things of this world should take possession of their hearts and draw them off from their obedience to God. Constantine, the Emperor Heraclius' son, guarded that part of the country where Amru lay, with a considerable army. The weather was very cold, and the Christians were quite disheartened, having been frequently beaten and discouraged with the daily increasing power of the Saracens, so that a great many grew weary of the service and withdrew from the army. Constantine, having no hopes of victory and fearing lest the Saracens should seize Caesarea, took the opportunity of a tempestuous night to move off, and left his camp to the Saracens. Amru, acquainting Abu Obeidah with all that had happened, received express orders to march directly to Caesarea, where he promised to join him speedily, in order to go against Tripoli, Acre, and Tyre. A short time after this, Tripoli was surprised by the treachery of Euchina, who succeeded in getting possession of it on a sudden, and without any noise. Within a few days of its capture there arrived in the harbor about 50 ships from Cyprus and Crete, with provisions and arms which were to go to Constantine. The officers, not knowing that Tripoli was fallen into the hands of new masters, made no scruple of landing there, where they were courteously received by Euchina, who proffered the utmost of his service, and promised to go along with them, but immediately seized both them and their ships, and delivered the town into the hands of Khalid, who was just come. With these ships the traitor Euchina sailed to Tyre, where he told the inhabitants that he had brought arms and provisions for Constantine's army, upon which he was kindly received, and, landing, he was liberally entertained with 900 of his men, but being betrayed by one of his own soldiers, he and his crew were seized and bound, receiving all the while such treatment from the soldiers as their villainous practices well deserved. In the meantime, Yazid ibn Abu Sufyan, being detached by Abu Obeidah from the camp before Caesarea, came within sight of Tyre. The governor upon this caused Euchina and his men to be conveyed to the castle, and there secured, and prepared for the defense of the town. Perceiving that Yazid had with him but 2,000 men in all, he resolved to make a sally. In the meantime, the rest of the inhabitants ran up to the walls to see the engagement. While they were fighting, Youkinna and his men were set at liberty by one Basil, of whom they give the following account, viz., that this Basil, going one day to pay a visit to Hegira the monk, the caravan of the Qurayshites came by, with which were Khadijah's camels, under the care of Mahomet. As he looked toward the caravan, he beheld Mahomet in the middle of it, and above him there was a cloud to keep him from the sun. Then the caravan having halted, as Mahomet leaned against an old withered tree, it immediately brought forth leaves. Hegira, perceiving this, made an entertainment for the caravan, and invited them into the monastery. They all went, leaving Mahomet behind with the camels. Hegira, missing him, asked if they were all present. Yes, they said, all but a little boy we have left to look after their things and feed the camels. What is his name? Says Hegira. They told him, Mahomet ibn Abdallah. Hegira asked if his father and mother were not both dead, and if he was not brought up by his grandfather and his uncle. Being informed that it was so, he said, O Quraysh, set a high value upon him, for he is your Lord, and by him will your power be great, both in this world and that to come, for he is your ornament and glory. When they asked him how he knew that, Hegira answered, Because as you were coming, there was never a tree nor stone nor clod, but bowed itself and worshipped God. Moreover, Hegira told this Basil that a great many prophets had leaned against this tree and sat under it since it was first withered, but that it never bore any leaves before. And I heard him say, says this same Basil, This is the prophet concerning whom Isa, Jesus, spake. Happy is he that believes in him and follows him and gives credit to his mission. This Basil, after the visit to Hegira, had gone to Constantinople and other parts of the Greek emperor's territories, and upon information of the great success of the followers of this prophet, was abundantly convinced of the truth of his mission. This inclined him, having so fair an opportunity offered, to release Youkinna and his men, who, sending word to the ships, the rest of their forces landed and joined them. In the meantime, a messenger in disguise was sent to acquaint Yazid with what was done. As soon as he returned, Youkinna was for falling upon the townsmen upon the wall, but Basil said, Perhaps God might lead some of them into the right way, and persuaded him to place the men so as to prevent their coming down from the wall. This done, they cried out, La ilaha, etc. The people, perceiving themselves betrayed and the prisoners at liberty, were in the utmost confusion, none of them being able to stir a step or lift up a hand. The Saracens in the camp, hearing the noise in the city, knew what it meant, and, marching up, Youkinna opened the gates and let them in. Those that were in the city fled, some one way and some another, and were pursued by the Saracens and put to the sword. Those upon the wall cried, Quarter, but Yazid told them that since they had not surrendered, but the city was taken by force, they were all slaves. However, said he, we of our own accord set you free, upon condition you pay tribute, and if any of you has a mind to change his religion, he shall fare as well as we do. The greatest part of them turned Mahometans. When Constantine heard of the loss of Tripoli and Tyre, his heart failed him, and taking shipping with his family and the greater part of his wealth, he departed for Constantinople. All this while Amru ben el-As lay before Caesarea. In the morning, when the people came to inquire after Constantine, and could hear no tidings of him nor his family, they consulted together, and with one consent surrendered the city to Amru, paying down for their security 2,000 pieces of silver, and delivering into his hands all that Constantine had been obliged to leave behind him of his property. Thus was Caesarea lost in the year of our Lord 638, being the 17th year of the Hegira and the 5th of Omar's reign, which answers to the 29th year of the Emperor Heraclius. After the taking of Caesarea, all the other places in Syria which is yet held out, namely Ramla, Acre, Joppa, Ascalon, Gaza, Sichem or Nablus, and Tiberias surrendered, and in a little time after, the people of Bairo Zidon, Jabala, and Laodicea followed their example, so that there remained nothing more for the Saracens to do in Syria, who, in little more than 6 years from the time of their first expedition in Abu Bakr's reign, had succeeded in subduing the whole of that large, wealthy, and populous country. Syria did not remain long in the possession of those persons who had the chief hand in subduing it, for in the 18th year of the Hegira The mortality in Syria, both among men and beasts, was so terrible, particularly at Emmaus and the adjacent territory, that the Arabs called that year the year of destruction. By that pestilence the Saracens lost 25,000 men, among whom were Abu Obeidah, who was then 58 years old, Sir Jabal ibn Hazana, formerly Mahomet's secretary, and Yazid ibn Abu Sufyan, with several other officers of note. Khalid survived them about 3 years, and then died. But the place of his burial, consequently of his death, for they did not use in those days to carry them far, is uncertain. Some say at Hems, others at Medina. End of section 26.
Section 27 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4, by Rossiter Johnson, Charles F. Horn, and John Rudd. Saracens conquer Egypt. Destruction of the Library at Alexandria, A.D. 640, by Washington Irving. Who shall estimate the loss to civilization and the world that has been caused by the destruction of accumulated stores of books through the crass ignorance or stupid bigotry of benighted rulers? The chronicles record a number of such vandal acts. Huangti, one of China's greatest monarchs, he who built the Great Wall of China, attempted the complete extinction of literature in that country B.C. 213. That prince, being at one time strongly opposed by certain men of letters, expressed his hatred and contempt not only of the literary class, but of literature itself, and resorted to extreme measures of coercion. All books were proscribed, and orders issued to burn every work except those relating to medicine, agriculture, and science. The destruction was carried out with terrible completeness. The burning of the books was accompanied by the execution of 500 of the literati, and by the banishment of many thousands. The destruction of the Alexandrian library by command of Omar was as complete as the extinction of literature in China by Huangti as head of the Muslim religion. Omar, using the intrepid Amru, was vicariously proselytizing in true Mahometan style, in one hand offering the Koran, while the other extended the sword. After a successful campaign in Palestine, Omar's victorious banners were planted in the historic soil of the pharaohs. A protracted siege of 7 months found Amru master of the royal city of Alexandria. The library there was famed as the greatest magazine of literature. But this availed nothing with the ruthless Omar, for he doomed it to annihilation. Professor Thomas Smith says, "The library had been collected at fabulous expense of labor and money from all countries of the world. Its destruction was a wanton act, but its perpetrators showed, like the loving spouse of another noted personage, that, though on pleasure he was bent, he had a frugal mind. He did not consume the books on their shelves, or in whatever repositories contained them, although doubtless they would have made a beautiful blaze. He utilized them as fuel for heating the baths of the city, and we are told that they sufficed to heat the water for 4,000 such baths for 6 months. With an average share of persuasibility, when it is not against our will to be convinced, we stagger at the statement that 730,000 furnaces could have been supplied with fuel from the contents of even that magnificent palace, and therefore venture to suggest that the papyri and palm leaf manuscripts were used rather as fire lighters than as fuel. Even this is a rather large order, but undoubtedly the collection was enormous. The reason tradition ascribes to Omar for this act has never, so far as we know, been disputed till quite recently, when historical criticism has taken it in hand. The contents of these books are either in accordance with the teaching of the Koran, or they are opposed to it. If in accord, then they are useless, since the Koran itself is sufficient, and if in opposition, they are pernicious and must be destroyed. But the piecemeal destruction of many hundreds of thousands of manuscripts was no trifling task, even for a despotic caliph. A few escaped their doom. How, we do not know. Perhaps some officer annexed for himself some manuscript that struck him as specially beautiful. Or perhaps some stoker at some bath rejected one as slow of ignition. At all events, a few, probably very few, were preserved, and among them must have been copies of the writings of Euclid and Ptolemy, the elements of the one, the Almagest of the other. A proof of the religious infatuation, or the blind confidence in destiny, which hurried the Moslem commanders of those days into the most extravagant enterprises, is furnished in the invasion of the once proud empire of the Pharaohs, the mighty, the mysterious Egypt, with an army of merely 5,000 men. The Caliph Omar himself, though he had suggested this expedition, seems to have been conscious of its rashness, or rather to have been chilled by the doubts of his prime counselor Othman. For while Amru was on the march, he dispatched missives after him to the following effect: "If this epistle reach thee before thou hast crossed the boundary of Egypt, come instantly back. But if it find thee within the Egyptian territory, march on with the blessing of Allah, and be assured I will send thee all necessary aid." The bearer of the letter overtook Amru while yet within the bounds of Syria. That wary general either had secret information or made a shrewd surmise as to the purport of his errand, and continued his march across the border without admitting him to an audience. Having encamped at the Egyptian village of Arish, he received the courier with all due respect, and read the letter aloud in the presence of his officers. When he had finished, he demanded of those about him whether they were in Syria or Egypt. "In Egypt," was the reply. "Then," said Amru, "we will proceed with the blessing of Allah, and fulfill the commands of the Caliph." The first place to which he laid siege was Farwak, or Pelusium, situated on the shores of the Mediterranean, on the isthmus which separates that sea from the Arabian Gulf, and connects Egypt with Syria and Arabia. It was therefore considered the key to Egypt. A month's siege put Amru in possession of the place. He then examined the surrounding country with more forethought than was generally manifested by the Moslem conquerors, and projected a canal across the isthmus, to connect the waters of the Red Sea and the Mediterranean. His plan, however, was condemned by the Caliph as calculated to throw open Arabia to a maritime invasion of the Christians. Amru now proceeded to Misra, the Memphis of the ancients, and residence of the early Egyptian kings. This city was at that time the strongest fortress in Egypt, except Alexandria, and still retained much of its ancient magnificence. It stood on the western bank of the Nile, above the delta, and a little east of the pyramids. The citadel was of great strength and well garrisoned, and had recently been surrounded with a deep ditch, into which nails and spikes had been thrown to impede assailants. The Arab armies, rarely provided with the engines necessary for the attack of fortified places, generally beleaguered them, cut off all supplies, attacked all foraging parties that sallied forth, and thus destroyed the garrison in detail, or starved it to a surrender. This was the reason of the long duration of their sieges. This of Misra, or Memphis, lasted 7 months, in the course of which the little army of Amru was much reduced by frequent skirmishings. At the end of this time he received a reinforcement of 4,000 men, sent to him at his urgent entreaties by the Caliph. Still, his force would have been insufficient for the capture of the place, had he not been aided by the treachery of its governor, Muqawqis. This man, an original Egyptian, or Copt by birth, and of noble rank, was a profound hypocrite. Like most of the Copts, he was of the Jacobite sect, who denied the double nature of Christ. He had dissembled his sectarian creed, however, and deceived the Emperor Heraclius by a show of loyalty, so as to be made prefect of his native province and governor of the city. Most of the inhabitants of Memphis were Copts and Jacobite Christians, and held their Greek fellow citizens, who were of the regular Catholic Church of Constantinople, in great antipathy. Mokawkas, in the course of his administration, had collected by taxes and tribute an immense amount of treasure, which he had deposited in the citadel. He saw that the power of the emperor was coming to an end in this quarter, and thought the present a good opportunity to provide for his own fortune. Carrying on a secret correspondence with the Moslem general, he agreed to betray the place into his hands on condition of receiving the treasure as a reward for his treason. He accordingly, at an appointed time, removed the greater part of the garrison from the citadel to an island in the Nile. The fortress was immediately assailed by Amru at the head of his fresh troops, and was easily carried by assault, the Copts rendering no assistance. The Greek soldiery, on the Moslem standard being hoisted on the citadel, saw through the treachery, and giving up all as lost, escaped in their ships to the mainland, upon which the prefect surrendered the place by capitulation. An annual tribute of 2 ducats a head was levied on all the inhabitants of the district, with the exception of old men, women, and boys under the age of 16 years. It was further conditioned that the Moslem army should be furnished with provisions, for which they would pay, and that the inhabitants of the country should forthwith build bridges over all the streams on the way to Alexandria. It was also agreed that every Mussulman traveling through the country should be entitled to 3 days' hospitality, free of charge. The trader Mokawkas was put in possession of his ill-gotten wealth. He begged of Amru to be taxed with the Copts, and always to be enrolled among them, declaring his abhorrence of the Greeks and their doctrines, urging Amru to persecute them with unremitting violence. He extended his sectarian bigotry even into the grave, stipulating that at his death he should be buried in the Christian Jacobite Church of St. John at Alexandria. Amru, who was politic as well as brave, seeing the irreconcilable hatred of the Coptic or Jacobite Christians to the Greeks, showed some favor to that sect, in order to make use of them in his conquest of the country. He even prevailed upon their patriarch Benjamin to emerge from his desert and hold a conference with him, and subsequently declared that he had never conversed with a Christian priest of more innocent manners or venerable aspect. This piece of diplomacy had its effect, for we are told that all the Copts above and below Memphis swore allegiance to the Caliph. Amru now pressed on for the city of Alexandria, distant about 125 miles. According to stipulation, the people of the country repaired the roads and erected bridges to facilitate his march. The Greeks, however, driven from various quarters by the progress of their invaders, had collected at different posts on the island of the Delta and the channels of the Nile, and disputed with desperate but fruitless obstinacy the onward course of the conquerors. The severest check was given at Karam el-Shoraiq by the late garrison of Memphis, who had fortified themselves there after retreating from the island of the Nile. For 3 days did they maintain a gallant conflict with the Moslems, and then retired in good order to Alexandria. With all the facilities furnished to them on their march, it cost the Moslems 22 days to fight their way to that great city. Alexandria now lay before them, the metropolis of wealthy Egypt, the emporium of the East, a place strongly fortified, stored with all the munitions of war, open by sea to all kinds of supplies and reinforcements, and garrisoned by Greeks, aggregated from various quarters, who here were to make the last stand for their Egyptian empire. It would seem that nothing short of an enthusiasm bordering on madness could have led Amru and his host on an enterprise against this powerful city. The Moslem leader, on planting his standard before the place, summoned it to surrender on the usual terms, which, being promptly refused, he prepared for a vigorous siege. The garrison did not wait to be attacked, but made repeated sallies, and fought with desperate valor. Those who gave greatest annoyance to the Moslems were their old enemies, the Greek troops from Memphis. Amru, seeing that the greatest offense was from a main tower, or citadel, made a gallant assault upon it and carried it, sword in hand. The Greek troops, however, rallied to that point from all parts of the city. The Moslems, after a furious struggle, gave way, and Amru, his faithful slave Wardan, and one of his generals named Moslema ibn al-Muqallid, fighting to the last, were surrounded, overpowered, and taken prisoners. The Greeks, unaware of the importance of their captives, led them before the governor. He demanded of them haughtily what was their object in thus overrunning the world, and disturbing the quiet of peaceable neighbors. Amru made the usual reply that they came to spread the faith of Islam, and that it was their intention, before they laid by the sword, to make the Egyptians either converts or tributaries. The boldness of his answer and the loftiness of his demeanor awakened the suspicions of the governor, who, supposing him to be a warrior of note among the Arabs, ordered one of his guards to strike off his head. Upon this, Wardan the slave, understanding the Greek language, seized his master by the collar, and giving him a buffet on the cheek, called him an impudent dog, and ordered him to hold his peace and let his superiors speak. Moslema, perceiving the meaning of the slave, now interposed and made a plausible speech to the governor, telling him that Amru had thoughts of raising the siege, having received a letter to that effect from the Caliph, who intended to send ambassadors to treat for peace, and assuring the governor that, if permitted to depart, they would make a favorable report to Amru. The governor, who, if Arabian chronicles may be believed on this point, must have been a man of easy faith, ordered the prisoners to be set at liberty, but the shouts of the besieging army on the safe return of their general soon showed him how completely he had been duped. But scanty details of the siege of Alexandria have reached the Christian reader. Yet it was one of the longest, most obstinately contested, and sanguinary in the whole course of the Moslem wars. It endured 14 months with various success. The Moslem army was repeatedly reinforced and lost 23,000 men. At length their irresistible ardor and perseverance prevailed. The capital of Egypt was conquered, and the Greek inhabitants were dispersed in all directions. Some retreated in considerable bodies into the interior of the country, and fortified themselves in strongholds. Others took refuge in the ships and put to sea. Amru, on taking possession of the city, found it nearly abandoned. He prohibited his troops from plundering, and leaving a small garrison to guard the place, hastened with his main army in pursuit of the fugitive Greeks. In the meantime, the ships, which had taken off a part of the garrison, were still lingering on the coast, and tidings reached them that the Moslem general had departed, and had left the captured city nearly defenseless. They immediately made sail back for Alexandria, and entered the port in the night. The Greek soldiers surprised the sentinels, got possession of the city, and put most of the Moslems they found there to the sword. Amru was in full pursuit of the Greek fugitives when he heard of the recapture of the city. Mortified at his own negligence in leaving so rich a conquest with so slight a guard, he returned in all haste, resolved to retake it by storm. The Greeks, however, had fortified themselves strongly in the castle, and made stout resistance. Amru was obliged, therefore, to besiege it a second time, but the siege was short. The castle was carried by assault. Many of the Greeks were cut to pieces. The rest escaped once more to their ships, and now gave up the capital as lost. All this occurred in the 19th year of the Hegira, and the year 640 of the Christian era. On this second capture of the city by force of arms, and without capitulation, the troops were clamorous to be permitted to plunder. Amru again checked their rapacity, and commanded that all persons and property in the place should remain inviolate, until the will of the Caliph could be known. So perfect was his command over his troops that not the most trivial article was taken. His letter to the Caliph shows what must have been the population and splendor of Alexandria, and the luxury and effeminacy of its inhabitants at the time of the Moslem conquest. It states the city to have contained 4,000 palaces, 5,000 baths, 400 theaters and places of amusement, 12,000 gardeners, which supply it with vegetables, and 40,000 tributary Jews. It was impossible, he said, to do justice to its riches and magnificence. He had hitherto held it sacred from plunder, but his troops, having won it by force of arms, considered themselves entitled to the spoils of victory. The Caliph Omar, in reply, expressed a high sense of his important services, but reproved him for even mentioning the desire of the soldiery to plunder so rich a city, one of the greatest emporiums of the East. He charged him, therefore, most rigidly to watch over the rapacious propensities of his men, to prevent all pillage, violence, and waste, to collect and make out an account of all moneys, jewels, household furniture, and everything else that was valuable, to be appropriated toward defraying the expenses of this war of the faith. He ordered the tribute also, collected in the conquered country, to be treasured up at Alexandria for the supplies of the Moslem troops. The surrender of all Egypt followed the capture of its capital. A tribute of 2 ducats was laid on every male of mature age, besides a tax on all lands in proportion to their value, and the revenue which resulted to the Caliph is estimated at 12 million of ducats. It is well known that Amru was a poet in his youth, and throughout all his campaigns he manifested an intelligent and inquiring spirit. If not more highly informed, at least more liberal and extended in its views than was usual among the early Moslem conquerors. He delighted in his hours of leisure to converse with learned men, and acquire through their means such knowledge as had been denied to him by the deficiency of his education. Such a companion he found at Alexandria in a native of the place, a Christian of the sect of the Jacobites, eminent for his philological researches, his commentaries on Moses and Aristotle, and his laborious treatises of various kinds, surnamed Philoponus, from his love of study, but commonly known by the name of John the Grammarian. An intimacy soon arose between the Arab conqueror and the Christian philologist, an intimacy honorable to Amru, but destined to be lamentable in its result to the cause of letters. In an evil hour, John the Grammarian, being encouraged by the favor shown him by the Arab general, revealed to him a treasure hitherto unnoticed, or rather unvalued by the Moslem conquerors. This was a vast collection of books or manuscripts, since renowned in history as the Alexandrian Library. Perceiving that in taking an account of everything valuable in the city, and sealing up all its treasures, Amru had taken no notice of the books, John solicited that they might be given to him. Unfortunately, the learned zeal of the grammarian gave a consequence to the books in the eyes of Amru, and made him scrupulous of giving them away without permission of the Caliph. He forthwith wrote to Omar, stating the merits of John, and requesting to know whether the books might be given to him. The reply of Omar was laconic but fatal. "The contents of those books," said he, "are in conformity with the Koran, or they are not. If they are, the Koran is sufficient without them. If they are not, they are pernicious. Let them, therefore, be destroyed. Amru, it is said, obeyed the order punctually. The books and manuscripts were distributed as fuel among the 5,000 baths of the city, but so numerous were they that it took 6 months to consume them. This act of barbarism, recorded by Abul Faragius, is considered somewhat doubtful by Gibbon, in consequence of its not being mentioned by two of the most ancient chroniclers, Mason in his Saracenic history and Eutychius in his Annals, the latter of whom was Patriarch of Alexandria and has detailed the conquest of that city. It is inconsistent, too, with the character of Amru as a poet and a man of superior intelligence, and it has recently been reported, we know not on what authority, that many of the literary treasures thus said to have been destroyed do actually exist in Constantinople. Their destruction, however, is generally credited and deeply deplored by historians. Amru, as a man of genius and intelligence, may have grieved at the order of the Caliph, while, as a loyal subject and faithful soldier, he felt bound to obey it. The fall of Alexandria decided the fate of Egypt, and likewise that of the Emperor Heraclius. He was already afflicted with a dropsy, and took the loss of his Syrian, and now that of his Egyptian dominions, so much to heart, that he underwent a paroxysm, which ended in his death, about 7 weeks after the loss of his Egyptian capital. He was succeeded by his son Constantine. While Amru was successfully extending his conquests, a great dearth and famine fell upon all Arabia, insomuch that the Caliph Omar had to call upon him for supplies from the fertile plains of Egypt. Whereupon Amru dispatched such a train of camels laden with grain that it is said when the first of the line had reached the city of Medina, the last had not yet left the land of Egypt. But this mode of conveyance proving too tardy, at the command of the Caliph, he dug a canal of communication from the Nile to the Red Sea, a distance of 80 miles, by which provisions might be conveyed to the Arabian shores. This canal had been commenced by Trajan, the Roman emperor. The able and indefatigable Amru went on in this manner, executing the commands and fulfilling the wishes of the Caliph, and governing the country he had conquered with such sagacity and justice that he rendered himself one of the most worthily renowned among the Moslem generals. The life and reign of the Caliph Omar, distinguished by such great and striking events, were at length brought to a sudden and sanguinary end. Among the Persians who had been brought as slaves to Medina was one named Firuz, of the sect of the Magi, or fire worshippers. Being taxed daily by his master 2 pieces of silver out of his earnings, he complained of it to Omar as an extortion. The Caliph inquired into his condition, and finding that he was a carpenter and expert in the construction of windmills, replied that the man who excelled in such a handicraft could well afford to pay 2 dirhams a day. "Then," muttered Firuz, "I'll construct a windmill for you that shall keep grinding until the day of judgment." Omar was struck with his menacing air. "The slave threatens me," said he calmly. "If I were disposed to punish anyone on suspicion, I should take off his head." He suffered him, however, to depart without further notice. 3 days afterward, as he was praying in the mosque, Firuz entered suddenly and stabbed him thrice with a dagger. The attendants rushed upon the assassin. He made furious resistance, slew some and wounded others, until one of his assailants threw his vest over him and seized him, upon which he stabbed himself to the heart and expired. Religion may have had some share in prompting this act of violence, perhaps revenge for the ruin brought upon his native country. "God be thanked," said Omar, "that he by whose hand it was decreed I should fall was not a Moslem." The Caliph gathered strength sufficient to finish the prayer in which he had been interrupted. "For he who deserts his prayers," said he, "is not in Islam." Being taken to his house, he languished 3 days without hope of recovery, but could not be prevailed upon to nominate a successor. "I cannot presume to do that," said he, "which the Prophet himself did not do." Some suggested that he should nominate his son Abdallah. "Omar's family," said he, "has had enough in Omar, and needs no more." He appointed a council of 6 persons to determine as to the succession after his decease, all of whom he considered worthy of the caliphate, though he gave it as his opinion that the choice would be either Ali or Othman. "Shouldst thou become caliph," said he to Ali, "do not favor thy relatives above all others, nor place the house of Hashim on the neck of all mankind." And he gave the same caution to Othman in respect to the family of Umayyah. Ibn Abbas and Ali now spoke to him in words of comfort, setting forth the blessings of Islam, which had crowned his administration, and that he would leave no one behind him who could charge him with injustice. "Testify this for me," said he earnestly, "at the day of judgment." They gave him their hands in promise, but he exacted that they should give him a written testimonial, and that it should be buried with him in the grave. Having settled all his worldly affairs, and given directions about his sepulture, he expired, the 7th day after his assassination, in the 63rd year of his age, after a triumphant reign of 10 years and 6 months. 3 days after the death of Omar, Othman ibn Affan was elected as his successor. He was 70 years of age at the time of his election. He was tall and swarthy, and his long gray beard was tinged with henna. He was strict in his religious duties, but prone to expense and lavish of his riches. "In the conquest of Syria, Persia, and Egypt," says a modern writer, "the fresh and vigorous enthusiasm of the personal companions and proselytes of Mahomet was exercised and expended, and the generation of warriors whose simple fanaticism had been inflamed by the teaching of the pseudo-prophet was in a great measure consumed in the sanguinary and perpetual toils of 10 arduous campaigns." We shall now see the effect of those conquests on the national character and habits. The avidity of place and power and wealth superseding religious enthusiasm, and the enervating luxury and soft voluptuousness of Syria and Persia sapping the rude but masculine simplicity of the Arabian desert. Above all, the single-mindedness of Mahomet and his 2 immediate successors is at an end. Other objects besides the mere advancement of Islamism distract the attention of its leading professors, and the struggle for worldly wealth and worldly sway, for the advancement of private ends, and the aggrandizement of particular tribes and families, destroy the unity of the empire, and beset the caliphate with intrigue, treason, and bloodshed. It was a great matter of reproach against the Caliph Othman that he was injudicious in his appointments, and had an inveterate propensity to consult the interests of his relatives and friends before that of the public. One of his greatest errors in this respect was the removal of Amru ben Alas from the government of Egypt, and the appointment of his own foster brother Abdallah ibn Sa'ad in his place. This was the same Abdallah who, in acting as amanuensis to Mahomet and writing down his revelations, had interpolated passages of his own, sometimes of a ludicrous nature. For this and for his apostasy he had been pardoned by Mahomet at the solicitation of Othman, and had ever since acted with apparent zeal, his interest coinciding with his duty. He was of a courageous spirit, and one of the most expert horsemen of Arabia, but what might have fitted him to command a horde of the desert was insufficient for the government of a conquered province. He was new and inexperienced in his present situation. whereas Amru had distinguished himself as a legislator as well as a conqueror, and had already won the affections of the Egyptians by his attention to their interests and his respect for their customs and habitudes. His dismission was therefore resented by the people, and a disposition was manifested to revolt against the new governor. The Emperor Constantine, who had succeeded to his father Heraclius, hastened to take advantage of these circumstances. A fleet and army were sent against Alexandria under a prefect named Manuel. The Greeks in the city secretly cooperated with him, and the metropolis was, partly by force of arms, partly by treachery, recaptured by the imperialists without much bloodshed. Othman, made painfully sensible of the error he had committed, hastened to revoke the appointment of his foster brother, and reinstated Amru in the command in Egypt. That able general went instantly against Alexandria with an army, in which were many Copts, irreconcilable enemies of the Greeks. Among these was the traitor Mucaucus, who, from his knowledge of the country and his influence among its inhabitants, was able to procure abundant supplies for the army. The Greek garrison defended the city bravely and obstinately. Amru, at having thus again to lay siege to a place which he had twice already taken, swore by Allah that if he should master it a third time, he would render it as easy of access as a brothel. He kept his word, for when he took the city, he threw down the walls and demolished all the fortifications. He was merciful, however, to the inhabitants, and checked the fury of the Saracens, who were slaughtering all they met. A mosque was afterward erected on the spot at which he stayed the carnage, called the Mosque of Mercy. Manuel, the Greek general, found it expedient to embark with all speed, with such of his troops as he could save, and make sail for Constantinople. Scarce, however, had Amru quelled every insurrection and secured the Moslem domination in Egypt, when he was again displaced from the government, and Abdallah ibn Sa'ad appointed a second time in his stead. Abdallah had been deeply mortified by the loss of Alexandria, which had been ascribed to his incapacity. He was emulous, too, of the renown of Amru, and felt the necessity of vindicating his claims to command by some brilliant achievement. The north of Africa presented a new field for Moslem enterprise. We allude to that vast tract extending west from the desert of Libya or Barca to Cape Nun, embracing more than 2,000 miles of sea coast, comprehending the ancient divisions of Mamarica, Cyrenaica, Carthage, Numidia, and Mauritania, or, according to modern geographical destinations, Barca, Tripoli, Tunis, Algiers, and Morocco. Toward this rich land of promise, yet virgin of Islamitish seed, Abdallah, at the head of the victorious Saracens, now hopefully bent his ambitious steps. End of section 27.
Section 28 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in April 2020. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Evolution of the Dogeship in Venice, A.D. 697. William Carew Hazlitt. The early authentic history of Venice is intimately connected with that of the Lombards, of whom the first mention is made by Paterculus, the Roman historian, who wrote during the first quarter of the 1st century of our era. He speaks of the Langobardi, Lombards, as dwelling on the west bank of the Elbe. Tacitus also mentions them in his Germany. From the Elbe they wandered to the Danube, and there encountered the Gepidae, a branch of the Goths. The Lombards subdued this tribe after a contest of 30 years. By this victory, Alboin, the young Lombard king, rose to great power and fame. His beauty and renown were sung by German peasants even in the days of Charlemagne. His name crossed the Alps and fell, with a foreboding sound, upon the startled ears of the Italians, and toward Italy he turned for conquest. From Scythia and Germany, adventurous youth flocked to his standard. Many clans and various religions were represented in his ranks, but these diversities were overshadowed by a common devotion to the hero leader. In 568, the Lombards marched from Pannonia into Italy, conquered the northern part, still called Lombardy, and founded the kingdom of that name, which was afterward greatly extended and existed until overthrown by Charlemagne in 774. Before the invading hosts of Alboin, wealthy inhabitants of the larger cities of the province of Venetia fled to the islands of Venice, where earlier fugitives had sought shelter from King Attila and his Huns. A thriving maritime community had been established, which about this time had developed into a semi-independent protectorate of the Byzantine or Eastern Empire, attached to the Exarchate of Ravenna. Afterward, Venice underwent many political changes, among which one of the most interesting to students of history is that of the institution of the Dogeship as hereafter related. This step was taken for more than one reason of internal organization and policy, and it was also made urgent by the encroachments of the Lombards, which had become a menace to Venetian territory and commerce. The Republic, Venetian, on her part, contemplated with inquietude the rise of one monarchy after another on the skirts of the lagoon, for the Venetians not unnaturally feared that as soon as these fresh usurpers had established themselves, they might form the design of adding the islands of the Adriatic to their dominion, and of acquiring possession of the commercial advantages which belonged to the situation held by the settlers. For the Lombards, though not ranking among maritime communities, were not absolutely strangers to the laws of navigation, or to the use of ships, which might place them in a position to reduce to their control a small, feeble, and thinly peopled area, separated from their own territories only by a narrow and terraqueous strait. Moreover, the predatory visits of Leopus, Duke of Friuli, whose followers traversed the canals at low tide on horseback, and despoiled the churches of Heraclea, Aquilo, and Grado, soon afforded sufficient proof that the equestrian skill of the strangers was capable of supplying to some extent any deficiency in nautical knowledge. Venice at present formed a federative state, united by the memory of a common origin and the sense of a common interest. The Arengo, which met at Heraclea, the parent capital, at irregular intervals to deliberate on matters of public concern, was too numerous and too schismatical to exercise immediate control over the nation, and each island was consequently governed, after the abolition of the primeval consulate, in the name of the people, by a Gastaldo or tribune, whose power, nominally limited, was virtually absolute. This administration had lasted nearly 2 centuries and a half, during which period the Republic passed through a cruel ordeal of anarchy, oppression, and bloodshed. The tribunes conspired against each other, the people rebelled against the tribunes. Family rose against family, clan against clan. Sanguinary affrays were of constant occurrence on the thinly peopled Lidi and amid the pine woods, with which much of the surface was covered, and it is related that in one instance at least the bodies of the dead were left to be devoured by beasts and birds of prey, which then haunted the more thickly afforested parts. Jealousy and intolerance of the pretensions of Heraclea to a paramount voice in the policy of the community may be securely assigned as the principal and permanent source of friction and disagreement. But the predominance of that township seems to have resisted every effort of the others to supplant its central authority and wide sphere of influence, and during centuries it preserved its power through its ostensible choice as the residence of the most capable and influential citizens. The scandalous and destructive outrages attendant on the rule of the tribunes had become a vast constitutional evil. They sapped the general prosperity, they obstructed trade and industries, they made havoc on people and private property, they banished safety and repose, and they impoverished and scandalized the church. The depredations of the Lombards, which grew in the course of time bolder and more systematic in their character, certainly indicated great weakness on the part of the government. Yet it was equally certain that the weakness proceeded less from the want than from the division of strength. The sacrilegious inroads were not without their beneficial results, for they afforded those who might be disposed to institute reforms an admirable ground not only for bringing the matter more closely and immediately under the public observation, but they enlisted in the cause the foremost ecclesiastics, who might recognize in this internal disunion a danger of interminable attacks and depredations from without, if not an eventual loss of political independence, and, accordingly, in the course of the spring of 697 to 698, the Patriarch of Grado himself submitted to the Arengo at Heraclea a scheme which had been devised by him and his friends for changing the government. The proposal of the metropolitan was to divest the tribunes of the sovereignty and to have once more a magistrate, capo dei tribuni, in whom all power might be concentrated. His title was to be duke. His office was to be for life. With him was to rest the whole executive machinery. He was to preside over the synod as well as the Arengo, either of which it was competent for him to convoke or dissolve at pleasure. Merely spiritual matters of a minor nature were alone, in future, to be entrusted to the clergy. And all acts of convocations, the ordination of a priest or deacon, the election of a patriarch or bishop, were to be subject to the final sanction of the ducal throne. In fact, the latter became virtually and in all material respects autocrat of Venice, not merely the tribunes, but even the hierarchy which was so directly instrumental in creating the dignity, having now no higher function than that of advisers and administrators under his direction, and it was in matters of general or momentous concern only that the Republic expected her first magistrate to seek the concurrence or advice of the National Convention. In a newly formed society, placed in the difficult situation in which the Republic found herself at the close of the 7th century, and where also a superstitious reverence for the pontiff might at present exist, apart from considerations of interest, it ought to create no surprise that the Patriarch and his supporters should have formed a unanimous determination, and have taken immediate steps to procure the adhesion of the Holy See, before the resolutions of the popular assembly were definitively carried into effect. This measure simply indicates the character of the opinions which were received at the time in Europe, as well as the strong consciousness on the part of the Patriarch, and those who acted with him, of the expediency of throwing the voice and countenance of the Church into the scale alike against the tribunicial oligarchy and against local jealousies and prejudices. There was perhaps in this case the additional inducement that the proposal to invest the Doge with supreme power and jurisdiction over the Church, as well as over the State, might seem to involve an indirect surrender, either now or hereafter, on the part of the Holy See of some of its power, as a high priest or grand pontiff, who was also a secular prince, might prove less pliant than an ordinary liegeman of the Church. But the men of 697 acted, as we must allow, sagaciously enough, when they presented their young country to the consideration of the papacy as possessing a party of order, into which the Church entered, and from which it now stood conspicuously and courageously out to take this very momentous initiative. The creation of an ecclesiastical system had been one of the foremost aims of the first founders, who discerned in the transplantation of the churches of the terra firma and their familiar pastors to the islands the most persuasive reconcilement of the fugitives to a hard and precarious lot, and after all the intervening years it was the elders of the Church who once more stepped forward and delivered their views on the best plan for healing discord, and making life in the lagoons tolerable for all. They sought some system of rule, after trying several, which would enable them to live in peace at home, and to gain strength to protect themselves from enemies. They would have been the most far-seeing of human beings if they had formed a suspicion of what kind of superstructure they were laying on the foundation. The nearest model for their adoption or imitation was the Lombard type of government almost under their very eyes, and so far as the difference of local postulates suffered, it was that to which they had recourse when they vested their new chieftain undivided jurisdiction, but primarily military attributes and a title then recognized as having, above all, a military significance. On the receipt of the desired reply, the Patriarch lost no time in calling on the National Assembly to follow up their late vote to its legitimate consequences, and the choice of the people fell on Pauluccio Anafesto, a native of Heraclea, whose name occurs here for the first time, but who may have supposed to have had some prominent share in promoting the late revolution. Anafesto was conducted to a chair which has been prepared for him in his parish church, and solemnly invested by the metropolitan with the insignia of authority, one of which is said to have been an ivory scepter, a symbol and a material borrowed from the Romans. It is not an unusual misconception that this organic change in the government involved the simultaneous extinction of the tribunicial office and title. But the truth is that the tribunes continued to exercise municipal and subordinate functions many generations after the revolution of 697. Each island of importance, such as Malamocco and Equilo, had its own tribune, while of the smaller islands several contributed to form a tribunate or governorship, and office, though neither strictly nor properly hereditary, still preserved its tendency to perpetuate itself in a limited number of families. It is only subsequently to the 12th century that less is heard of the tribunes, and the progress of administrative reform led to the gradual disappearance of this old feudal element in the constitution. In the time of Anafesto, the larger islands of the Dogado formed the seats of powerful factions. The disproportion in point of influence between the crown and the tribune of Malamocco or the tribune of Equilo was but slightly marked, and the abolition of that magistracy was a much more sweeping measure than the first makers of a doge would have dared to propose. The military complexion of the ducal authority was not confined to the personal character of the supreme officer of state, for under him, not as a novel element in the constitution, but as one which pre-existed side by side with the tribunicial system, served a master of the soldiers, whom there is a fairly solid ground for regarding as second to the doge or duke in precedence, and above the civil tribunes of the respective townships. To find in so small and imperfectly developed a state the two leading functionaries or ingredients deriving their appellations from a command and control over the rude feudal militia might alone warrant the conclusion that the most essential requirement of Venice, even when it had so far modified the form of administration, was felt to be the possession, under responsible direction, of a means of securing internal order and withstanding external aggression, if it were not the case that from the Gothic era onward we hear of scholae militiae cum patronis, manifestly the schools of instruction for the body over which the magister militum presided. These seminaries existed in the days of the exarch Narses, generations before a doge was given to Venice. Yet, through all the time which has now elapsed since the first erection of a separate political jurisdiction, not only the Church, on which such stress was at the very outset laid, but a civil government and regulations for trade and shipping must have been active forces, always tending to grow in strength and coherence. The Venetians, in constructing by degrees, and even somewhat at random, a constitutional fabric, very naturally followed the precedents and models which they found in the regions which bordered on them, and from which their forefathers had emigrated. The Lombard system, which was of far longer duration than its predecessors on the same soil, borrowed as much as possible from that which the invaders saw in use and favor among the conquered, and the earliest institutions of the only community not subjugated by their arms were counterparts either of the Lombard, the Roman, or the Greek customary law. The Doge, in some respects, enjoyed an authority similar to that which the Romans had vested in their ancient kings, but, while he was clothed with full ecclesiastical jurisdiction, he did not personally discharge the sacerdotal functions or assume a sacerdotal title. The Latins had had their magistri populi, and in the Middle Ages they recognized at Naples and at Amalfi a master of the soldiers, at Lucca, Verona, and elsewhere a captain of the people. But all these magistrates were in possession of the supreme power, were kings in everything save the name, and the interesting suggestion presents itself that in the case of Venice, the master of the soldiers had been part of the tribunicial organization, if not of the consular one, and that one of the tribunes officiated by rotation, bearing to the Republic the same sort of relationship as the Bretwalda bore to the other Anglo-Saxon reguli. There can be no doubt that Venice kept in view the prototypes transmitted by Rome, and learned at last to draw a comparison between the two empires, and down to the 15th century the odor of the conscript fathers lingered in the Venetian fancy. Subsequently to the entrance of the dux, duke, or doge on the scene, and the shrinkage of the tribunicial power to more departmental or municipal proportions, the master of the soldiers, whatever he may have been before, became a subordinate element in the administration. His duties must have certainly embraced the management of the militia and the maintenance of the doge's peace within the always widening pale of the ducal abode. He was next in rank to the crown or throne. Thus we perceive that, after a series of trials, the Venetians eventually reverted to the form of government which appeared to be most agreeable, on the whole, to their conditions and genius. The consula triumviri, not perhaps quite independent of external influences, were originally adopted as a temporary expedient. The tribunes, who next succeeded, had a duration of 250 years. Their common fasti are scanty and obscure, and we gain only occasional glimpses of a barbarous federal administration which barely sufficed to fulfill the most elementary wants of a rising society of traders. They were alike, more or less, a machinery of primitive type, deficient in central force, and without any safeguards against the abuse of authority, without any definite theory of legislation and police. The century and a half which intervened between the abrogation of monarchy in the person of a tribune and its revival in the person of a doge, 574 to 697, beheld the Republic laboring under the feeble and enervating sway of rival aristocratic houses, on which the sole check was the urban body subsequently to emerge into importance and value as the militia of the 6 wards, and its commandant, the master of the soldiers. But while the institution of the Dogeship brought with it a certain measure of equilibrium and security, it left the political framework in almost every other respect untouched. The work of reform and consolidation had merely commenced. The first stone only had been laid of a great and enduring edifice. The first permanent step had been taken toward the unification of a group of insular clanships into a homogeneous society with a sense of common interests. The late tribunitial ministry has transmitted to us as its monument little beyond the disclosure of a chronic disposition to tyranny and periodical fluctuations of preponderance. The so-called chair of Attila at Torcello is supposed to have been the seat where the officer presiding over that district long held his court sub dio. The Doge Anafesto appears to have pacified, by his energy and tact, the intestine discord by which his country had suffered so much and so long, and the Aquiles especially, who had risen in open revolt and had refused to pay their proportion of tithes, were persuaded, after some fierce struggles in the Pineto or pine woods, which still covered much of the soil, to return to obedience. The civil war which had lately broken out between Aquilo and Heraclea was terminated by the influential mediation of one of the tribunes, and the Lombards now condescended to ratify a treaty, assigning to the Venetians the whole of the territory lying between the Greater and Lesser Piave, empowering the Republic to erect boundary lines, and prohibiting either of the contracting parties from building a stronghold within 10 miles of those lines. A settlement of confines between two such close neighbors was of the highest importance and utility. But still a more momentous principle was here involved. The Republic had exercised a clear act of sovereign independence. It had made its first Italian treaty. This was a proud step and a quotable precedent. End of section 28.
Section 29 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Blakely. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Saracens in Spain, Battle of the Guadalete, A.D. 711, Ahmed ibn Mahomet, Al-Makkari. When assailed by the Saracen power, the Gothic kingdom in Spain, which had endured for 3 centuries, had long been suffering a decline. Political disorders and social demoralization had made its conditions such as might well invite the Muslim armies, flushed with victories on the African side, to cross the narrow Strait of Gibraltar for new conquests. The final subjection of North Africa had been accomplished by the Arab general Musa ibn Nusayr, only the fortress of Ceuta on the shore of the strait still remaining in possession of the Goths. The Saracens knew that a fresh revolution in Spain had placed on the throne Roderick, who proved to be the last of the Gothic kings. At Ceuta, the commandant, Count Julian, when he was attacked, made a feeble defense, virtually betraying the post into the hands of the Muslims. The reason, according to some authorities, for the defection of Ilian was his desire to avenge an injury inflicted upon him by Roderick, who is said to have dishonored Ilian's daughter, the Lady Florinda. Others attribute the treason of Ilian to his real loyalty to the rivals of Roderick, the latter being regarded by him as a usurper. It is recorded that Ilian proposed to Musa the conquest of Andalusia, whose wealth and productiveness and other natural attractions he glowingly described. The people, Ilian declared, were enervated by reason of prolonged peace, and were destitute of arms. He was induced entirely to desert the Gothic cause, and joined the Muslims, and made a successful incursion into the country of his former friends, returning to Africa loaded with spoil. From this time Ilian served under the Muslim standard. Another invasion was made by the Saracens with like results, and then Musa, having received authority from the Caliph, prepared to enter upon the conquest of Spain. The events which followed were not only of great moment in the affairs of that country, but foreshadowed others which seemed to involve the fate of Europe and of Christendom in the outcome of the Mahometan advance. Musa strengthened himself in his intention of invading Andalusia. To this effect he called a free slave of his, to whom he had on different occasions entrusted important commands in his armies, and whose name was Tariq ibn Zayd ibn Abdillah, a native of Hamdan in Persia, although some pretend that he was not a freedman of Musa ibn Nasr, but a freed-born man of the tribe of Sadf, while others make him a Mali of Lam. It is even asserted that some of his posterity, who lived in Andalusia, rejected with indignation the supposition of their ancestor having ever been a liberated slave of Musa ibn Nasr. Some authors, and they are the greatest number, say that he was a Berber. To this Tariq, therefore, the Arabian governor of Africa committed the important trust of conquering the kingdom of Andalusia, for which end he gave him the command of an army of 7,000 men, chiefly Berbers and slaves, very few only being genuine Arabs. To accompany and guide Tariq on this expedition, Musa sent Ilian, who provided 4 vessels from the ports under his command, the only places on the coast where vessels were at the time built. Everything being got ready, a division of the army crossed that arm of the sea which divides Andalusia from Africa, and landed with Tariq at the foot of the mountain, which afterward received his name, on a Saturday in the month of Shaban, of the year of the Hegira, 92, July 711, answering to the month of August, and the 4 vessels were sent back, and crossed and recrossed until the rest of Tariq's men were safely put on shore. It is otherwise said that Tariq landed on the 24th of Rajab, June 19th, A.D. 711, in the same year. Another account makes the number of men embarked on this occasion amount to 12,000, all but 16, a number consisting almost entirely of Berbers, there being but few Arabs among them, but the same writer agrees that Ilian transported this force at various times to the coast of Andalusia in merchant vessels, whence collected it is not known, and that Tariq was the last man on board. Various historians have recorded 2 circumstances concerning Tariq's passage and his landing on the coast of Andalusia, which we consider worthy of being transcribed. They say that while he was sailing across that arm of the sea which separates Africa from Andalusia, he saw in a dream the Prophet Mahomet, surrounded by Arabs of the Muhajir and Ansar, who with unsheathed swords and bended bows stood close by him, and that he had heard the Prophet say, "Take courage, O Tariq, and accomplish what thou art destined to perform," and that having looked round him, he saw the messenger of God, who with his companions was entering Andalusia. Tariq then awoke from his sleep, and delighted with this good omen, hastened to communicate the miraculous circumstance to his followers, who were much pleased and strengthened. Tariq himself was so much struck by the apparition that from that moment he never doubted of victory. The same writers have preserved another anecdote, which sufficiently proves the mediation of the Almighty in permitting that the conquest of Andalusia should be achieved by Tariq. Directly after his landing on the rock, Musa's freedmen brought his forces upon the plain, and began to overrun and lay waste the neighboring country. While he was thus employed, an old woman from Algeciras presented herself to him, and among other things told him what follows. "Thou must know, O stranger, that I had once a husband, who had the knowledge of future events, and I have repeatedly heard him say to the people of this country that a foreign general would come to this island and subject it to his arms. He described him to me as a man of prominent forehead, and such I see is thine. He told me also that the individual designated by the prophecy would have a black mole covered with hair on his left shoulder. Now, if thou hast such a mark on thy body, thou art undoubtedly the person intended." When Tariq heard the old woman's reasoning, he immediately laid his shoulder bare, and the mark being found as predicted upon the left one, both he and his companions were filled with delight at the good omen. Ibn Hayyan's account does not materially differ from those of the historians from whom we have quoted. He agrees in saying that Ilian, lord of Ceuta, incited Musa ibn Nasr to make the conquest of Andalusia, and that this he did out of revenge and moved by the personal enmity and hatred he had conceived against Roderick. He makes Tariq's army amount only to 7,000, mostly Berbers, which he says crossed in 4 vessels provided by Ilian. According to his account, Tariq landed on Saturday in the month of Shaban of the year of 92, and the vessels that brought him and his men on shore were immediately sent back to Africa, and never ceased going backward and forward until the whole of the army was safely landed on the shores of Andalusia. On the other side, Ibn Khaldun reckons the army under the orders of Tariq at 300 Arabs and 10,000 Berbers. He says that before starting on his expedition, Tariq divided his army into 2 corps, he himself taking the command of one and placing the other under the immediate orders of Tarif an-Najai. Tariq with his men landed at the foot of the rock now called Jabalu el-Fatah, the mountain of the entrance, and which then received his name and was called Jebel Tariq, the mountain of Tariq, while his companion Tarif landed on the island afterward called after him Jazira Tarif, the island of Tarif. In order to provide for the security of their respective armies, both generals selected, soon after their landing, a good encampment, which they surrounded with walls and trenches, for no sooner had the news of their landing spread than the armies of the Goths began to march against them from all quarters. No sooner did Tariq set his foot in Andalusia than he was attacked by a Goth named Tudmir, Theodemir, whom Roderick had entrusted the defense of that frontier. Theodemir, who is the same general who afterward gave his name to a province of Andalusia, called Belad Tudmir, the country of Theodemir, having tried, although in vain, to stop the impetuous career of Tariq's men, dispatched immediately a messenger to his master, apprising him how Tariq and his followers had landed in Andalusia. He also wrote him a letter thus conceived: "This our land has been invaded by people whose name, country, and origin are unknown to me. I cannot even tell whence they came, whether they fell from the skies or sprang from the earth." When this news reached Roderick, who was then in the country of the Basques, making war in the territory of Banabalona, Pamplona, where serious disturbances had occurred, he guessed directly that the blow came from Ilion. Sensible, however, of the importance of this attack made upon his dominions, he left what he had in hand, and moving toward the south, with the whole of his powerful army, arrived in Cordova, which is placed in the center of Andalusia. There he took up his abode in the royal castle, which the Arabs called after him Roderick's Castle. In this palace Roderick took up his residence for a few days, to await the arrival of numerous troops which he had summoned from the different provinces of his kingdom. They say that while he was staying in Cordova, he wrote to the sons of the Witiza to come and join him against the common enemy. For although it is true that Roderick had usurped the throne of their father and persecuted the sons, yet he had spared their lives, since these 2 sons of Witiza are the same who, when Tariq attacked the forces of King Roderick on the plains of Guadalete near the sea, turned back and deserted their ranks, owing to a promise made them by Tariq to restore them to the throne of their father if they helped him against Roderick. However, when Roderick arrived in Cordova, the sons of Witiza were busily engaged in some distant province collecting troops to march against the invaders, and he wrote to them to come and join him with their forces in order to march against the Arabs, and cautioning them against the inconvenience and danger of private feuds at that moment, engaged them to join him and attack the Arabs in one mass. The sons of Witiza readily agreed to Roderick's proposition, and collecting all their forces came to meet him, and encamped not far from the village of Shikanda, on the opposite side of the river, and on the south of the palace of Cordova. There they remained for some time, not daring to enter the capital or to trust Roderick, until at last, having ascertained the truth of the preparations, and seeing the army march out of the city and him with it, they entered Cordova, united their forces to his, and marched with him against the enemy, although, as will be seen presently, they were already planning the treachery which they afterward committed. Others say the sons of Witiza did not obey the summons sent them by the usurper Roderick, on the contrary, that they joined Tariq with all their forces. When Tariq received the news of the approach of Roderick's army, which is said to have amounted to nearly 100,000 men, provided with all kinds of weapons and military stores, he wrote to Musa for assistance, saying that he had taken Algeciras, a port of Andalusia, thus becoming by its possession the master of the passage into that country, that he had subdued its districts as far as the bay, but that Roderick was now advancing against him with a force which it was not in his power to resist, except it was God Almighty's will that it should be so. Musa, who since Tariq's departure for this expedition had been employed in building ships, and had by this time collected a great many, sent by them a reinforcement of 5,000 Moslems, which added to the 7,000 of the first expedition, made the whole forces amount to 12,000 men, eager for plunder and anxious for battle. Ilion was also sent with his army and the people of his states to accompany this expedition, and to guide it through the passes in the country and gather intelligence for them. In the meanwhile, Roderick was drawing nearer to the Moslems, with all the forces of the barbarians, their lords, their knights, and their bishops. But the hearts of the great people of the kingdom being against him, they used to see each other frequently, and in their private conversations they uttered their sentiments about Roderick in the following manner. This wretch has by force taken possession of the throne to which he is not justly entitled, for not only does he not belong to the royal family, but he was once one of our meanest menials. We do not know how far he may carry his wicked intentions against us. There is no doubt but that Tarek's followers do not intend to settle in this country. Their only wish is to fill their hands with spoil and then return. Let us then, as soon as the battle is engaged, give way, and leave the usurper alone to fight the strangers, who will soon deliver us from him, and when they shall be gone, we can place on the throne him who most deserves it. In these sentiments all agreed, and it was decided that the proposed plan should be put into execution. The 2 sons of Witiza, whom Roderick had appointed to the command of the right and left wings of his army, being at the head of the conspiracy in hope of gaining the throne of their father. When the armies drew nearer to each other, the princes began to spin the web of their treason, and for this purpose a messenger was sent by them to Tarik, informing him how Roderick, who had been a mere menial and servant to their father, had after his death usurped the throne, that the princes had by no means relinquished their rights, and that they implored protection and security for themselves. They offered to desert and pass over to Tarik with the troops under their command, on condition that the Arab general would, after subduing the whole of Andalusia, secure to them all their father's possessions, amounting to 3,000 valuable and chosen farms, the same that received after this the name of Safaya el-Maluk, the royal portion. This offer Tarik accepted, and having agreed to the conditions, on the next day the sons of Witiza deserted the ranks of the Gothic army in the midst of battle, and passed over to Tarik, this being no doubt one of the principal causes of the conquest. Roderick arrived on the banks of the Guadalete with a formidable army, which most historians compute at 100,000 cavalry, although Ibn Khaldun makes it amount to 40,000 men only. Roderick brought all his treasures and military stores in carts. He himself came in a litter placed between 2 mules, having over his head an awning richly set with pearls, rubies, and emeralds. On the approach of this formidable host, the Moslems did not lose courage, but prepared to meet their adversary. Tarik assembled his men, comforted them by his words, and after rendering the due praises to the Almighty God, and returning thanks for what had already been accomplished, proceeded to implore his mighty help for the future. He then encouraged the Moslems and kindled their enthusiasm with the following address. "Whither can you fly? The enemy is in your front, the sea at your back. By Allah, there is no salvation for you but in your courage and perseverance. Consider your situation. Here you are on this island, like so many orphans cast upon the world. You will soon be met by a powerful enemy, surrounding you on all sides like the infuriated billows of a tempestuous sea, and sending against you his countless warriors, drowned in steel, and provided with every store and description of arms. What can you oppose to them? You have no other weapons than your swords, no provisions but those that you may snatch from the hands of your enemies. You must therefore attack them immediately, or otherwise your wants will increase. The gales of victory may no longer blow in your favor, and perchance the fear that lurks in the hearts of your enemies may be changed into indomitable courage. Banish all fear from your hearts. Trust that victory shall be ours, and that the barbarian king will not be able to withstand the shock of our arms. Here he comes to make us the master of his cities and castles, and to deliver into our hands his countless treasures. And if you only seize the opportunity now presented, it may perhaps be the means of your becoming the owners of them, besides saving yourselves from certain death. Do not think that I impose upon you a task from which I shrink myself, or that I try to conceal from you the dangers attending this our expedition. No, you have certainly a great deal to encounter, but know that if you only suffer for a while, you will reap in the end an abundant harvest of pleasures and enjoyments. And do not imagine that while I speak to you, I mean not to act as I speak. For as my interest in this affair is greater, so will my behavior on this occasion surpass yours. You must have heard numerous accounts of this island. You must know how the Grecian maidens, as handsome as houris, their necks glittering with innumerable pearls and jewels, their bodies clothed with tunics of costly silk, sprinkled with gold, are waiting your arrival, reclining on soft couches in the sumptuous palaces of crowned lords and princes. You know well that the Caliph Abd al-Malek ibn al-Walid has chosen you, like so many heroes, from among the brave. You know that the great lords of this island are willing to make you their sons and brethren by marriage, if you only rush on like so many brave men to the fight, and behave like true champions and valiant knights. You know that the recompenses of God await you if you are prepared to uphold his words, and proclaim his religion in this island. And lastly, that all the spoil shall be yours, and of such Muslims as may be with you. Bear in mind that God Almighty will select, according to this promise, those that distinguish themselves most among you, and grant them due reward, both in this world and in the future. And know likewise that I shall be the first to set you the example, and to put in practice what I recommend you to do. For it is my intention, on the meeting of the two hosts, to attack the Christian tyrant Roderick, and kill him with my own hand if God be pleased. When you see me bearing against him, charge along with me. If I kill him, the victory is ours. If I am killed before I reach him, do not trouble yourselves about me, but fight as if I were still alive and among you, and follow up my purpose, for the moment they see their king fall, these barbarians are sure to disperse. If, however, I should be killed after inflicting death upon their king, appoint a man from among you who unites both courage and experience, and may command you in this emergency, and follow up the success. If you attend to my instructions, we are sure of the victory." When Tarik had thus addressed his soldiers, and exhorted them to fight with courage, and to face the dangers of war with a stout heart, when he had thus recommended them to make a simultaneous attack upon Roderick's men, and promised them abundant reward if they routed their enemies, their countenances were suddenly expanded with joy, their hopes were strengthened, the gales of victory began to blow on their side, and they all unanimously answered him, "We are ready to follow thee, O Tarik. We shall all, to one man, stand by thee and fight for thee. Nor could we avoid it, were we otherwise disposed. Victory is our only hope of salvation." After this, Tarik mounted his horse, and his men did the same, and they all passed that night in constant watch for fear of the enemy. On the following morning, when day dawned, both armies prepared for battle. Each general formed his cavalry and his infantry, and the signal being given, the armies met with a shock, similar to that of two mountains dashing against each other. King Roderick came, borne on a throne, and having over his head an awning of variegated silk to guard him from the rays of the sun, surrounded by warriors cased in bright steel, with fluttering pennons and a profusion of banners and standards. Tarik's men were differently arrayed. Their breasts were covered with mail armor, they wore white turbans on their heads, the Arabian bow slung across their backs, their swords suspended in their girdles, and their long spears firmly grasped in their hands. They say that when the two armies were advancing upon each other, and the eyes of Roderick fell upon the men in the first ranks, he was horror-stricken, and was heard to exclaim, "By the faith of the Messiah, these are the very men I saw painted on the scroll found in the mansion of science at Toledo." And from that moment fear entered his heart, and when Tarik perceived Roderick, he said to his followers, "This is the king of the Christians," and he charged with his men, the warriors who surrounded Roderick being on all sides scattered and dispersed, seeing which, Tarik plunged into the ranks of the enemy until he reached the king, and wounded him with his sword on the head, and killed him on his throne. And when Roderick's men saw their king fall, and his bodyguard dispersed, the rout became general, and victory remained with the Muslims. The rout of the Christians was complete, for instead of rallying on one spot, they fled in all directions, and their panic being communicated to their countrymen, cities opened their gates and castles surrendered without resistance. The preceding account we have borrowed from a writer of great note, but we deem it necessary to warn the readers that the assertion that Roderick died by the hands of Tarik has been contradicted by several historians, since his body, although diligently sought on the field of battle, could nowhere be found. We shall proceed to recount in detail that memorable battle, when Almighty God was pleased to put King Roderick's army to flight, and grant the Muslims a most complete victory. Several authors who have described at large this famous engagement state that Tarik encamped near Roderick, toward the middle of the month of Ramadan, the year 92, September A.D. 711, and although there is some difference as to the dates, all agree that the battle was fought on the banks of the Guadalete. They say also that while both armies were encamped in front of each other, the barbarian king, wishing to ascertain the exact amount of Tarik's forces, sent one of his men, whose valor and strength he knew, and in whose fidelity he placed unbounded confidence, with instructions to penetrate into Tarik's camp, and bring him an account of their number, arms, accoutrement, and vessels. The Christian proceeded to execute his commission, and reached a small elevation whence he had a commanding view of the whole camp. However, he had not remained long in his place of observation before he was discovered by some Moslems who pursued him, but the Christian fled before them and escaped through the swiftness of his horse. Arrived at the Christian camp, he addressed Roderick in the following words: "These people, O king, are the same that thou sawest painted on the scroll of the enchanted palace. Beware of them, for the greatest part of them have bound themselves by oath to reach thee or die in the attempt. They have set fire to their vessels to destroy their last hope of escape. They are encamped along the seashore, determined to die or to vanquish, for they know well that there is not in this country a place whither they can fly." On hearing this account, King Roderick was much disheartened, and he trembled with fear. However, the two armies engaged near the lake or gulf. They fought resolutely on both sides till the right and left wings of Roderick's army, under the commands of the sons of Witiza, gave way. The centre, in which Roderick was, still held firm for a while, and made the fate of the battle uncertain for some time. They fled at last, and Roderick before them. From that moment the rout became general, and the Moslems followed with ardor the pursuit of the scattered bands, inflicting death wherever they went. Roderick disappeared in the midst of the battle, and no certain intelligence was afterward received of him. It is true that some Moslems found his favorite steed, a milk-white horse, bearing a saddle of gold, sparkling with rubies, plunged in the mud of the river, as also one of his sandals, adorned with rubies and emeralds, but the other was never found. Nor was Roderick, although diligently searched for, ever discovered either dead or alive, a circumstance which led the Moslems to believe that he perished in the stream, the weight of his armor preventing him from struggling against the current, and he was drowned. But God only knows what became of him. According to Ar-Razi, the contest began on Sunday, 2 days before the end of Ramadan, and continued till Sunday, the 5th of Shawwal, namely 8 whole days, at the end of which God Almighty was pleased to put the idolaters to flight, and grant the victory to the Moslems. And he adds that so great was the number of the Goths who perished in the battle, that for a long time after the victory the bones of the slain were to be seen covering the field of action. They say also that the spoil found by the Moslems in the camp of the Christians surpassed all computation, for the princes and great men of the Goths who had fallen were distinguished by the rings of gold they wore on their fingers, those of an inferior class by similar ornaments of silver, while those of the slaves were made of brass. Tariq collected all the spoil and divided it into 5 shares or portions, when after deducting 1/5, he distributed the rest among 9,000 Moslems, besides the slaves and followers. When the people on the other side of the straits heard of this success of Tariq, and of the plentiful spoils he had acquired, they flocked to him from all quarters, and crossed the sea on every vessel or bark they could lay hold of. Tariq's army being so considerably reinforced, the Christians were obliged to shut themselves up in their castles and fortresses, and quitting the flat country, betake themselves to their mountains. End of section 29. Recording by Beth Blakely.
Section 30 of The Great Events by Famous Historians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 30. Battle of Tours, A.D. 732, Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. When the Saracens had completed the conquest of Spain, and all that country was wholly under their dominion, they determined to extend their authority over the neighboring country of the Franks. Having crossed the Pyrenees, they met with but slight opposition, and soon succeeded in making themselves masters of southern France, thereby furthering and encouraging their boastful ambition to conquer and Islamize the whole world. Already had Africa, Asia Minor, and Eastern Europe acknowledged their rule, and the final subjugation of all Christendom by the Mahometan sword seemed certain and imminent. Their long and uninterrupted career of success had fed their arrogance and filled them with a proud confidence in the invincibility of their arms, and their farther advance into the heart of Europe seemed in the eyes of Christian and pagan alike to be the irresistible march of destiny. The Saracen host had not penetrated far into the Frankish territory when they encountered a lion in the path, in the person of Charles, or Karl, the great palace mayor so called, but who was in reality the de facto sovereign of the Frankish kingdoms. To Charles, famous for his military skill and prestige, came the recently defeated Eudes, the Count of Aquitaine, and the remnant of his force craving his protection and leadership against the advancing Saracen horde. Charles's signal victory over the Saracen invaders proved to be the turning point in the Moslem career of conquest. The question whether the Koran or the Bible, the crescent or the cross, Mahomet or Christ should rule Europe and the Western world was decided forever upon the bloody field of Tours. The broad tract of Champagne country which intervenes between the cities of Poitiers and Tours is principally composed of a succession of rich pasture lands, which are traversed and fertilized by the Cher, the Creuse, the Vienne, the Claine, the Indre, and other tributaries of the river Loire. Here and there the ground swells into picturesque eminences, and occasionally a belt of forest land, a brown heath, or a clustering series of vineyards breaks the monotony of the widespread meadows, but the general character of the land is that of a grassy plain, and it seems naturally adapted for the evolutions of numerous armies, especially of those vast bodies of cavalry which principally decided the fates of nations during the centuries that followed the downfall of Rome and preceded the consolidation of the modern European powers. This region has been signalized by more than one memorable conflict, but it is principally interesting to the historian by having been the scene of the great victory won by Charles Martel over the Saracens A.D. 732, which gave a decisive check to the career of Arab conquest in Western Europe, rescued Christendom from Islam, preserved the relics of ancient and the germs of modern civilization, and re-established the old superiority of the Indo-European over the Semitic family of mankind. Sismondi and Michelet have underrated the enduring interest of this great appeal of battle between the champions of the Crescent and the Cross, but if French writers have slighted the exploits of their national hero, the Saracenic trophies of Charles Martel have had full justice done to them by English and German historians. Gibbon devotes several pages of his great work to the narrative of the Battle of Tours and to the consideration of the consequences which probably would have resulted if Abderrahman's enterprise had not been crushed by the Frankish chief. Schlegel speaks of this mighty victory in terms of fervent gratitude, and tells how the arm of Charles Martel saved and delivered the Christian nations of the West from the deadly grasp of all-destroying Islam. And Ranke points out, as one of the most important epochs in the history of the world, the commencement of the 8th century, when on the one side Mahometanism threatened to overspread Italy and Gaul, and on the other the ancient idolatry of Saxony and Friesland once more forced its way across the Rhine. In this peril of Christian institutions, a youthful prince of Germanic race, Charles or Karl Martel, arose as their champion, maintained them with all the energy which the necessity for self-defense calls forth, and finally extended them into new regions. Arnold ranks the victory of Charles Martel even higher than the victory of Arminius, among those signal differences which have affected for centuries the happiness of mankind. In fact, the more we test its importance, the higher we shall be led to estimate it, and though all authentic details which we possess of its circumstances and its heroes are but meagre, we can trace enough of its general character to make us watch with deep interest this encounter between the rival conquerors of the decaying Roman Empire. That old classic world, the history of which occupies so large a portion of our early studies, lay in the 8th century of our era, utterly exanimate and overthrown. On the north, the German, on the south, the Arab, was rending away its provinces. At last the spoilers encountered one another, each striving for the full mastery of the prey. Their conflict brought back upon the memory of Gibbon the old Homeric simile where the strife of Hector and Patroclus over the dead body of Cibriones is compared to the combat of two lions that in their hate and hunger fight together on the mountain tops over the carcass of a slaughtered stag, and the reluctant yielding of the Saracen power to the superior might of the northern warriors might not inaptly recall those other lines of the same book of the Iliad, where the downfall of Patroclus beneath Hector is likened to the forced yielding of the panting and exhausted wild boar that had long and furiously fought with a superior beast of prey for the possession of the scanty fountain among the rocks, at which each burned to drink. Although 3 centuries had passed away since the Germanic conquerors of Rome had crossed the Rhine, never to repass that frontier stream, no settled system of institutions or government, no amalgamation of the various races into one people, no uniformity of language or habits had been established in the country at the time when Charles Martel was called to repel the menacing tide of Saracenic invasion from the south. Gaul was not yet France. In that, as in the other provinces of the Roman Empire of the West, the dominion of the Caesars had been shattered as early as the 5th century, and barbaric kingdoms and principalities had promptly arisen on the ruins of the Roman power. But few of these had any permanency, and none of them consolidated the rest, or any considerable number of the rest, into one coherent and organized civil and political society. The great bulk of the population still consisted of the conquered provincials, that is to say, of Romanized Celts of a Gallic race, which had long been under the dominion of the Caesars, and had acquired, together with no slight infusion of Roman blood, the language, the literature, the laws, and the civilization of Latium. Among these, and dominant over them, roved or dwelt the German victors, some retaining nearly all the rude independence of their primitive national character, others softened and disciplined by the aspect and contact of the manners and institutions of civilized life. For it is to be borne in mind that the Roman Empire in the West was not crushed by any sudden avalanche of barbaric invasion. The German conquerors came across the Rhine, not in enormous hosts, but in bands of a few thousand warriors at a time. The conquest of a province was the result of an infinite series of partial local invasions carried on by little armies of this description. The victorious warriors either retired with their booty, or fixed themselves in the invaded district, taking care to keep sufficiently concentrated for military purposes, and ever ready for some fresh foray, either against a rival Teutonic band, or some hitherto unassailed city of the provincials. Gradually, however, the conquerors acquired a desire for permanent landed possessions. They lost somewhat of the restless thirst for novelty and adventure which had first made them throng beneath the banner of the boldest captains of their tribe, and leave their native forests for a roving military life on the left bank of the Rhine. They were converted to the Christian faith, and gave up with their old creed much of the coarse ferocity which must have been fostered in the spirits of the ancient warriors of the North by a mythology which promised as the reward of the brave on earth an eternal cycle of fighting and drunkenness in heaven. But although their conversion and other civilizing influences operated powerfully upon the Germans in Gaul, and although the Franks, who were originally a confederation of the Teutonic tribes that dwelt between the Rhine and the Main and the Weser, established a decisive superiority over the other conquerors of the province, as well as over the conquered provincials, the country long remained a chaos of uncombined and shifting elements. The early princes of the Merovingian dynasty were generally occupied in wars against other princes of their house, occasioned by the frequent subdivisions of the Frank monarchy, and the ablest and best of them had found all their energies tasked to the utmost to defend the barrier of the Rhine against the pagan Germans who strove to pass that river and gather their share of the spoils of the empire. The conquests which the Saracens effected over the southern and eastern provinces of Rome were far more rapid than those achieved by the Germans in the north, and the new organizations of society which the Moslems introduced were summarily and uniformly enforced. Exactly a century passed between the death of Mahomet and the date of the Battle of Tours. During that century, the followers of the Prophet had torn away half the Roman Empire, and besides their conquests over Persia, the Saracens had overrun Syria, Egypt, Africa, and Spain in an unchecked and apparently irresistible career of victory. Nor at the commencement of the 8th century of our era was the Mahometan world divided against itself as it subsequently became. All these vast regions obeyed the Caliph. Throughout them all, from the Pyrenees to the Oxus, the name of Mahomet was invoked in prayer and the Koran revered as the book of the law. It was under one of their ablest and most renowned commanders, with a veteran army and with every apparent advantage of time, place, and circumstance, that the Arabs made their great effort at the conquest of Europe north of the Pyrenees. The victorious Moslem soldiery in Spain, a countless multitude, Syrian, Moor, Saracen, Greek renegade, Persian, and Copt and Tartar in one bond, of erring faith conjoined, strong in the youth and heat of zeal, a dreadful brotherhood, were eager for the plunder of more Christian cities and shrines, and full of fanatic confidence in the invincibility of their arms. Nor were the chiefs of victory less assured by long success, elate and proud of that o'erwhelming strength which surely they believed, as it rolled, thus far unchecked, would roll victorious on, till, like the Orient, the subjected West should bow in reverence at Mahomet's name, and pilgrims from remotest Arctic shores tread with religious feet the burning sands of Araby and Mecca's stony soil. Southey's Roderick. It is not only by the modern Christian poet, but by the old Arabian chroniclers also, that these feelings of ambition and arrogance are attributed to the Moslems who had overthrown the Visigoth power in Spain, and their eager expectation of new wars were excited to the utmost on the reappointment by the Caliph of Abdurrahman ibn Abdillah Agafeki to the government of that country, AD 729, which restored them a general who had signalized his skill and prowess during the conquests of Africa and Spain, whose ready valor and generosity had made him the idol of the troops, who had already been engaged in several expeditions into Gaul so as to be well acquainted with the national character and tactics of the Franks, and who was known to thirst, like a good Moslem, for revenge for the slaughter of some detachments of the true believers, which had been cut off on the north of the Pyrenees. In addition to his cardinal military virtues, Abdurrahman is described by the Arab writers as a model of integrity and justice. The first 2 years of his second administration in Spain were occupied in severe reforms of the abuses which under his predecessors had crept into the system of government, and in extensive preparations for his intended conquest in Gaul. Besides the troops which he collected from his province, he obtained from Africa a large body of chosen Berber cavalry, officered by Arabs of proved skill and valor, and in the summer of 732 he crossed the Pyrenees at the head of an army which some Arab writers rate at 80,000 strong, while some of the Christian chroniclers swell its numbers to many hundreds of thousands more. Probably the Arab account diminishes, but of the two keeps nearer to the truth. It was from this formidable host, after Eudes the Count of Aquitaine had vainly striven to check it, after many strong cities had fallen before it, and half the land had been overrun, that Gaul and Christendom were at last rescued by the strong arm of Prince Charles, who acquired a surname Martel, the Hammer, like that of the war god of his forefathers' creed, from the might with which he broke and shattered his enemies in battle. The Merovingian kings had sunk into absolute insignificance and had become mere puppets of royalty before the 8th century. Charles Martel, like his father Pepin Heristal, was Duke of the Austrasian Franks, the bravest and most thoroughly Germanic part of the nation, and exercised in the name of the titular king what little paramount authority the turbulent minor rulers of districts and towns could be persuaded or compelled to acknowledge. Engaged with his national competitors in perpetual conflicts for power, and in more serious struggles for safety against the fierce tribes of the unconverted Frisians, Bavarians, Saxons, and Thuringians, who at that epoch assailed with peculiar ferocity the Christianized Germans on the left bank of the Rhine, Charles Martel added experienced skill to his natural courage, and he had also formed a militia of veterans among the Franks. Hallam has thrown out a doubt whether in our admiration of his victory at Tours we do not judge a little too much by the event, and whether there was not rashness in his risking the fate of France on the result of a general battle with the invaders. But when we remember that Charles had no standing army, and the independent spirit of the Frank warriors who followed his standard, it seems most probable that it was not in his power to adopt the cautious policy of watching the invaders and wearing out their strength by delay. So dreadful and so widespread were the ravages of the Saracenic light cavalry throughout Gaul that it must have been impossible to restrain for any length of time the indignant ardor of the Franks. And even if Charles could have persuaded his men to look tamely on while the Arabs stormed more towns and desolated more districts, he could not have kept an army together when the usual period of a military expedition had expired. If indeed the Arab account of the disorganization of the Moslem forces be correct, the battle was as well timed on the part of Charles as it was beyond all question well fought. The monkish chroniclers from whom we are obliged to glean a narrative of this memorable campaign bear full evidence to the terror which the Saracen invasion inspired, and to the agony of that great struggle. The Saracens, say they, and their king, who was called Abderames, came out of Spain, with all their wives and their children and their substance, in such great multitudes that no man could reckon or estimate them. They brought with them all their armor and whatever they had, as if they were thenceforth always to dwell in France. Then Abderrahman, seeing the land filled with the multitude of his army, pierces through the mountains, tramples over rough and level ground, plunders far into the country of the Franks, and smites all with the sword, insomuch that when Eudes came to battle with him at the river Garonne, and fled before him, God alone knows the number of the slain. Then Abderrahman pursued after Count Eudes, and while he strives to spoil and burn the holy shrine at Tours, he encounters the chief of the Austrasian Franks, Charles, a man of war from his youth, up to whom Eudes had sent warning. There for nearly 7 days they strive intensely, and at last they set themselves in battle array, and the nations of the north, standing firm as a wall and impenetrable as a zone of ice, utterly slay the Arabs with the edge of the sword. The European writers all concur in speaking of the fall of Abderrahman as one of the principal causes of the defeat of the Arabs, who, according to one writer, after finding that their leader was slain, dispersed in the night, to the agreeable surprise of the Christians, who expected the next morning to see them issue from their tents and renew the combat. One monkish chronicler puts the loss of the Arabs at 375,000 men, while he says that only 1,007 Christians fell, a disparity of loss which he feels bound to account for by a special interposition of Providence. I have translated above some of the most spirited passages of these writers, but it is impossible to collect from them anything like a full or authentic description of the great battle itself, or of the operations which preceded and followed it. Though, however, we may have cause to regret the meagreness and doubtful character of these narratives, we have the great advantage of being able to compare the accounts given of Abderrahman's expedition by the national writers of each side. This is a benefit which the inquirer into antiquity so seldom can obtain, that the fact of possessing it in the case of the Battle of Tours makes us think the historical testimony respecting that great event more certain and satisfactory than is the case in many other instances where we possess abundant details respecting military exploits, but where those details come to us from the annalist of one nation only, and where we have consequently no safeguard against the exaggerations, the distortions, and the fictions which national vanity has so often put forth in the garb and under the title of history. The Arabian writers who recorded the conquests and wars of their countrymen in Spain have narrated also the expedition into Gaul of their great emir, and his defeat and death near Tours in battle with the host of the Franks under King Caldus, the name into which they metamorphose Charles Martel. They tell us how there was war between the Count of the Frankish frontier and the Moslems, and how the Count gathered together all his people and fought for a time with doubtful success. But, say the Arabian chroniclers, Abderrahman drove them back, and the men of Abderrahman were puffed up in spirit by their repeated successes, and they were full of trust in the valor and the practice in war of their emir. So the Moslems smote their enemies and passed the river Garonne, and laid waste the country and took captives without number, and that army went through all places like a desolating storm. Prosperity made these warriors insatiable. At the passage of the river, Abderrahman overthrew the Count, and the Count retired into his stronghold, but the Moslems fought against it, and entered it by force, and slew the Count, for everything gave way to their scimitars, which were the robbers of lives. All the nations of the Franks trembled at that terrible army, and they betook them to their king Caldus, and told him of the havoc made by the Moslem horsemen, and how they rode at their will through all the land of Narbonne, Toulouse, and Bordeaux. And they told the king of the death of their count. Then the king bade them be of good cheer, and offered to aid them. And in the 114th year he mounted his horse, and he took with him a host that could not be numbered, and went against the Moslems. And he came upon them at the great city of Tours. And Abderrahman and other prudent cavaliers saw the disorder of the Moslem troops, who were loaded with spoil, but they did not venture to displease the soldiers by ordering them to abandon everything except their arms and war horses. And Abderrahman trusted in the valor of his soldiers and in the good fortune which had ever attended him. But the Arab writer remarks, such defect of discipline is always fatal to armies. So Abderrahman and his host attacked Tours to gain still more spoil, and they fought against it so fiercely that they stormed the city almost before the eyes of the army that came to save it, and the fury and the cruelty of the Moslems toward the inhabitants of the city were like the fury and cruelty of raging tigers. It was manifest, adds the Arab, that God's chastisement was sure to follow such excesses, and fortune thereupon turned her back upon the Moslems. Near the river Owar, the two great hosts of the two languages and the two creeds were set in array against each other. The hearts of Abderrahman, his captains, and his men were filled with wrath and pride, and they were the first to begin the fight. The Moslem horsemen dashed fierce and frequent toward and against the battalions of the Franks, who resisted manfully, and many fell dead on either side until the going down of the sun. Night parted the two armies, but in the grey of the morning the Moslems returned to the battle. Their cavaliers had soon hewn their way into the centre of the Christian host, But many of the Moslems were fearful for the safety of the spoil which they had stored in their tents, and a false cry arose in their ranks that some of the enemy were plundering the camp. Whereupon several squadrons of the Moslem horsemen rode off to protect their tents, but it seemed as if they fled, and all the host was troubled. And while Abderrahman strove to check their tumult and to lead them back to battle, the warriors of the Franks came around him, and he was pierced through with many spears, so that he died. Then all the host fled before the enemy, and many died in the flight. This deadly defeat of the Moslems and the loss of the great leader and good cavalier Abderrahman took place in the 115th year. It would be difficult to expect from an adversary a more explicit confession of having been thoroughly vanquished than the Arabs here accord to the Europeans. The points on which their narrative differs from those of the Christians, as to how many days the conflict lasted, whether the assailed city was actually rescued or not, and the like, are of little moment compared with the admitted great fact that there was a decisive trial of strength between Frank and Saracen, in which the former conquered. The enduring importance of the Battle of Tours in the eyes of the Moslems is attested not only by the expressions of the deadly battle and the disgraceful overthrow which their writers constantly employ when referring to it, but also by the fact that no more serious attempts at conquest beyond the Pyrenees were made by the Saracens. Charles Martel and his son and grandson were left at leisure to consolidate and extend their power. The new Christian Roman Empire of the West, which the genius of Charlemagne founded, and throughout which his iron will imposed peace on the old anarchy of creeds and races, did not indeed retain its integrity after its great ruler's death. Fresh troubles came over Europe, but Christendom, though disunited, was safe. The progress of civilization and the development of the nationalities and governments of modern Europe from that time forth went forward, in not uninterrupted, but ultimately certain career. End of Section 30. Recording by Thomas Rose.
Section 31 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Paxton. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnston, and John Rudd. Section 31. The founding of the Carlovingian dynasty. Pepin the Short usurps the Frankish crown. A.D. 751. By François P.G. Guizot. The Merovingians, the first dynasty of the Frankish kings in Gaul, was founded by the greatest of their kings, Clovis, who, in 486, overthrew the Gallo-Roman sway under Syagrius, near Soissons. After his death, in 511, his kingdom was divided among 4 sons who were mere boys ranging from 12 to 18 years of age. The young princes extended the conquests of their father, until they had secured from the Emperor Justinian title to the whole of Gaul. The last survivor of the brother kings was Clotaire I. Under his rule, the whole Frankish Empire had been united in one, but on his decease, it was again divided among sons. This division cut the kingdom into 3 separate sovereignties. The reign of these brothers was one of horrible cruelty and bloodshed. A second Clotaire survived them, and brought the monarchy under one sceptre. But power slipped fast from this royal representative of the Merovingian race, and the mayor of the palace, Major Domus, began to exercise an authority which, in time, resulted in supremacy. When Pepin of Heristal, the greatest territorial lord of Austrasia, took upon himself the office of Major Domus, he compelled the Merovingian king at the Battle of Testri in 687 to invest him with the powers of that office in the 3 Frankish states, Neustria, Austrasia, and Burgundy. This being accomplished, Pepin was practically dictator, and the Merovingians, though allowed to remain on the throne, were simply figureheads from that time forth.
Charles Martel was a son worthy of Pepin of Heristal. His most notable achievement was the defeat of the Saracen invaders at the Battle of Tours, AD 732, which ended the advance of Mohammedanism through Western Europe. Charles Martel died October 22nd, 741, at Quierzy-sur-Oise, aged 52 years, and his last act was the least wise of his life. He had spent it entirely in two great works: the re-establishment throughout the whole of Gaul of the Franco-Gallo-Roman Empire, and the driving back from the frontiers of his empire of the Germans in the north and the Arabs in the south. The consequence, as also the condition, of this double success was the victory of Christianity over paganism and Islamism. Charles Martel endangered these results by falling back into the groove of those Merovingian kings whose shadow he had allowed to remain on the throne. He divided between his two legitimate sons, Pepin, called the Short from his small stature, and Carloman, this sole dominion which he had with so much toil reconstituted and defended. Pepin had Neustria, Burgundy, Provence, and the suzerainty of Aquitaine. Carloman, Austrasia, Thuringia, and Alemannia. They both, at their father's death, took only the title of Mayor of the Palace, and perhaps of Duke. The last but one of the Merovingians, Thierry IV, had died in 737. For 4 years, there had been no king at all. But when the works of men are wise and true, that is, in conformity with the lasting wants of peoples and the natural tendency of social facts, they get over even the mistakes of their authors. Immediately after the death of Charles Martel, the consequences of dividing his empire became manifest. In the north, the Saxons, the Bavarians, and the Alemannians renewed their insurrections. In the south, the Arabs of Septimania recovered their hopes of effecting an invasion. And Hunald, Duke of Aquitaine, who had succeeded his father Eudes after his death in 735, made a fresh attempt to break away from the Frankish sovereignty and win his independence. Charles Martel left a young son, Grippo, whose legitimacy had been disputed, but who was not slow to set up pretensions and to commence intriguing against his brothers. Everywhere there burst out that reactionary movement which arises against grand and difficult works when the strong hand that undertook them is no longer by to maintain them. But this movement was of short duration and to little purpose. Brought up in the school and in the fear of their father, his two sons, Pepin and Carloman, were inoculated with his ideas and example. They remained united in spite of the division of dominions, and laboured together successfully to keep down in the north the Saxons and Bavarians, in the south the Arabs and Aquitanians, supplying want of unity by union, and pursuing with one accord the constant aim of Charles Martel. Abroad, the security and grandeur of the Frankish dominion; at home, the cohesion of all its parts, and the efficacy of its government. Events came to the aid of this wise conduct. 5 years after the death of Charles Martel, in 746 in fact, Carloman, already weary of the burden of power, and seized with a fit of religious zeal, abdicated his share of sovereignty, left his dominions to his brother Pepin, had himself shorn by the hands of Pope Zachary, and withdrew into Italy to the monastery of Monte Cassino. The preceding year, in 745, Hunald, Duke of Aquitaine, with more patriotic and equally pious views, also abdicated in favour of his son Wafra, whom he thought more capable than himself of winning the independence of Aquitaine, and went and shut himself up in a monastery in the island of Ré, where was the tomb of his father Eudes. In the course of diverse attempts at conspiracy and insurrection, the Frankish prince's younger brother Grippo was killed in combat while crossing the Alps. The furious internal dissensions among the Arabs of Spain, and their incessant wars with the Berbers, did not allow them to pursue any great enterprise in Gaul. Thanks to all these circumstances, Pepin found himself, in 747, sole master of the heritage of Clovis, and with sole charge of pursuing, in state and church, his father's work, which was the unity and grandeur of Christian France. Pepin, less enterprising than his father, but judicious, persevering, and capable of discerning what was at the same time necessary and possible, was well fitted to continue and consolidate what he would, probably, never have begun and created. Like his father, he, on arriving at power, showed pretensions to moderation, or it might be said modesty. He did not take the title of king, and, in concert with his brother Carloman, he went to seek, heaven knows in what obscure asylum, a forgotten Merovingian, son of Childeric II, the last but one of the sluggard kings, and made him king, the last of his line, with the title of Childeric III, himself as well as his brother taking only the style of mayor of the palace. But, at the end of 10 years, and when he saw himself alone at the head of the Frankish dominion, Pepin considered the moment arrived for putting an end to this fiction. In 751, he went to Pope Zachary at Rome-Bouchard, Bishop of Würzburg, and Fulrad, Abbot of Saint-Denis, to consult the pontiff, says Eginhard, on the subject of kings then existing among the Franks, and who bore only the name of king without enjoying a title of royal authority. The Pope, whom St. Boniface, the great missionary of Germany, had prepared for the question, answered that it was better to give the title of king to him who exercised the sovereign power. And next year, in March 752, in the presence and with the assent of the General Assembly of Lourdes, and bishops gathered together at Soissons, Pepin was proclaimed King of the Franks, and received from the hand of St. Boniface the sacred anointment. They cut off the hair of the last Merovingian phantom, Childeric III, and put him away in the monastery of Saint-Situ at Saint-Omer. 2 years later, July 28, 754, Pope Stephen II, having come to France to claim Pepin's support against the Lombards, after receiving from him assurance of it, anointed him afresh with the holy oil in the church of Saint-Denis, to do honour in his person to the dignity of royalty, and conferred the same honour on the king's 2 sons, Charles and Carloman. The new Gallo-Frankish kingship and the papacy, in the name of their common faith and common interests, thus contracted an intimate alliance. The young Charles was hereafter to become Charlemagne. The same year, Boniface, whom 6 years before Pope Zachary had made Archbishop of Mayence, gave up one day the episcopal dignity to his disciple Lullus, charging him to carry on the different works himself had commenced among the churches of Germany, and to uphold the faith of the people. As for me, he added, I will put myself on my road, for the time of my passing away approacheth. I have longed for this departure, and none can turn me from it. Wherefore, my son, get all things ready, and place in the chest with my books the winding sheet to wrap up my old body. And so he departed, with some of his priests and servants, to go and evangelize the Frisons, the majority of whom were still pagans and barbarians. He pitched his tent on their territory, and was arranging to celebrate their Lord's Supper, when a band of natives came down and rushed upon the archbishop's retinue. The servitors surrounded him, to defend him and themselves, and a battle began. Hold, hold, my children, cried the archbishop. Scripture biddeth us return good for evil. This is the day I have long desired, and the hour of our deliverance is at hand. Be strong in the Lord, hope in him, and he will save your souls. The barbarians slew the man and the majority of his company. A little while after, the Christians of the neighbourhood came in arms and recovered the body of St. Boniface. Near him was a book which was stained with blood, and seemed to have dropped from his hands. It contained several works of the Fathers, and among others a writing of St. Ambrose, on the blessing of death. The death of the pious missionary was as powerful as his preaching in converting Friesland. It was a mode of conquest worthy of the Christian faith, and one of which the history of Christianity had already proved the effectiveness. St. Boniface did not confine himself to the evangelization of pagans. He laboured ardently in the Christian Gallo-Frankish Church to reform the manners and ecclesiastical discipline, and to assure, while justifying, the moral influence of the clergy by example as well as precept. The councils, which had almost fallen into desuetude in Gaul, became once more frequent and active there from 742 to 753. There may be counted 7, presided over by St. Boniface, which exercised within the Church a salutary action. King Pepin, recognizing the services which the Archbishop of Mayence had rendered him, seconded his reformatory efforts, at one time by giving the support of his royal authority to the canons of the councils, held often simultaneously with, and almost confounded with, the laic assemblies of the Franks, at another by doing justice to the protests of the churches against the violence and spoliation to which they were subjected. There was an important point, says Monsieur Fariel, in respect of which the position of Charles Martel's sons turned out to be pretty nearly the same as that of their father. It was touching the necessity of assigning warriors a portion of the ecclesiastical revenues, but they, being more religious perhaps than Charles Martel, or more impressed with the importance of humouring the priestly power, were more vexed and more anxious about the necessity under which they found themselves of continuing to despoil the churches. and of persisting in a system which was putting the finishing stroke to the ruin of all ecclesiastical discipline. They were more eager to mitigate the evil, to offer the Church compensation for their share in this evil to which it was not in their power to put a stop. Accordingly, at the March Parade, held in Leptine at 743, it was decided in reference to ecclesiastical lands applied to the military service. First, that the churches, having the ownership of those lands, should share the revenue with the layholder. Second, that on the death of a warrior in enjoyment of an ecclesiastical benefice, the benefice should revert to the church. Third, that every benefice, by deprivation whereof any church would be reduced to poverty, should be at once restored to her. That this capitula was carried out, or even capable of being carried out, is very doubtful, but the less Carloman and Pepin succeeded in repairing the material losses incurred by the Church since the accession of the Carlovingians, the more zealous they were in promoting the growth of her moral power and the restoration of her discipline. That was the time at which there began to be seen the spectacle of the national assemblies of the Franks, the gathering at the March parades transformed into ecclesiastical synods under the presidency of the titular legate of the Roman pontiff, and dictating by the mouth of the political authority regulations and laws with the direct and formal aim of restoring divine worship and ecclesiastical discipline, and of assuring the spiritual welfare of the people. Pepin, after he had been proclaimed king, and had settled matters with the Church as well as the warlike questions remaining for him to solve permitted, directed all his efforts toward the two countries which, after his father's example, he longed to reunite to the Gallo-Frankish monarchy, that is, Septimania, still occupied by the Arabs, and Aquitaine, the independence of which was stoutly and ably defended by Duke Eudes' grandson, Duke Wafre. The conquest of Septimania was rather tedious than difficult. The Franks, after having victoriously scoured the open country of the district, kept invested during 3 years its capital, Narbonne, where the Arabs of Spain, much weakened by their dissensions, vainly tried to throw in reinforcements. Besides the Mussulman Arabs, the population of the town numbered many Christian Goths, who were tired of suffering for the defence of their oppressors, and who entered into secret negotiations with the chiefs of Pepin's army, the end of which was that they opened the gates of the town. In 759, then, after 40 years of Arab rule, Narbonne passed definitively under that of the Franks, who guaranteed to the inhabitants free enjoyment of their Gothic or Roman law and of their local institutions. It even appears that, in the province of Spain bordering on Septimania, an Arab chief called Soliman, who was in command at Gerona and Barcelona between the Ebro and Pyrenees, submitted to Pepin, himself and the country under him. This was an important event indeed in the reign of Pepin, for here was the point at which Islamism, but lately aggressive and victorious in southern Europe, began to feel definitively beaten and to recoil before Christianity. The conquest of Aquitaine and Vasconia was much more keenly disputed, and for a much longer time uncertain. Duke Wafre was able in negotiation as in war. At one time he seemed to accept the pacific overtures of Pepin, or, perhaps, himself made similar, without bringing about any result. At another, he went to seek, and found even in Germany allies who caused Pepin much embarrassment and peril. The population of Aquitaine hated the Franks, and the war, which for their duke was a question of independent sovereignty, was for themselves a question of passionate national feeling. Pepin, who was naturally more humane, and even more generous, it may be said, in war than his predecessors had usually been, was nevertheless induced, in his struggle against the Duke of Aquitaine, to ravage without mercy the countries he scoured, and to treat the vanquished with great harshness. It was only after 9 years of war, and 7 campaigns full of vicissitudes, that he succeeded, not in conquering his enemy in a decisive battle, but in gaining over some servants who betrayed their master. In the month of July, 759, Duke Wafre was slain by his own folk, by the king's advice, says Fredegaire, and the conquest of all southern Gaul carried the extent and power of the Gallo-Frankish monarchy farther and higher than it had ever yet been, even under Clovis. In 753, Pepin had made an expedition against the Britons of Armorica, had taken Venice, and subjugated, add certain chroniclers, the whole of Brittany. In point of fact, Brittany was no more subjugated by Pepin than by his predecessors. All that can be said is that the Franks resumed under him an aggressive attitude towards the Britons, as if to vindicate a right of sovereignty. Exactly at this epoch, Pepin was engaging in a matter which did not allow him to scatter his forces hither and thither. It has been stated already that in 741 Pope Gregory III had asked aid of the Franks against the Lombards who were threatening Rome, and that, while fully entertaining the Pope's wishes, Charles Martel had been in no hurry to interfere by deed in the quarrel. 12 years later, in 753, Pope Stephen, in his turn threatened by Astolphus, king of the Lombards, after vain attempts to obtain guarantees of peace, repaired to Paris, and renewed to Pepin the entreaties used by Zachary. It was difficult for Pepin to turn a deaf ear. It was Zachary who had declared that he ought to be made king. Stephen showed readiness to anoint him a second time, himself and his sons, and it was the eldest of these sons, Charles, scarcely 12 years old, whom Pepin, on learning the near arrival of the Pope, had sent to meet him and give brilliancy to his reception. Stephen passed the winter at Saint-Denis, and gained the favour of the people as well as that of the king. Astolphus peremptorily refused to listen to the remonstrances of Pepin, who called upon him to evacuate the towns in the exarchate of Ravenna, and to leave the Pope unmolested in the environs of Rome, as well as in Rome itself. At the March parade held in Braine, in the spring of 754, the Franks approved of the war against the Lombards, and at the end of the summer, Pepin and his army descended into Italy by Mount Cenis, the Lombards trying in vain to stop them as they debouched into the valley of Suza. Astolphus, beaten, and before long shut up in Pavia, promised all that was demanded of him, and Pepin and his warriors, laden with booty, returned to France, leaving at Rome the Pope, who conjured them to remain a while in Italy, for, to a certainty, he said, King Astolphus would not keep his promises. The Pope was right. So soon as the Franks had gone, the king of the Lombards continued occupying the places in the exarchate and molesting the neighbourhood of Rome. The Pope, in despair and doubtful of his auxiliaries' return, conceived the idea of sending to the king, the chiefs, and the people of the Franks a letter written, he said, by Peter, apostle of Jesus Christ, Son of the living God, to announce to them that, if they came in haste, he would aid them as if he were alive according to the flesh among them, that they would conquer all their enemies and make themselves sure to eternal life. The plan was perfectly successful. The Franks once more crossed the Alps with enthusiasm, once more succeeded in beating the Lombards, and once more shut up in Pavia King Astolphus, who was eager to purchase peace at any price. He obtained it on two principal conditions. 1. That he would not again make a hostile attack on Roman territory, or wage war against the Pope or the people of Rome. 2. That he would henceforth recognize the sovereignty of the Franks, pay them tribute, and cede forthwith to Pepin towns and all the lands belonging to the jurisdiction of the Roman Empire, which were at that time occupied by the Lombards. By virtue of these conditions, Ravenna, Rimini, Pesaro, that is to say the Romagna, the Duchy of Urbino, and a portion of the marches of Ancona, were at once given up to Pepin, who, regarding them as his own direct conquest, the fruit of victory, disposed of them forthwith in favour of the popes, by that famous deed of gift which comprehended pretty nearly what has since formed the Roman states, and which founded the temporal independence of the papacy, the guarantee of its independence in the exercise of the spiritual power. At the head of the Franks as mayor of the palace from 741, and as king from 752, Pepin had completed in France and extended in Italy the work which his father, Charles Martel, had begun and carried on from 714 to 741, in state and church. He left France reunited in one and placed at the head of Christian Europe. He died at the monastery of Saint-Denis, September 18th, 768, leaving his kingdom and his dynasty thus ready to the hands of his son, whom history has dubbed Charlemagne. End of section 31. Recording by Greg Paxton.
Section 32 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 32. Career of Charlemagne, A.D. 772 to 1814, by François P. G. Guizot, Part 1. In Charles, the son of Pepin the Short, later known as Charlemagne or Charles the Great, the Carlovingians saw the culminating glory of their line, while in French history the splendor of his name outshines that of all other rulers. It seemed an act of fate that his brother and joint heir to the Frankish kingdom should die, and leave the monarchy wholly in his hands, for his genius was to prove equal to its field of action. The kingdom which Charlemagne inherited was great in extent, lying mainly between the Loire and the Rhine, including Alemannia and Burgundy, while his sphere of influence, to use the modern phrase, covered many provinces and districts over which his rule was wholly or in part acknowledged: Aquitaine, Bavaria, Brittany, Frisia, Thuringia, and others. To enlarge still further the bounds of his kingdom was the task to which the young monarch at once addressed himself, and upon which he entered with all the advantages of family prestige, a commanding and engaging personality, proven courage and skill in war, as well as talent and accomplishments in civil affairs. The central purpose of Charlemagne, to the service of which all his policies and his conduct were directed, was the maintenance of the Christian religion, as embodied in the Western Church, whose great champion he became, and in that character occupies his lofty place in the history of Europe and of the world. At this period, the two great powers in the Christian world were the Roman Pontiff and the Frankish king, and when, on Christmas Day A.D. 800, Pope Leo III crowned Charlemagne Emperor of the Romans, and in the Holy Roman Empire restored the Western Empire, extinct since 476, he welded Church and State in what long proved to be indissoluble bonds, somewhat, it must be added, to the chagrin of the Byzantine emperors of the Eastern Roman Empire at Constantinople. This was an event the significance of which only later times could learn to estimate. The Holy Roman Empire henceforth held a leading part in the world's affairs, the influence of which is still active in the survivals of its power among nations. Charlemagne served the Church and fulfilled his own purposes through the military subjugation of all whom he could overcome among the barbarians and heathens of his time, and the powers which he gained as conqueror he exercised with equal ability and steadfastness of purpose in his capacity as foremost secular ruler in the world. By the union of the Teutonic with the Roman interests, and of northern vigor with the culture of the south, it is considered by the historians of our own day that Charlemagne proved himself the beginner of a new era, in fact, as Bruce declares, of modern history itself. Gibbon has said that of all the heroes to whom the title of the Great has been given, Charlemagne alone has retained it as a permanent addition to his name. The most judicious minds are sometimes led blindly by tradition and habit rather than enlightened by reflection and experience. Pepin the Short committed at his death the same mistake that his father Charles Martel had committed. He divided his dominions between his two sons, Charles and Carloman, thus destroying again the unity of the Gallo-Frankish monarchy, which his father and he had been at so much pains to establish. But just as had already happened in 746, through the abdication of Pepin's brother, events discharged the duty of repairing the mistake of men. After the death of Pepin, and notwithstanding that of Duke Wafer, insurrection broke out once more in Aquitaine, and the old Duke Hunald issued from his monastery in the island of Ré to try and recover power and independence. Charles and Carloman marched against him, but on the march Carloman, who was jealous and thoughtless, fell out with his brother, and suddenly quitted the expedition, taking away his troops. Charles was obliged to continue it alone, which he did with complete success. At the end of this first campaign, Pepin's widow, the Queen Mother Bertha, reconciled her two sons, but an unexpected incident, the death of Carloman 2 years afterward in 771 re-established unity more surely than the reconciliation had re-established harmony. For although Carloman left sons, the grandees of his dominions, whether laic or ecclesiastical, assembled at Corbeny between Laon and Reims, and proclaimed in his stead his brother Charles, who thus became sole king of the Gallo-Franco-Germanic monarchy. And as ambition and manners had become less tinged with ferocity than they had been under the Merovingians, the sons of Carloman were not killed or shorn or even shut up in a monastery. They retired with their mother Gerberge to the court of Didier, king of the Lombards. King Charles, says Eginhard, took their departure patiently, regarding it as of no importance. Thus commenced the reign of Charlemagne. The original and dominant characteristic of the hero of this reign, that which won for him, and keeps for him after more than 10 centuries the name of great, is the striking variety of his ambition, his faculties, and his deeds. Charlemagne aspired to and attained to every sort of greatness, military greatness, political greatness, and intellectual greatness. He was an able warrior, an energetic legislator, a hero of poetry, and he displayed all these merits in a time of general and monotonous barbarism when, save in the church, the minds of men were dull and barren. Those men, few in number, who made themselves a name at that epoch, rallied round Charlemagne and were developed under his patronage. To know him well and appreciate him justly, he must be examined under those various grand aspects, abroad and at home, in his wars and in his government. From 769 to 813, in Germany and Western and Northern Europe, Charlemagne conducted 31 campaigns against the Saxons, Frisians, Bavarians, Avars, Slavons, and Danes. In Italy, 5 against the Lombards. In Spain, Corsica, and Sardinia, 12 against the Arabs, 2 against the Greeks, and 3 in Gaul itself against the Aquitanians and the Britons. In all, 53 expeditions, among which those he undertook against the Saxons, the Lombards, and the Arabs were long and difficult wars. It were undesirable to recount them in detail, for the relation would be monotonous and useless, but it is obligatory to make fully known their causes, their characteristic incidents, and their results. Under the last Merovingian kings, the Saxons were, on the Rhine bank of the Rhine, in frequent collision with the Franks, especially with the Austrasian Franks, whose territory they were continually threatening and often invading. Pepin the Short had more than once hurled them back far from the very uncertain frontiers of Germanic Austrasia, and, on becoming king, he dealt his blows still farther, and entered in his turn Saxony itself. In spite of the Saxons' stout resistance, says Eginhard, he pierced through the points they had fortified to bar entrance into their country, and after having fought here and there battles wherein fell many Saxons, he forced them to promise that they would submit to his rule, and that every year, to do him honor, they would send to the General Assembly of Franks a present of 300 horses. When these conventions were once settled, he insisted, to ensure their performance, upon placing them under the guarantee of rights peculiar to the Saxons. Then he returned with his army to Gaul. Charlemagne did not confine himself to resuming his father's work. He before long changed its character and its scope. In 772, being left sole master of France after the death of his brother Carloman, he convoked at Worms the General Assembly of the Franks, and took, says Eginhard, the resolution of going and carrying war into Saxony. He invaded it without delay, laid it waste with fire and sword, made himself master of the fort of Eresburg, and threw down the idol that the Saxons called Irminsul. And in what place was this first victory of Charlemagne won? Near the sources of the Lippe, just where, more than 7 centuries before, The German Arminius, Hermann, had destroyed the legions of Varus, and whither Germanicus had come to avenge the disaster of Varus. This ground belonged to Saxon territory, and this idol, called Irminsul, which was thrown down by Charlemagne, was probably a monument raised in honor of Arminius, Hermann's Säule or Hermann's Pillar, whose name it called to mind. The patriotic and hereditary pride of the Saxons was passionately roused by this blow, and the following year, thinking to find in the absence of the king the most favorable opportunity, says Eginhard, they entered the lands of the Franks, laid them waste in their turn, and paying back outrage for outrage, set fire to the church not long since built at Fritzlar by Boniface Martyr. From that time the question changed its aspect. It was no longer the repression of Saxon invasions of France, but the conquest of Saxony by the Franks that was to be dealt with. It was between the Christianity of the Franks and the national paganism of the Saxons that the struggle was to take place. For 30 years such was its character. Charlemagne regarded the conquest of Saxony as indispensable for putting a stop to the incursions of the Saxons, and the conversion of the Saxons to Christianity as indispensable for assuring the conquest of Saxony. The Saxons were defending at one and the same time the independence of their country and the gods of their fathers. Here was wherewithal to stir up and foment on both sides the profoundest passions, and they burst forth on both sides with equal fury. Whithersoever Charlemagne penetrated, he built strong castles and churches, and at his departure left garrisons and missionaries. When he was gone, the Saxons returned, attacked the forts, and massacred the garrisons and the missionaries. At the commencement of the struggle, a priest of Anglo-Saxon origin, whom Saint Willibrord, Bishop of Utrecht, had but lately consecrated, Saint Liebwin, in fact, undertook to go and preach the Christian religion in the very heart of Saxony, on the banks of the Weser, amid the general assembly of the Saxons. "What do ye?" said he, cross in hand. "The idols ye worship live not, neither do they perceive. They are the work of men's hands. They can do naught, either for themselves or for others. Wherefore the one God, good and just, having compassion on your errors, has sent me unto you. If ye put not away your iniquity, I foretell unto you a trouble that ye do not expect, and that the King of heaven has ordained aforetime. There shall come a prince, strong and wise and indefatigable, not from afar, but from nigh at hand, to fall upon you like a torrent, in order to soften your hard hearts and bow down your proud heads. At one rush he shall invade the country, he shall lay it waste with fire and sword, and carry away your wives and children into captivity." A thrill of rage ran through the assembly, and already many of those present had begun to cut, in the neighboring woods, stakes sharpened to a point to pierce the priest, when one of the chieftains named Buto cried aloud, "Listen ye who are the most wise. There have often come unto us ambassadors from neighboring peoples, Northmen, Slavons, or Frisians. We have received them in peace, and when their messages had been heard, they have been sent away with a present. Here is an ambassador from a great god, and ye would slay him." Whether it were from sentiment or from prudence, the multitude was calmed, or, at any rate, restrained, and for this time the priest retired safe and sound. Just as the pious zeal of the missionaries was of service to Charlemagne, so did the power of Charlemagne support and sometimes preserve the missionaries. The mob, even in the midst of its passions, is not throughout or at all times inaccessible to fear. The Saxons were not one and the same nation, constantly united in one and the same assembly, and governed by a single chieftain. Three populations of the same race, distinguished by names borrowed from their geographical situation, just as had happened among the Franks in the case of the Austrasians and Neustrians, to wit Eastphalian or Eastern Saxons, Westphalian or Western, and Angrians, formed the Saxon Confederation, and to them was often added a fourth people of the same origin closer to the Danes, and called North Albingians, inhabitants of the northern district of the Elbe. These four principal Saxon populations were subdivided into a large number of tribes, who had their own particular chieftains, and who often decided, each for itself, their conduct and their fate. Charlemagne, knowing how to profit by this want of cohesion and unity among his foes, attacked now one and now another of the large Saxon peoplets or the small Saxon tribes, and dealt separately with each of them, according as he found them inclined to submission or resistance. After having, in 4 or 5 successive expeditions, gained victories and sustained checks, he thought himself sufficiently advanced in his conquest to put his relations with the Saxons to a grand trial. In 777 he resolved, says Eginhard, to go and hold, at the place called Paderborn, close to Saxony, the general assembly of this people. On his arrival he found there assembled the senate and people of this perfidious nation, who conformably to his orders had repaired thither, seeking to deceive him by a false show of submission and devotion. They earned their pardon, but on this condition, however, that if hereafter they broke their engagements, they would be deprived of country and liberty. A great number among them had themselves baptized on this occasion, but it was far from sincere intentions that they had testified a desire to become Christians. There had been absent from this great meeting a Saxon chieftain called Witikind, son of Wernekind, king of the Saxons, at the north of the Elbe. He had espoused the sister of Siegfried, king of the Danes, and he was the friend of Radbod, king of the Frisians. A true chieftain at heart as well as by descent, he was made to be the hero of the Saxons, just as, 7 centuries before, the Cheruscan Hermann Arminius had been the hero of the Germans. Instead of repairing to Paderborn, Witikind had left Saxony and taken refuge with his brother-in-law, the king of the Danes. Thence he encouraged his Saxon compatriots, some to persevere in the resistance, others to repent them of their show of submission. War began again, and Witikind hastened back to take part in it. In 778 the Saxons advanced as far as the Rhine, but not having been able to cross this river, says Eginhard, they set themselves to lay waste with fire and sword all the towns and all the villages, from the city of Dwitz, opposite Cologne, as far as the confluence of the Moselle. The churches as well as the houses were laid in ruins from top to bottom. The enemy in his frenzy spared neither age nor sex, wishing to show thereby that he had invaded the territory of the Franks, not for plunder, but for revenge. For 3 years the struggle continued, more confined in area, but more and more obstinate. Many of the Saxon tribes submitted, many Saxons were baptized, and Siegfried, king of the Danes, sent to Charlemagne a deputation, as if to treat for peace. Witikind had left Denmark, but he had gone across to her neighbours, the Northmen, and thence re-entering Saxony, he kindled there an insurrection as fierce as it was unexpected. In 782 2 of Charlemagne's lieutenants were beaten on the banks of the Weser and killed in the battle, together with 4 counts and 20 leaders, the noblest in the army. Indeed, the Franks were nearly all exterminated. At news of this disaster, says Eginhard, Charlemagne, without losing a moment, reassembled an army and set out for Saxony. He summoned into his presence all the chieftains of the Saxons and demanded of them who had been the promoters of the revolt. All agreed in denouncing Witikind as the author of this treason, but as they could not deliver him up, because immediately after his sudden attack he had taken refuge with the Northmen, those who, at his instigation, had been accomplices in the crime were placed, to the number of 4,500, into the hands of the king, and by his orders all had their heads cut off the same day, at a place called Verden on the river Aller. After this deed of vengeance, the king retired to Thionville to pass the winter there. But the vengeance did not put an end to the war. For 3 years Charlemagne had to redouble his efforts to accomplish in Saxony, at the cost of Frankish as well as Saxon blood, his work of conquest and conversion. Saxony, he often repeated, must be Christianized or wiped out. At last, in 785, after several victories which seemed decisive, he went and settled down in his strong castle of Eresburg, whither he made his wife and children come, being resolved to remain there all the bad season, says Eginhard, and applying himself without cessation to scouring the country of the Saxons and wearing them out by his strong and indomitable determination. But determination did not blind him to prudence and policy. Having learned that Witikind and Abio, another great Saxon chieftain, were abiding in the part of Saxony situated on the other side of the Elbe, he sent to them Saxon envoys to prevail upon them to renounce their perfidy and come without hesitation and trust themselves to him. They, conscious of what they had attempted, dared not at first trust to the king's word, but having obtained from him the promise they desired of impunity, and besides the hostages they demanded as guarantee of their safety, and who were brought to them, on the king's behalf, by Amalvin, one of the officers of his court, they came with the said lord and presented themselves before the king in his palace of Attigny, Attigny-sur-Aisne, whither Charlemagne had now returned, and there received baptism. Charlemagne did more than amnesty Witikind. He named him Duke of Saxony, but without attaching to the title any right of sovereignty. Witikind, on his side, did more than come to Attigny and get baptized there. He gave up the struggle, remained faithful to his new engagements, and led, they say, so Christian a life that some chronicles have placed him on the list of saints. He was killed in 807 in a battle against Gerald, Duke of Swabia, and his tomb is still to be seen at Ratisbon. Several families of Germany hold him for their ancestor, and some French genealogists have, without solid ground, discovered in him the grandfather of Robert the Strong, great-grandfather of Hugh Capet. However that may be, after making peace with Witikind, Charlemagne had still, for several years, many insurrections to repress and much rigor to exercise in Saxony, including the removal of certain Saxon peoplets out of the country, and the establishment of foreign colonists in the territories thus become vacant. But the Great War was an end, and Charlemagne might consider Saxony incorporated in his dominions. He had still, in Germany and all around, many enemies to fight and many campaigns to reopen, even among the Germanic populations, which were regarded as reduced under the sway of the king of the Franks. Some, the Frisians and Saxons as well as others, were continually agitating for the recovery of their independence. Farther off, towards the north, east, and south, people differing in origin and language, Avars, Huns, Slavons, Bulgarians, Danes, and Norsemen, were still pressing, or beginning to press upon the frontiers of the Frankish dominion, for the purpose of either penetrating within or settling at the threshold as powerful and formidable neighbors. Charlemagne had plenty to do, with the view at one time of checking their incursions, and at another of destroying or hurling back, to a distance, their settlements, and he brought his usual vigor and perseverance to bear on this second struggle. But by the conquest of Saxony he had attained his direct national object. The great flood of population from east to west came, and broke against the Gallo-Franco-Germanic dominion as against an insurmountable rampart. This was not, however, Charlemagne's only great enterprise at this epoch, nor the only great struggle he had to maintain. While he was incessantly fighting in Germany, the work of policy commenced by his father Pepin in Italy called for his care and his exertions. The new king of the Lombards, Didier, and the new pope, Adrian I, had entered upon a new war, and Didier was besieging Rome, which was energetically defended by the Pope and its inhabitants. In 773, Adrian invoked the aid of the King of the Franks, whom his envoys succeeded, not without difficulty, in finding at Thionville. Charlemagne could not abandon the grand position left him by his father as protector of the papacy and as patrician of Rome. The possessions, moreover, wrested by Didier from the Pope were exactly those which Pepin had won by conquest from King Astolphus and had presented to the papacy. Charlemagne was besides, on his own account, on bad terms with the King of the Lombards, whose daughter Desiree he had married, and afterwards repudiated and sent home to her father, in order to marry Hildegard, a Swabian by nation. Didier, in dudgeon, had given an asylum to Carloman's widow and sons, on whose intrigues Charlemagne kept a watchful eye. Being prudent and careful of appearances, even when he was preparing to strike a heavy blow, Charlemagne tried, by means of special envoys, to obtain from the King of the Lombards what the Pope demanded. On Didier's refusal, he at once set to work, convoked the general meeting of the Franks at Geneva in the autumn of 773, gained them over, not without encountering some objections, to the projected Italian expedition, and forthwith commenced the campaign with 2 armies. One was to cross the Valais and descend upon Lombardy by Mount St. Bernard. Charlemagne in person led the other by Mount Cenis. The Lombards at the outlet of the passes of the Alps offered a vigorous resistance, but when the second army had penetrated into Italy by Mount St. Bernard, Didier, threatened in his rear, retired precipitately, and driven from position to position, was obliged to go and shut himself up in Pavia, the strongest place in his kingdom, whither Charlemagne, having received on the march the submission of the principal counts and nearly all the towns of Lombardy, came promptly to besiege him. To place textually before the reader a fragment of an old chronicle will serve better than any modern description to show the impression of admiration and fear produced upon his contemporaries by Charlemagne, his person and his power. At the close of this 9th century, a monk of the Abbey of St. Gall in Switzerland had collected, direct from the mouth of one of Charlemagne's warriors, Adalbert, numerous stories of his campaigns and his life. These stories are full of fabulous legends, puerile anecdotes, distorted reminiscences, and chronological errors, and they are written sometimes with a credulity and exaggeration of language which raise a smile, but they reveal the state of men's minds and fancies within the circle of Charlemagne's influence and at the sight of him. This monk gives a naive account of Charlemagne's arrival before Pavia and of the King of the Lombards' disquietude at his approach. Didier had with him at that time one of the Charlemagne's most famous comrades, Ogier the Dane, who fills a prominent place in the romances and epoppeas relating to chivalry of that age. Ogier had quarrelled with his great chief and taken refuge with the King of the Lombards. It is probable that his Danish origin and his relations with the King of the Danes, Gottfried, for a long time an enemy of the Franks, had something to do with his misunderstanding with Charlemagne. However that may have been, when Didier and Ogier, for so the monk calls him, heard that the dread monarch was coming, they ascended a tower of vast height, whence they could watch his arrival from afar off and from every quarter. They saw, first of all, engines of war, such as must have been necessary for the armies of Darius or Julius Caesar. "Is not Charles," asked Didier of Ogier, "with his great army?" But the other answered, "No." The Lombard, seeing afterward an immense body of soldiery gathered from all quarters of the vast empire, said to Ogier, "Certes, Charles advances in triumph in the midst of this throng." "No, not yet, he will not appear so soon," was the answer. "What should we do then?" rejoined Didier, who began to be perturbed. "Should he come accompanied by a larger band of warriors?" "You will see what he is when he comes," replied Ogier, "but as to what will become of us, I know nothing." As they were thus parleying, appeared the body of guards that knew no repose, and at this sight the Lombard, overcome with dread, cried, "This time 'tis surely Charles." "No," answered Oger, "not yet." In their wake came the bishops, the abbots, the ordinaries of the chapels royal, and the counts, and then Didier, no longer able to bear the light of day or to face death, cried out with groans, "Let us descend and hide ourselves in the bowels of the earth, far from the face and the fury of so terrible a foe." Trembling the while, Oger, who knew by experience what were the power and might of Charles, and who had learned the lesson by long consuetude in better days, then said, "When ye shall behold the crops shaking for fear in the fields, and the gloomy Po and the Ticino overflowing the walls of the city with their waves blackened with steel (iron), then may ye think that Charles is coming." He had not ended these words when there began to be seen in the west, as it were a black cloud, raised by the northwest wind or by Boreas, which turned the brightest day into awful shadows. But as the emperor drew nearer and nearer, the gleam of arms caused to shine on the people shut up within the city a day more gloomy than any kind of night. And then appeared Charles himself, the man of steel, with his head encased in a helmet of steel, his hands garnished with gauntlets of steel, his heart of steel, and his shoulders of marble protected by a cuirass of steel, and his left hand armed with a lance of steel, which he held aloft in the air, for as to his right hand he kept it continually on the hilt of his invincible sword. The outside of his thighs, which the rest, for their greater ease in mounting a horseback, were wont to leave unshackled even by straps, he wore encircled by plates of steel. What shall I say concerning his boots? All the army were wont to have them invariably of steel. On his buckler there was naught to be seen but steel. His horse was of the colour and of strength of steel. All those who went before the monarch, all those who marched at his side, all those who followed after, even the whole mass of the army had armour of the like sort, so far as the means of each permitted. The fields and the highways were covered with steel, the points of steel reflected the rays of the sun, and this steel so hard was borne by people with hearts still harder. The flash of steel spread terror throughout the streets of the city. What steel, alack, what steel? Such were the bewildered cries the citizens raised. The firmness of manhood and of youth gave way at sight of the steel, and the steel paralyzed the wisdom of greybeards. That which I, poor tale-teller, numbling and toothless, have attempted to depict in a long description, Oger perceived at one rapid glance, and said to Didier, "Here is what ye have so anxiously sought." And while uttering these words he fell down almost lifeless. The monk of St. Gall does King Didier and his people wrong. They showed more firmness and valour than he ascribes to them. They resisted Charlemagne obstinately, and repulsed his first assault so well that he changed the siege into an investment, and settled down before Pavia, as if making up his mind for a long operation. His camp became a town. He sent for Queen Hildegard and her court, and he had a chapel built where he celebrated the festival of Christmas. But on the arrival of spring, close upon the festival of Easter, 774, wearied with the duration of the investment, he left to his lieutenants the duty of keeping it up, and attended by a numerous and brilliant following, set off for Rome, whither the Pope was urgently pressing him to come. End of section 32. Section 33 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 33. Career of Charlemagne, A.D. 772 to 1814, by François Pégy-Guizot. Part 2. On Holy Saturday, April 1st, 774, Charlemagne found, at 3 miles from Rome, the magistrates and the banner of the city, sent forward by the Pope to meet him, at 1 mile all the municipal bodies and the pupils of the schools carrying palm branches and singing hymns, and at the gate of the city the cross, which was never taken out save for exarchs and patricians. At sight of the cross Charlemagne dismounted, entered Rome on foot, ascended the steps of the ancient Basilica of St. Peter, repeating at each step a sign of respectful piety, and was received at the top by the Pope himself. All around him and in the streets a chant was sung, "Blessed be he that cometh in the name of the Lord." At his entry and during his sojourn at Rome, Charlemagne gave the most striking proofs of Christian faith and respect for the head of the Church. According to the custom of pilgrims, he visited all the basilicas, and in that of Santa Maria Maggiore he performed his solemn devotions. Then, passing to temporal matters, he caused to be brought and read over, in his private conferences with the Pope, the deed of territorial gift made by his father Pepin to Stephen II, and with his own lips dictated the confirmation of it, adding thereto a new gift of certain territories, which he was in course of wresting by conquest from the Lombards. Pope Adrian, on his side, rendered to him, with a mixture of affection and dignity, all the honours and all the services which could at one and the same time satisfy and exalt the king and the priest, the protector and the protected. He presented to Charlemagne a book containing a collection of the canons written by the pontiffs from the origin of the Church, and he put at the beginning of the book, which was dedicated to Charlemagne, an address in 45 irregular verses, written with his own hand, which formed an anagram, Pope Adrian to his most excellent son Charlemagne, King. Domino excellentissimo filio Carolo Magno Regi, Hadrianus Papa. At the same time he encouraged him to push his victory to the utmost and make himself king of the Lombards, advising him, however, not to incorporate his conquest with the Frankish dominions, as it would wound the pride of the conquered people to be thus absorbed by the conquerors, and to take merely the title of King of the Franks and Lombards. Charlemagne appreciated and accepted this wise advice, for he could preserve proper limits in his ambition and in the hour of victory. 3 years afterward he even did more than Pope Adrian had advised. In 777, Queen Hildegard bore him a son, Pepin, whom in 781 Charlemagne had baptized and anointed King of Italy at Rome by the Pope, thus separating not only the two titles, but also the two kingdoms, and restoring to the Lombards a national existence, feeling quite sure that so long as he lived, the unity of his different dominions would not be imperiled. Having thus regulated at Rome his own affairs and those of the Church, he returned to his camp, took Pavia, received the submission of all the Lombard dukes and counts, save one only, Aregisius, Duke of Beneventum, and entered France again, taking with him as prisoner King Didier, whom he banished to a monastery, first at Liège and then at Corbie, where the dethroned Lombard, say the chroniclers, ended his days in saintly fashion. The prompt success of this war in Italy, undertaken at the appeal of the head of the Church, this first sojourn of Charlemagne at Rome, the spectacles he had witnessed and the homage he had received, exercised over him, his plans and his deeds, a powerful influence. This rough Frankish warrior, chief of a people who were beginning to make a brilliant appearance upon the stage of the world, and issue himself of a new line, had a taste for what was grand, splendid, ancient, and consecrated by time and public respect. He understood and estimated at its full worth the moral force and importance of such allies. He departed from Rome in 774, more determined than ever to subdue Saxony to the advantage of the Church as well as of his own power, and to promote in the south and in the north the triumph of the Frankish Christian dominion. 3 years afterward, in 777, he had convoked at Paderborn in Westphalia that general assembly of his different peoples, at which Witikind did not attend, and which was destined to bring upon the Saxons a more and more obstinate war. The Saracen Ibn al-Arabi, says Eginhard, came to this town to present himself before the king. He had arrived from Spain, together with other Saracens in his train, to surrender to the king of the Franks himself and all the towns which the king of the Saracens had confided to his keeping. For a long time past the Christians of the West had given the Mussulmans, Arab or other, the name of Saracens. Ibn al-Arabi was governor of Saragossa and one of the Spanish Arab chieftains in league against Abdel Rahman, the last offshoot of the Umayyad caliphs, who, with the assistance of the Berbers, had seized the government of Spain. Amid the troubles of his country and his nation, Ibn al-Arabi summoned to his aid against Abdel Rahman the Franks and the Christians, just as, but lately, Maurontius, Duke of Arles, had summoned to Provence against Charles Martel the Arabs and the Mussulmans. Charlemagne accepted the summons with alacrity. With the coming of spring in the following year 778, and with the full assent of his chief warriors, he began his march towards the Pyrenees, crossed the Loire, and halted at Castelnau, at the confluence of the Lot and the Garonne, to celebrate there the festival of Easter, and to make preparations for his expedition thence. As he had but lately done for his campaign in Italy against the Lombards, he divided his forces into 2 armies, one composed of Austrasians, Neustrians, Burgundians, and diverse German contingents, and commanded by Charlemagne in person, was to enter Spain by the valley of Roncesvalles in the western Pyrenees, and make for Pampeluna. The other, consisting of Provençals, Septimanians, Lombards, and other populations of the south, under the command of Duke Bernard, who had already distinguished himself in Italy, had orders to penetrate into Spain by the eastern Pyrenees, to receive on the march the submission of Girona and Barcelona, and not to halt till they were before Saragossa, where the 2 armies were to form a junction, and which Ibn al-Arabi had promised to give up to the king of the Franks. According to this plan, Charlemagne had to traverse the territories of Aquitaine and Vasconia, domains of Duke Lupus II, son of Duke Wafer, so long the foe of Pepin the Short, a Merovingian by descent, and in all these qualities little disposed to favor Charlemagne. However, the march was accomplished without difficulty. The king of the Franks treated his powerful vassal well, and Duke Lupus swore to him afresh, or for the first time, says M. Fouriel, submission and fidelity. But the event soon proved that it was not without umbrage, or without all the feelings of a true son of Wafer, that he saw the Franks and the son of Pepin so close to him. The aggressive campaign was an easy and a brilliant one. Charles with his army entered Spain by the valley of Roncesvalles, without encountering any obstacle. On his arrival before Pampeluna, the Arab governor surrendered the place to him, and Charlemagne pushed forward vigorously to Saragossa. But there fortune changed. The presence of foreigners and Christians on the soil of Spain caused a suspension of interior quarrels among the Arabs, who rose in mass at all points to succor Saragossa. The besieged defended themselves with obstinacy. There was more scarcity of provisions among the besiegers than inside the place. Sickness broke out among them. They were incessantly harassed from without, and rumors of a fresh rising among the Saxons reached Charlemagne. The Arabs demanded negotiation. To decide the king of the Franks upon an abandonment of the siege, they offered him an immense quantity of gold, say the chroniclers, hostages and promises of homage and fidelity. appearances had been saved, Charlemagne could say, and even perhaps believe, that he had pushed his conquests as far as the Ebro. He decided on retreat, and all the army was set in motion to recross the Pyrenees. On arriving before Pampeluna, Charlemagne had its walls completely razed to the ground, in order that, as he said, that city might not be able to revolt. The troops entered those same passes of Roncesvalles, which they had traversed without obstacle a few weeks before, and the advance guard of the main body of the army were already clear of them. The account of what happened shall be given in the words of Eginhard, the only contemporary historian whose account, free from all exaggeration, can be considered authentic. The king, he says, brought back his army without experiencing any loss, save that at the summit of the Pyrenees he suffered somewhat from the perfidy of the Basques, while the army of the Franks, embarrassed in a narrow defile, was forced by the nature of the ground to advance in one long close line. The Basques, who were in ambush on the crest of the mountain, for the thickness of the forest with which these parts are covered is favorable to ambuscade, descend and fall suddenly on the baggage train and on the troops of the rear guard, whose duty it was to cover all in their front, and precipitate them to the bottom of the valley. There took place a fight in which the Franks were killed to a man. The Basques, after having plundered the baggage train, profited by the night which had come on to disperse rapidly. They owed all their success in this engagement to the lightness of their equipment and to the nature of the spot where the action took place. The Franks, on the contrary, being heavily armed and in an unfavorable position, struggled against too many disadvantages. Eginhard, master of the household of the king, Anselm, count of the palace, and Roland, prefect of the marches of Brittany, fell in this engagement. There were no means at the time of taking revenge for this check, for after their sudden attack the enemy dispersed to such a good purpose that there was no gaining any trace of the direction in which they should be sought for. History says no more, but in the poetry of the people there is a longer and more faithful memory than in the court of kings. The disaster of Roncesvalles and the heroism of the warriors who perished there became in France the object of popular sympathy and the favorite topic for the exercise of the popular fancy. The Song of Roland, a real Homeric poem in its great beauty, and yet rude and simple as became its national character, bears witness to the prolonged importance attained in Europe by this incident in the history of Charlemagne. 4 centuries later, the comrades of William the Conqueror, marching to battle at Hastings for the possession of England, struck up the Song of Roland to prepare themselves for victory or death, says M. Vittel in his vivid estimate and able translation of this poetical monument of the manners and first impulses towards chivalry of the Middle Ages. There is no determining how far history must be made to participate in these reminiscences of national feeling, but assuredly the figures of Roland and Oliver and Archbishop Turpin, and the pious and sophisticated and tender character of their heroism, are not pure fables invented by the fancy of a poet or the credulity of a monk. If the accuracy of historical narrative must not be looked for in them, their moral truth must be recognized in their portrayal of people and an age. The politic genius of Charlemagne comprehended more fully than would be imagined from his panegyrist brief and dry account all the gravity of the affair of Roncesvalles. Not only did he take immediate vengeance by hanging Duke Lupus of Aquitaine, whose treason had brought down this mishap, and by reducing his 2 sons, Adalaric and Sancho, to a more feeble and precarious condition, but he resolved to treat Aquitaine as he had but lately treated Italy, that is to say, to make of it, according to the correct definition of M. Fauriel, a special kingdom, an integral portion indeed of the Frankish Empire, but with an especial destination, which was that of resisting the invasions of the Andalusian Arabs and confining them as much as possible to the soil of the peninsula. This was in some sort giving back to the country its primary task as an independent duchy, and it was the most natural and most certain way of making the Aquitanians useful subjects, by giving play to their national vanity, to their pretensions of forming a separate people, and to their hopes of once more becoming, sooner or later, an independent nation. Queen Hildegard, during her husband's sojourn at Castagnoul in 778, had borne him a son whom he called Louis, and who was afterwards Louis the Debonair. Charlemagne summoned a second time to Rome in 781, by the quarrels of Pope Adrian I with the imperial court of Constantinople, brought with him his two sons, Pepin, aged only 4 years, and Louis, only 3 years, and had them anointed by the Pope, the former king of Italy, and the latter king of Aquitaine. On returning from Rome to Austrasia, Charlemagne sent Louis at once to take possession of his kingdom. From the banks of the Meuse to Orleans, the little prince was carried in his cradle, but once on the Loire, this manner of travelling beseemed him no longer. His conductors would that his entry into his dominions should have a manly and warrior-like appearance. They clad him in arms proportioned to his height and age, they put him and held him on horseback, and it was in such guise that he entered Aquitaine. He came thither accompanied by the officers who were to form his council of guardians, men chosen by Charlemagne with care among the Frankish Leudes, distinguished not only for bravery and firmness, but also for adroitness, and such as they should be, to be neither deceived nor scared by the cunning, fickle, and turbulent populations with whom they would have to deal. From this period to the death of Charlemagne, and by his sovereign influence, though all the while under his son's name, the government of Aquitaine was a series of continued efforts to hurl back the Arabs of Spain beyond the Ebro, to extend to that river the dominion of the Franks, to divert to that end the forces as well as the feelings of the populations of southern Gaul, and thus to pursue, in the south as in the north, against the Arabs as well as against the Saxons and Huns, the grand design of Charlemagne, which was the repression of foreign invasions and the triumph of Christian France over Asiatic paganism and Islamism. Although continually obliged to watch and often still to fight, Charlemagne might well believe that he had nearly gained his end. He had everywhere greatly extended the frontiers of the Frankish dominions and subjugated the populations comprised in his conquests. He had proved that his new frontiers would be vigorously defended against new invasions or dangerous neighbors. He had pursued the Huns and the Slavons to the confines of the Empire of the East, and the Saracens to the islands of Corsica and Sardinia. The center of the dominion was no longer in ancient Gaul. He had transferred it to a point not far from the Rhine, in the midst and within the reach of the Germanic populations, at the town of Aix-la-Chapelle, which he had founded, and which was his favorite residence. But the principal parts of the Gallo-Frankish kingdom, Austrasia, Neustria, and Burgundy, were effectually welded in one single mass. What he had done with southern Gaul has just been pointed out, how he had both separated it from his own kingdom and still retained it under his control. 2 expeditions into Armorica, without taking entirely from the Britons their independence, had taught them real deference, and the great warrior Roland, installed as count upon their frontier, warned them of the peril any rising would encounter. The moral influence of Charlemagne was on a par with his material power. He had everywhere protected the missionaries of Christianity. He had twice entered Rome, also in the character of protector, and he could count on the faithful support of the Pope, at least as much as the Pope could count on him. He had received embassies and presents from the sovereigns of the East, Christian and Mussulman, from the emperors of Constantinople and the caliphs of Baghdad. Everywhere, in Europe, in Africa, and in Asia, he was feared and respected by kings and people. Such at the close of the 8th century were, so far as he is concerned, the results of his wars, of the superior capacity he had displayed, and of the successes he had won and kept. In 799 he received, at Aix-la-Chapelle, news of serious disturbances which had broken out in Rome, that Pope Leo III had been attacked by conspirators, who, after pulling out, it was said, his eyes and his tongue, had shut him up in the monastery of St. Erasmus, whence he had with great difficulty escaped, and that he had taken refuge with Vinigisius, Duke of Spoleto, announcing his intention of repairing thence to the Frankish king. Leo was already known to Charlemagne. At his accession to the pontificate in 795, he had sent to him, as to the patrician and defender of Rome, the keys of the prison of St. Peter and the banner of the city. Charlemagne showed a disposition to receive him with equal kindness and respect. The Pope arrived, in fact, at Paderborn, passed some days there according to Eginhard, and returned to Rome on the 30th of November 799, at ease regarding his future, but without knowledge on the part of anyone of what had been settled between the King of the Franks and him. Charlemagne remained all the winter at Aix-la-Chapelle, spent the first months of the year 800 on affairs connected with western France, at Rouen, Tours, Orleans, and Paris, and returning to Mayence in the month of August, then for the first time announced to the General Assembly of Franks his design of making a journey to Italy. He repaired thither, in fact, and arrived on the 23rd of November 800 at the gates of Rome. The Pope received him there as he was dismounting. Then, the next day, standing on the steps of the Basilica of St. Peter, and amid general hallelujahs, he introduced the king into the sanctuary of the blessed apostle, glorifying and thanking the Lord for this happy event. Some days were spent in examining into the grievances which had been set down to the Pope's account, and in receiving 2 monks arrived from Jerusalem to present to the king, with the Patriarch's blessing, the keys of the Holy Sepulchre and Calvary, as well as the sacred standard. Lastly, on the 25th of December 800, the day of the Nativity of our Lord, says Eginhard, the king came into the Basilica of the blessed St. Peter, Apostle, to attend the celebration of Mass. At the moment when, in his place before the altar, he was bowing down to pray, Pope Leo placed on his head a crown, and all the Roman people shouted, "Long life and victory to Charles Augustus, crowned by God, the great and pacific Emperor of the Romans." After this proclamation, the pontiff prostrated himself before him and paid him adoration according to the custom established in the days of the old emperors, and thenceforward Charles, giving up the title of patrician, bore that of emperor and Augustus. Eginhard adds, in his Life of Charlemagne, the king at first testified great aversion for this dignity, for he declared that, notwithstanding the importance of the festival, he would not on that day have entered the church if he could have foreseen the intentions of the sovereign pontiff. However, this event excited the jealousy of the Roman emperors of Constantinople, who showed great vexation at it, but Charles met their bad graces with nothing but great patience, and thanks to his magnanimity, which raised him so far above them, he managed, by sending to them frequent embassies, and giving them in his letters the name of brother, to triumph over their conceit. No one probably believed in the 9th century, and no one assuredly will nowadays believe, that Charlemagne was innocent beforehand of what took place on the 25th of December 800 in the Basilica of St. Peter. It is doubtful also if he were seriously concerned about the ill temper of the emperors of the East. He had wit enough to understand the value which always remains attached to old traditions, and he might have taken some pains to secure their countenance to his title of emperor, but all his contemporaries believed, and he also undoubtedly believed, that he had on that day really won and set up again the Roman Empire. What then was the government of this empire, of which Charlemagne was proud to assume the old title? How did this German warrior govern that vast dominion which, thanks to his conquests, extended from the Elbe to the Ebro, from the North Sea to the Mediterranean, which comprised nearly all Germany, Belgium, France, Switzerland, and the north of Italy and of Spain, and which, sooth to say, was still, when Charlemagne caused himself to be made emperor, scarce more than the hunting ground and the battlefield of all the swarms of barbarians who tried to settle on the ruins of the Roman world they had invaded and broken to pieces. The government of Charlemagne in the midst of this chaos is the striking, complicated, and transitory fact which is now to be passed in review. A word of warning must be first of all given touching this word government, with which it is impossible to dispense. For a long time past the word has entailed ideas of national unity, general organization, and regular and efficient power. There has been no lack of revolutions, which have changed dynasties and the principles and forms of the supreme power in the state, but they have always left existing, under different names, the practical machinery whereby the supreme power makes itself felt and exercises its various functions over the whole country. Open the almanac, whether it be called the imperial, the royal, or the national, and you will find there always the working system of the government of France. All the powers and their agents, from the lowest to the highest, are there indicated and classed according to their prerogatives and relations. Nor have we there a mere empty nomenclature, a phantom of theory. Things go on actually as they are described. The book is the reflex of the reality. It were easy to construct, for the empire of Charlemagne, a similar list of officers. There might be set down in it dukes, counts, vicars, centeniers, and sheriffs, scabini, and they might be distributed in regular gradation over the whole territory, but it would be one huge lie, for most frequently, in the majority of places, these magistracies were utterly powerless, and themselves in complete disorder. The efforts of Charlemagne, either to establish them on a firm footing, or to make them act with regularity, were continual, but unavailing. In spite of the fixity of his purpose and the energy of his action, the disorder around him was measureless and insurmountable. He might check it for a moment at one point, but the evil existed wherever his terrible will did not reach, and wherever it did, the evil broke out again as soon as it had been withdrawn. How could it be otherwise? Charlemagne had not to grapple with one single nation or with one single system of institutions. He had to deal with different nations without cohesion, and foreign one to another. The authority belonged at one and the same time to assemblies of free men, to landholders over the dwellers on their domains, and to the king over the lords and their following. These three powers appeared and acted side by side in every locality as well as in the totality of the state. Their relations and their prerogatives were not governed by any generally recognized principle, and none of the three was invested with sufficient might to habitually prevail against the independence or resistance of its rivals. Force alone, varying according to circumstances and always uncertain, decided matters between them. Such was France at the accession of the second line. The coexistence of and the struggle between the three systems of institutions and the three powers just alluded to had as yet had no other result. Out of this chaos Charlemagne caused to issue a monarchy, strong through him alone and so long as he was by, but powerless and gone like a shadow when the man was lost to the institution. Whoever is astonished either at this triumph of absolute monarchy through the personal movement of Charlemagne, or at the speedy fall of the fabric on the disappearance of the moving spirit, understands neither what can be done by a great man, when without him society sees itself given over to deadly peril, nor how unsubstantial and frail is absolute power when the great man is no longer by, or when society has no longer need for him. It has just been shown how Charlemagne, by his wars, which had for their object and result permanent and well-secured conquests, had stopped the fresh incursions of barbarians, that is, had stopped disorder coming from without. An attempt will now be made to show by what means he set about suppressing disorder from within, and putting his own rule in the place of the anarchy that prevailed in the Roman world, which lay in ruins, and in the barbaric world, which was a prey to blind and ill-regulated force. A distinction must be drawn between the local and central governments. Far from the center of the state, in what have since been called the provinces, the power of the emperor was exercised by the medium of two classes of agents, one local and permanent, the other dispatched from the center and transitory. In the first class we find, first, the dukes, counts, vicars of counts, centeniers, sheriffs, scabini, officers or magistrates residing on the spot, nominated by the emperor himself or by his delegates, and charged with the duty of acting in his name for the levying of troops, rendering of justice, maintenance of order, and receipt of imposts. Second, the beneficiaries or vassals of the emperor, who held of him, sometimes as hereditaments, more often for life, and more often still without fixed rule or stipulation, lands, domains, throughout the extent of which they exercised, a little bit in their own name and a little bit in the name of the emperor, a certain jurisdiction, and nearly all the rights of sovereignty. There was nothing very fixed or clear in the position of the beneficiaries and in the nature of their power. They were at one and the same time delegates and independent owners and enjoyers of usufruct, and the former or the latter character prevailed among them according to circumstances. But altogether they were closely bound to Charlemagne, who, in a great number of cases, charged them with the execution of his orders in the lands they occupied. Above these agents, local and resident, magistrates or beneficiaries, were the missi dominici, temporary commissioners, charged to inspect in the emperor's name the condition of the provinces, authorized to penetrate into the interior of the free lands, as well as of the domains granted with the title of benefices, having the right to reform certain abuses, and bound to render an account of all to their master. The missi dominici were the principal instrument Charlemagne had, throughout the vast territory of his empire, of order and administration. As to the central government, setting aside for a moment the personal action of Charlemagne and of his councillors, the general assemblies, to judge by appearances and to believe nearly all the modern historians, occupied a prominent place in it. They were, in fact, during his reign, numerous and active. From the year 770 to the year 813, we may count 35 of these national assemblies. March parades and May parades held at Worms, Valenciennes, Geneva, Paderborn, Aix-la-Chapelle, Thionville, and several other towns, the majority situated round about the two banks of the Rhine. The number and periodical nature of these great political reunions are undoubtedly a noticeable fact. What then went on in their midst? What character and weight must be attached to their intervention in the government of the state? It is important to sift this matter thoroughly. There is extant touching this subject a very curious document. A contemporary and councillor of Charlemagne, his cousin, German Adalbert, abbot of Corbie, had written a treatise entitled Of the Ordering of the Palace, De Ordinae Palatii, and designed to give an insight into the government of Charlemagne, with a special reference to the national assemblies. This treatise was lost, but towards the close of the 9th century Hincmar, the celebrated Archbishop of Reims, reproduced it almost in its entirety in the form of a letter of instructions, written at the request of certain grandees of the kingdom who had asked counsel of him with respect to the government of Carloman, one of the sons of Charles the Stutterer. We read therein: "It was the custom at this time to hold 2 assemblies every year. In both, that they might not seem to have been convoked without motive, there was submitted to the examination and deliberation of the grandees, and by virtue of orders from the king, the fragments of law called Capitula, which the king himself had drawn up under the inspiration of God or the necessity for, which had been made manifest to him in the intervals between the meetings." 2 striking facts are to be gathered from these words. The first, that the majority of the members composing these assemblies probably regarded as a burden the necessity for being present at them, since Charlemagne took care to explain their convocation by declaring to them the motive for it, and by always giving them something to do. The second, that the proposal of the capitularies, or in modern phrase, the initiative, proceeded from the emperor. The initiative is naturally exercised by him who wishes to regulate or reform, and in his time it was especially Charlemagne who conceived this design. There is no doubt, however, but that the members of the assembly might make on their side such proposals as appeared to them suitable. The constitutional distrusts and artifices of our time were assuredly unknown to Charlemagne, who saw in these assemblies a means of government rather than a barrier to his authority. To resume the text of Hincmar. After having received these communications, they deliberated on them 2 or 3 days or more, according to the importance of the business. Palace messengers going and coming took their questions and carried back the answers. No stranger came near the place of their meeting until the result of their deliberations had been able to be submitted to the scrutiny of the great prince, who then, with the wisdom he had received from God, adopted a resolution which all obeyed. The definite resolution, therefore, depended upon Charlemagne alone. The assembly contributed only information and counsel. End of section 33. Section 34 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 34. Career of Charlemagne, A.D. 772 to 814, by François Pégy-Guizot. Hincmar continues and supplies details worthy of reproduction, for they give an insight into the imperial government and the action of Charlemagne himself amid those most ancient of the national assemblies. Things went on thus for 1 or 2 capitularies, or a greater number, until, with God's help, all the necessities of the occasion were regulated. While these matters were thus proceeding out of the king's presence, the prince himself, in the midst of the multitude, came to the general assembly, who occupied in receiving the presents, saluting the men of most note, conversing with those he saw seldom, showing towards the elder a tender interest, disporting himself with the youngsters, and doing the same thing, or something like it, with the ecclesiastics as well as the seculars. However, if those who were deliberating about the matter, submitted to their examination, showed a desire for it, the king repaired to them and remained with them as long as they wished, and then they reported to him with perfect familiarity what they thought about all matters, and what were the friendly discussions that had arisen among them. I must not forget to say that, if the weather were fine, everything took place in the open air, otherwise in several distinct buildings, where those who had to deliberate on the king's proposals were separated from the multitude of persons come to the assembly, and then the men of greater note were admitted. The places appointed for the meeting of the lords were divided into two parts, in such sort that the bishops, the abbots, and the clerics of high rank might meet without mixture with the laity. In the same way the counts and other chiefs of the state underwent separation in the morning until, whether the king was present or absent, all were gathered together. Then the lords above specified, the clerics on their side, and the laics on theirs, repaired to the hall which had been assigned to them, and where seats had been with due honour prepared for them. When the lords laical and ecclesiastical were thus separated from the multitude, it remained in their power to sit separately or together, according to the nature of the business they had to deal with, ecclesiastical, secular, or mixed. In the same way, if they wished to send for anyone, either to demand refreshment or to put any question, and to dismiss him after getting what they wanted, it was at their option. Thus took place the examination of affairs proposed to them by the king for deliberation. The second business of the king was to ask of each what there was to report to him or enlighten him touching the part of the kingdom each had come from. Not only was this permitted to all, but they were strictly enjoined to make inquiries during the interval between the assemblies about what happened within or without the kingdom, and they were bound to seek knowledge from foreigners as well as natives, enemies as well as friends, sometimes by employing emissaries and without troubling themselves much about the manner in which they acquired their information. The king wished to know whether in any part, in any corner of the kingdom, the people were restless, and what was the cause of their restlessness, or whether there had happened any disturbance to which it was necessary to draw the attention of the council general and other similar matters. He sought also to know whether any of the subjugated nations were inclined to revolt, whether any of those who had revolted seemed disposed towards submission, and whether those that were still independent were threatening the kingdom with any attack. On all these subjects, whenever there was any manifestation of disorder or danger, he demanded chiefly what were the motives or occasion of them. There is need of no great reflection to recognize the true character of these assemblies. It is clearly imprinted upon the sketch drawn by Hincmar. The figure of Charlemagne alone fills the picture. He is the centerpiece of it and the soul of everything. 'Tis he who wills that the National Assembly should meet and deliberate. 'Tis he who inquires into the state of the country. 'Tis he who proposes and approves of, or rejects, the laws. With him rest will and motive, initiative and decision. He has a mind sufficiently judicious, unshackled and elevated, to understand that the nation ought not to be left in darkness about its affairs, and that he himself has need of communicating with it, of gathering information from it, and of learning its opinions. But we have here no exhibition of great political liberties, no people discussing its interests and its business, interfering effectually in the adoption of resolutions, and in fact taking in its government so active and decisive a part as to have a right to say that it is self-governing, or, in other words, a free people. It is Charlemagne, and he alone who governs. It is absolute government marked by prudence, ability, and grandeur. When the mind dwells upon the state of Gallo-Frankish society in the 8th century, there is nothing astonishing in such a fact. Whether it be civilized or barbarian, that which every society needs, that which it seeks or demands first of all in its government, is a certain degree of good sense and strong will, of intelligence and innate influence, so far as the public interests are concerned, qualities, in fact, which suffice to keep social order maintained or make it realized, and to promote respect for individual rights and the progress of the general well-being. This is the essential aim of every community of men, and the institutions and guarantees of free government are the means of attaining it. It is clear that, in the 8th century, on the ruins of the Roman and beneath the blows of the barbaric world, the Gallo-Frankish nation, vast and without cohesion, brutish and ignorant, was incapable of bringing forth, so to speak, from its own womb, with the aid of its own wisdom and virtue, a government of the kind. A host of different forces, without enlightenment and without restraint, were everywhere and incessantly struggling for dominion, or, in other words, were ever troubling and endangering the social condition. Let there but arise, in the midst of this chaos of unruly forces and selfish passions, a great man, one of those elevated minds and strong characters that can understand the essential aim of society, and then urge it forward, and at the same time keep it well in hand on the roads that lead thereto, and such a man will soon seize and exercise the personal power almost of a despot, and people will not only make him welcome, but even celebrate his praises, for they do not quit the substance for the shadow, or sacrifice the end to the means. Such was the empire of Charlemagne. Among annalists and historians, some, treating him as a mere conqueror and despot, have ignored his merits and his glory. Others, that they might admire him without scruple, have made of him a founder of free institutions, a constitutional monarch. Both are equally mistaken. Charlemagne was indeed a conqueror and a despot, but by his conquests and his personal power he, so long as he was by, that is, for 46 years, saved Gallo-Frankish society from barbaric invasion without and anarchy within. That is the characteristic of his government and his title to glory. What he was in his wars and his general relations with his nation has just been seen. He shall now be exhibited in all his administrative activity and his intellectual life, as a legislator and as a friend to the human mind. The same man will be recognized in every case. He will grow in greatness without changing, as he appears under his various aspects. There are often joined together, under the title of capitularies, capitula, small chapters, articles, a mass of acts, very different in point of dates and objects, which are attributed indiscriminately to Charlemagne. This is a mistake. The capitularies are the laws of legislative measures of the Frankish kings, Merovingian as well as Carlovingian. Those of the Merovingians are few in number and of slight importance, and among those of the Carlovingians, which amount to 152, 65 only are due to Charlemagne. When an attempt is made to classify these last according to their object, it is impossible not to be struck with their incoherent variety, and several of them are such as we should nowadays be surprised to meet with in a code or in a special law. Among Charlemagne's 65 capitularies, which contain 1,151 articles, may be counted 87 of moral, 293 of political, 130 of penal, no of civil, 85 of religious, 305 of canonical, 73 of domestic, and 12 of incidental legislation. And it must not be supposed that all these articles are really acts of legislation, laws properly so called. We find among them the texts of ancient national laws revised and promulgated afresh, extracts from and additions to these same ancient laws, Salic, Lombard, and Bavarian, extracts from acts of councils, instructions given by Charlemagne to his envoys in the provinces, questions that he proposed to put to the bishops or counts when they came to the National Assembly, answers given by Charlemagne to questions addressed to him by the bishops, counts, or commissioners, Misti Dominici, judgments, decrees, royal pardons, and simple notes that Charlemagne seems to have had written down for himself alone, to remind him of what he proposed to do. In a word, nearly all the various acts which could possibly have to be framed by an earnest, far-sighted, and active government. Often, indeed, these capitularies have no imperative or prohibitive character. They are simple counsels, purely moral precepts. We read therein, for example, "Covetousness does consist in desiring that which others possess, and in giving away naught of that which oneself possesses. According to the Apostle, it is the root of all evil." And "Hospitality must be practiced." The capitularies which have been classed under the heads of political, penal, and canonical legislation are the most numerous, and are those which bear most decidedly an imperative or prohibitive stamp. Among them a prominent place is held by measures of political economy, administration, and police. You will find therein an attempt to put a fixed price on provisions, a real trial of a maximum for cereals, and a prohibition of mendicity with the following clause: "If such mendicants be met with, and they labor not with their hands, let none take thought about giving unto them." The interior police of the palace was regulated thereby, as well as that of the empire. "We do will and decree that none of those who serve in our palace shall take leave to receive therein any man who seeketh refuge there and cometh to hide there, by reason of theft, homicide, adultery, or any other crime. That if any free man do break through our interdicts and hide such malefactor in our palace, he shall be bound to carry him on his shoulders to the public quarter, and be there tied to the same stake as the malefactor." Certain capitularies have been termed religious legislation, in contradistinction to canonical legislation, because they are really admonitions, religious exhortations, addressed not to ecclesiastics alone, but to the faithful, the Christian people in general, and notably characterized by good sense, and, one might almost say, freedom of thought. For example, "Beware of venerating the names of martyrs falsely so called, and the memory of dubious saints." "Let none suppose that prayer cannot be made to God save in 3 tongues," probably Latin, Greek, and Germanic, or perhaps the vulgar tongue, for the last was really beginning to take form. "For God is adored in all tongues, and man is heard if he do but ask for the things that be right." These details are put forward that a proper idea may be obtained of Charlemagne as a legislator, and of what are called his laws. We have here, it will be seen, no ordinary legislator and no ordinary laws. We see the work, with infinite variations and in disconnected form, of a prodigiously energetic and watchful master, who had to think and provide for everything, who had to be everywhere the moving and the regulating spirit. This universal and untiring energy is the grand characteristic of Charlemagne's government, and was perhaps what made his superiority most incontestable and his power most efficient. It is noticeable that the majority of Charlemagne's capitularies belong to that epoch of his reign when he was Emperor of the West, when he was invested with all the splendor of sovereign power. Of the 65 capitularies classed under different heads, 13 only are previous to the 25th of December 800, the date of his coronation as Emperor of Rome. 52 are comprised between the years 801 and 804. The energy of Charlemagne as a warrior and a politician having thus been exhibited, it remains to say a few words about his intellectual energy. for that is by no means the least original or least grand feature of his character and his influence. Modern times and civilized society have more than once seen despotic sovereigns filled with distrust towards scholars of exalted intellect, especially such as cultivated the moral and political sciences, and little inclined to admit them to their favor or to public office. There is no knowing whether, in our days, with our freedom of thought and of the press, Charlemagne would have been a stranger to this feeling of antipathy, but what is certain is, that in his day, in the midst of a barbaric society, there was no inducement to it, and that by nature he was not disposed to it. His power was not in any respect questioned. Distinguished intellects were very rare. Charlemagne had too much need of their services to fear their criticisms, and they, on their part, were more anxious to second his efforts than to show toward him anything like exaction or independence. He gave rein, therefore, without any embarrassment or misgiving, to his spontaneous inclination towards them, their studies, their labors, and their influence. He drew them into the management of affairs. In Guizot's History of Civilization in France, there is a list of the names and works of 23 men of the 8th and 9th centuries who have escaped oblivion, and they are all found grouped about Charlemagne as his own habitual advisers, or assigned by him as advisers to his sons Pepin and Louis in Italy and Aquitaine, or sent by him to all points of his empire as his commissioners, or charged in his name with important negotiations. And those whom he did not employ at a distance formed, in his immediate neighborhood, a learned and industrious society, a school of the palace, according to some modern commentators, but an academy and not a school, according to others, devoted rather to conversation than to teaching. It probably fulfilled both missions. It attended Charlemagne at his various residences, at one time working for him at questions he invited them to deal with, at another giving to the regular components of his court, to his children, and to himself lessons in the different sciences called liberal, grammar, rhetoric, logic, astronomy, geometry, and even theology, and the great religious problems it was beginning to discuss. Two men, Alcuin and Eginhard, have remained justly celebrated in the literary history of the age. Alcuin was principal director of the school of the palace, and the favorite, the confidant, the learned adviser of Charlemagne. "If your zeal were imitated," said he one day to the emperor, "perchance one might see arise in France a new Athens, far more glorious than the ancient, the Athens of Christ." Eginhard, who was younger, received his scientific education in the school of the palace, and was head of the public works to Charlemagne, before becoming his biographer, and, at a later period, the intimate adviser of his son Louis the Debonair. Other scholars of the school of the palace, Angilbert, Leidrade, Adalhard, Agobard, Theodulf, were abbots of Saint Riquier or Corbie, archbishops of Lyons, and bishops of Orleans. They had all assumed, in the school itself, names illustrious in pagan antiquity. Alcuin called himself Flaccus, Angilbert Homer, Theodulf Pindar. Charlemagne himself had been pleased to take in their society a great name of old, but he had borrowed from the history of the Hebrews. He called himself David, and Eginhard, animated no doubt by the same sentiments, was Bezaleel, the nephew of Moses, to whom God had granted the gift of knowing how to work skillfully in wood and all the materials which served for the construction of the ark and the tabernacle. Either in the lifetime of their royal patron or after his death, all these scholars became great dignitaries of the church, or ended their lives in monasteries of note. But so long as they lived, they served Charlemagne or his sons not only with the devotion of faithful advisers, but also as followers proud of the master, who had known how to do them honor by making use of them. It was without effort and by natural sympathy that Charlemagne had inspired them with such sentiments, for he too really loved sciences, literature, and such studies as were then possible, and he cultivated them on his own account and for his own pleasure, as a sort of conquest. It has been doubted whether he could write, and an expression of Eginhard's might authorize such a doubt, but according to other evidence, and even according to the passage in Eginhard, one is inclined to believe merely that Charlemagne strove painfully and without much success to write a good hand. He had learned Latin, and he understood Greek. He caused to be commenced, and perhaps himself commenced, the drawing up of the first Germanic grammar. He ordered that the old barbaric poems, in which the deeds and wars of the ancient kings were celebrated, should be collected for posterity. He gave Germanic names to the 12 months of the year. He distinguished the winds by 12 special terms, whereas before his time they had but 4 designations. He paid great attention to astronomy. Being troubled one day at no longer seeing in the firmament one of the known planets, he wrote to Alcuin, "What thinkest thou of this Mars, which last year being concealed in the sign of Cancer, was intercepted from the sight of men by the light of the sun? Is it the regular course of his revolution? Is it the influence of the sun? Is it a miracle? Could he have been 2 years about performing the course of a single one?" In theological studies and discussions he exhibited a particular and grave interest. It is to him, says Ampere and Horiot, that we must refer the honor of the decision taken in 794 by the Council of Frankfort in the great dispute about images, a temperate decision which is as far removed from the infatuations of the image worshippers as from the frenzy of the image breakers. And at the same time that he thus took part in the great ecclesiastical questions, Charlemagne paid zealous attention to the instruction of the clergy, whose ignorance he deplored. "Ah," said he one day, "if only I had about me a dozen clerics learned in all the sciences, as Jerome and Augustine were." With all his puissance, it was not in his power to make Jeromes and Augustines, but he laid the foundation, in the cathedral churches and the great monasteries, of episcopal and cloister schools for the education of ecclesiastics, and carrying his solicitude still further, he recommended to the bishops and abbots that in those schools they should take care to make no difference between the sons of serfs and of free men, so that they might come and sit on the same benches to study grammar, music, and arithmetic. Thus in the 8th century he foreshadowed the extension which, in the 19th, was to be accorded to primary instruction, to the advantage and honor not only of the clergy, but also of the whole people. After so much of war and toil at a distance, Charlemagne was now at Aix-la-Chapelle, finding rest in this work of peaceful civilization. He was embellishing the capital which he had founded, and which he called the King's Court. He had built there a grand basilica, magnificently adorned. He was completing his own palace there. He fetched from Italy clerics skilled in church music, a pious joyance to which he was much devoted, and which he recommended to the bishops of his empire. In the outskirts of Aix-la-Chapelle he gave full scope, says Eginhard, to his delight in riding and hunting. Baths of naturally tepid water gave him great pleasure. Being passionately fond of swimming, he became so dexterous that none could be compared with him. He invited not only his sons, but also his friends, the grandees of his court, and sometimes even the soldiers of his guard, to bathe with him, insomuch that there were often 100 and more persons bathing at a time. When age arrived, he made no alteration in his bodily habits, but at the same time, instead of putting away from him the thought of death, he was much taken up with it, and prepared himself for it with stern severity. He drew up, modified, and completed his will several times over. 3 years before his death, he made out the distribution of his treasures, his money, his wardrobe, and all his furniture, in the presence of his friends and his officers, in order that their voice might ensure, after his death, the execution of this partition, and he set down his intentions in this respect in a written summary, in which he massed all his riches in 3 grand lots. The first 2 were divided into 21 portions, which were to be distributed among the 21 metropolitan churches of his empire. After having put these first 2 lots under seal, he willed to preserve to himself his usual enjoyment of the 3rd, so long as he lived. But after his death, or voluntary renunciation of the things of this world, this same lot was to be subdivided into 4 portions. His intention was that the first should be added to the 21 portions which were to go to the metropolitan churches, the second set aside for his sons and daughters, and for the sons of daughters of his sons, and redivided among them in a just and proportionate manner, the third dedicated, according to the usage of Christians, to the necessities of the poor, and lastly, the 4th distributed in the same way under the name of alms among the servants of both sexes of the palace for their lifetime. As for the books which he had amassed, a large number in his library, he decided that those who wished to have them might buy them at their proper value, and that the money which they produced should be distributed among the poor. Having thus carefully regulated his own private affairs and bounty, he, 2 years later, in 813, took the measures necessary for the regulation after his death of public affairs. He had lost in 811 his oldest son Charles, who had been his constant companion in his wars, and in 810 his second son Pepin, whom he had made king of Italy, and he summoned to his side his third son, Louis, king of Aquitaine, who was destined to succeed him. He ordered the convocation of 5 local councils which were to assemble at Mayence, Reims, Chalons, Tours, and Arras, for the purpose of bringing about, subject to the king's ratification, the reforms necessary in the church. Passing from the affairs of the church to those of the state, he convoked at Aix-la-Chapelle a general assembly of bishops, abbots, counts, laic grandees, and of the entire people, and holding council in his palace with the chief among them, he invited them to make his son Louis king emperor, whereto all assented, saying that it was very expedient and pleasing also to the people. On Sunday in the next month, August 813, Charlemagne repaired, crown on head, with his son Louis to the cathedral of Aix-la-Chapelle, laid upon the altar another crown, and after praying, addressed to his son a solemn exhortation respecting all his duties as king towards God and the church, towards his family and his people, asked him if he were fully resolved to fulfill them, and, at the answer that he was, bade him take the crown that lay upon the altar and place it with his own hands upon his head, which Louis did amidst the acclamations of all present, who cried, "Long live the Emperor Louis!" Charlemagne then declared his son emperor jointly with him, and ended the solemnity with these words: "Blessed be thou, O Lord God, who hast granted me grace to see with mine own eyes my son seated on my throne." And Louis set out again immediately for Aquitaine. He was never to see his father again. Charlemagne, after his son's departure, went out hunting, according to his custom, in the forest of Ardennes, and continued during the whole autumn his usual mode of life. But in January 814 he was taken ill, says Eginhard, of a violent fever which kept him to his bed. Recurring forthwith to the remedy he ordinarily employed against fever, he abstained from all nourishment, persuaded that this diet would suffice to drive away, or at the least assuage, the malady. But added to the fever came that pain in the side which the Greeks call pleurisy. Nevertheless, the emperor persisted in his abstinence, supporting his body only by drinks taken at long intervals, and on the 7th day after he had taken to his bed, having received the Holy Communion, he expired about 9 a.m. on Saturday, the 28th of January, 814, in his 71st year. After performance of ablutions and funeral duties, the corpse was carried away and buried, amid the profound mourning of all the people, in the church he had himself had built. And above his tomb there was put up a gilded arcade with his image and this superscription: "In this tomb reposes the body of Charles, great and orthodox emperor, who did gloriously extend the kingdom of the Franks, and did govern it happily for 47 years. He died at the age of 70 years in the year of the Lord 814, in the 7th year of the indiction, on the 5th of the calends of February." If we sum up his designs and his achievements, we find an admirably sound idea and a vain dream, a great success and a great failure. Charlemagne took in hand the work of placing upon a solid foundation the Frankish Christian dominion by stopping, in the north and south, the flood of barbarians and Arabs, paganism and Islamism. In that he succeeded. The inundations of Asiatic populations spent their force in vain against the Gallic frontier. Western and Christian Europe was placed, territorially, beyond reach of attacks from the foreigner and infidel. No sovereign, no human being, perhaps, ever rendered greater service to the civilization of the world. Charlemagne formed another conception and made another attempt. Like more than one great barbaric warrior, he admired the Roman Empire that had fallen, its vastness all in one, and its powerful organization under the hand of a single master. He thought he could resuscitate it durably through the victory of a new people and a new faith, by the hand of Franks and Christians. With this view he labored to conquer, convert, and govern. He tried to be at one and the same time Caesar, Augustus, and Constantine. And for a moment he appeared to have succeeded, but the appearance passed away with himself. The unity of the empire and the absolute power of the emperor were buried in his grave. The Christian religion and human liberty set to work to prepare for Europe other governments and other destinies. End of section 34.
Section 35 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Blakely. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Egbert becomes king of the Anglo-Saxon Heptarchy. A.D. 827. David Hume. From the time that the Britons called upon the Saxons to assist them against the Picts and Scots, about A.D. 410, the domination of the hardy Teutonic people in England was a foregone conclusion. The Britons had become exhausted through their long exposure to Roman influences, and in their state of enfeeblement were unable to resist the attacks of the rude Highland tribes. The Saxons rescued the Britons from their plight, but themselves became masters of the country which they had delivered. They were joined by the Angles and Jutes, and divided the territory into the kingdoms known in history as the Saxon Heptarchy. The 7 kingdoms founded in England by 7 different Saxon invaders. They were Kent, Sussex, Wessex, Essex, Northumbria, East Anglia, and Mercia, which had an existence of about 250 years. The various members were involved in endless controversies with each other, often breaking out into savage wars, and the Saxons were also exposed to conflicts with their common enemies, the Britons. Their power was greatly impaired by the civil strifes which distracted them. This condition continued until it became essential that under a strong hand a more solid union of the Saxons should be formed. And it was to Egbert, king of the West Saxons, the son of Ahmed, king of Kent, that this great constructive task was committed. He took the throne of Wessex in 802, for 12 years enjoyed a peaceful reign, then became involved in wars, first with the Cornish and afterward the Mercians. His victories in these wars resulted in the final establishment of his authority over the entire Heptarchy, and this made him in fact, though not in name, the first real king of England. When Brithric obtained possession of the government of Wessex, he enjoyed not that dignity without inquietude. Oppa, nephew to King Ina, by his brother Ingild, who died, before that prince had begot Ada, father to Alcmund, from whom sprung Egbert, a young man of the most promising hopes, who gave great jealousy to Brithric, the reigning prince, both because he seemed by his birth better entitled to the crown, and because he had acquired, to an eminent degree, the affections of the people. Egbert, sensible of his danger from the suspicions of Brithric, secretly withdrew into France, where he was well received by Charlemagne. By living in the court and serving in the armies of that prince, the most able and most generous that had appeared in Europe during several ages, he acquired those accomplishments which afterward enabled him to make such a shining figure on the throne, and familiarizing himself to the manners of the French, who, as Malmesbury observes, were eminent both for valor and civility above all the western nations, he learned to polish the rudeness and barbarity of the Saxon character. His early misfortunes thus proved of singular advantage to him. It was not long ere Egbert had opportunities of displaying his natural and acquired talents. Brithric, king of Wessex, had married Edberga, natural daughter of Offa, king of Mercia, a profligate woman, equally infamous for cruelty and for incontinence. Having great influence over her husband, she often instigated him to destroy such of the nobility as were obnoxious to her, and where this expedient failed, she scrupled not, being herself active in traitorous attempts against them. She had mixed a cup of poison for a young nobleman, who had acquired her husband's friendship, and had on that account become the object of her jealousy. But unfortunately, the king drank of the fatal cup along with his favorite, and soon after expired. This tragical incident, joined to her other crimes, rendered Edberga so odious that she was obliged to fly into France, whence Egbert was at the same time recalled by the nobility in order to ascend to the throne of his ancestors. He attained that dignity in the last year of the 8th century. In the kingdoms of the Heptarchy an exact rule of succession was either unknown or not strictly observed, and thence the reigning prince was continually agitated with jealousy against all the princes of the blood, whom he still considered as rivals, and whose death alone could give him entire security in his possession of the throne. From this fatal cause, together with the admiration of the monastic life, and the opinion of merit attending the preservation of chastity even in a married state, the royal families had been entirely extinguished in all the kingdoms except that of Wessex, and the emulations, suspicions, and conspiracies, which had formerly been confined to the princes of the blood alone, were now diffused among all the nobility in the several Saxon states. Egbert was the sole descendant of those first conquerors who subdued Britain, and who enhanced their authority by claiming a pedigree from Woden, the supreme divinity of their ancestors. But that prince, though invited by this favorable circumstance to make attempts on the neighboring Saxons, gave them for some time no disturbance, and rather chose to turn his arms against the Britons in Cornwall, whom he defeated in several battles. He was recalled from the conquest of that country by an invasion made upon his dominions by Bernulf, king of Mercia. The Mercians, before the accession of Egbert, had very nearly attained the absolute sovereignty in the Heptarchy. They had reduced the East Angles under their subjection, and established tributary princes in the kingdoms of Kent and Essex. Northumberland was involved in anarchy, and no state of any consequence remained but that of Wessex, which, much inferior in extent to Mercia, was supported solely by the great qualities of its sovereign. Egbert led his army against the invaders, and encountering them at Ellendon, in Wiltshire, obtained a complete victory, and by the great slaughter which he made of them in their flight, gave a mortal blow to the power of the Mercians. While he himself, in prosecution of his victory, entered their country on the side of Oxfordshire, and threatened the heart of their dominions, he sent an army to Kent, commanded by Ethelwulf, his eldest son, and expelling Baldred, the tributary king, soon made himself master of that country. The kingdom of Essex was conquered with equal facility, and the East Angles, from their hatred of the Mercian government, which had been established over them by treachery and violence, and probably exercised with tyranny, immediately rose in arms and craved the protection of Egbert. Bernulf, the Mercian king who marched against them, was defeated and slain, and 2 years later, Ludican, his successor, met with the same fate. These insurrections and calamities facilitated the enterprises of Egbert, who advanced into the center of the Mercian territories and made easy conquests over a dispirited and divided people. In order to engage them more easily to submission, he allowed Wiglaf, their countryman, to retain the title of king, while he himself exercised the real powers of sovereignty. The anarchy which prevailed in Northumberland tempted him to carry still further his victorious arms, and the inhabitants, unable to resist his power, and desirous of possessing some established form of government, were forward, on his first appearance, to send deputies, who submitted to his authority and swore allegiance to him as their sovereign. Egbert, however, still allowed to Northumberland, as he had done to Mercia and East Anglia, the power of electing a king, who paid him tribute and was dependent on him. Thus were united all the kingdoms of the Heptarchy in one great state, near 400 years after the first arrival of the Saxons in Britain, and the fortunate arms and prudent policy of Egbert at last effected what had been so often attempted in vain by so many princes. Kent, Northumberland, and Mercia, which had successfully aspired to general dominion, were now incorporated in his empire, and the other subordinate kingdoms seemed willingly to share the same fate. His territories were nearly of the same extent with what is now properly called England, and a favorable prospect was afforded to the Anglo-Saxons of establishing a civilized monarchy, possessed of tranquility within itself and secure against foreign invasion. This great event happened in the year 827. The Saxons, though they had been so long settled on the island, seemed not as yet to have much improved beyond their German ancestors, either in arts, civility, knowledge, humanity, justice, or obedience to the laws. Even Christianity, though it opened the way to connections between them and the more polished states of Europe, had not hitherto been very effectual in banishing their ignorance or softening their barbarous manners. As they received that doctrine through the corrupted channels of Rome, it carried along with it a great mixture of credulity and superstition, equally destructive to the understanding and to morals. The reverence toward saints and relics seemed to have almost supplanted the adoration of the Supreme Being. Monastic observances were esteemed more meritorious than the active virtues. The knowledge of natural causes was neglected, from the universal belief of miraculous interpositions and judgments. Bounty to the Church atoned for every violence against society, and the remorses for cruelty, murder, treachery, assassination, and the more robust vices were appeased not by amendment of life, but by penances, servility to the monks, and an abject, illiberal devotion. These abuses were common to all the European churches, but the priests in Italy, Spain, and Gaul made some atonement for them by other advantages which they rendered society. For several ages they were almost all Romans, or, in other words, the ancient natives, and they preserved the Roman language and laws with some remains of the former civility. But the priests in the Heptarchy, after the first missionaries, were wholly Saxons and almost as ignorant and barbarous as the laity. They contributed therefore little to the improvement of society and knowledge or the arts. The reverence for the clergy had been carried to such a height that wherever a person appeared in a sacerdotal habit, though on the highway, the people flocked around him, and showing him all marks of profound respect, received every word he uttered as the most sacred oracle. Even the military virtues so inherent in all the Saxon tribes began to be neglected, and the nobility, preferring the security and sloth of the cloister to the tumults and glory of war, valued themselves chiefly on endowing monasteries, of which they assumed the government. The several kings, too, being extremely impoverished by continual benefactions to the Church, to which the states of their kingdoms had weakly assented, could bestow no rewards on valor or military services, and retained not even sufficient influence to support their government. Another inconvenience which attended this corrupt species of Christianity was the superstitious attachment to Rome and the gradual subjection of the kingdom to a foreign jurisdiction. The Britons, having never acknowledged any subordination to the Roman pontiff, had conducted all ecclesiastical government by their domestic synods and councils, but the Saxons, receiving their religion from Roman monks, were taught at the same time a profound reverence for that see, and were naturally led to regard it as the capital of their religion. Pilgrimages to Rome were represented as the most meritorious acts of devotion. Not only noblemen and ladies of rank undertook this tedious journey, but kings themselves, abdicating their crowns, sought for a secure passport to heaven at the feet of the Roman pontiff. New relics perpetually sent from that inexhaustible mint of superstition, and magnified by lying miracles, invented in convents, operated on the astonished minds of the multitude. And every prince has attained the eulogies of the monks, the only historians of those ages, not in proportion to his civil and military virtues, but to his devoted attachment toward their order, and his superstitious reverence for Rome. The sovereign pontiff, encouraged by his blindness and submissive disposition of people, advanced every day in his encroachments on the independence of the English churches. Wilfrid, Bishop of Lindisfarne, the sole prelate of the Northumbrian kingdom, increased this subjection in the 8th century by his making an appeal to Rome against the decisions of an English synod, which had abridged his diocese by the erection of some new bishoprics. Agatho the Pope readily embraced this precedent of appeal to his court, and Wilfrid, though the haughtiest and most luxurious prelate of his age, having obtained with the people the character of sanctity, was thus able to lay the foundation of this papal pretension. The great topic by which Wilfrid confounded the imaginations of men was that St. Peter, to whose custody the keys of heaven were entrusted, would certainly refuse admittance to everyone who should be wanting in respect to his successor. This conceit, well suited to vulgar conceptions, made great impression on the people during several ages, and has not even at present lost all influence in the Catholic countries. Had this abject superstition produced general peace and tranquillity, it had made some atonement for the ills attending it. But besides the usual avidity of men for power and riches, frivolous controversies in theology were engendered by it, which were so much more fatal as they admitted not, like the others, of any final determination from established possession. The disputes, excited in Britain, were of the most ridiculous kind, and entirely worthy of those ignorant and barbarous ages. There were some intricacies observed by all the Christian churches in adjusting the day of keeping Easter, which depended on a complicated consideration of the course of the sun and moon, and it happened that the missionaries who had converted the Scots and Britons had followed a different calendar from that which was observed at Rome in the age when Augustine converted the Saxons. The priests also of all the Christian churches were accustomed to shave part of their head, but the form given to this tonsure was different in the former from what was practiced in the latter. The Scots and Britons pleaded the antiquity of their usages. The Romans and their disciples, the Saxons, insisted on the universality of theirs. That Easter must necessarily be kept by a rule which comprehended both the day of the year and the age of the moon was agreed by all. That the tonsure of a priest could not be omitted without the utmost impiety was a point undisputed. But the Romans and Saxons called their antagonists schismatics, because they celebrated Easter on the very day of the full moon in March, if that day fell on a Sunday, instead of waiting till the Sunday following, and because they shaved the forepart of their head from ear to ear, instead of making that tonsure on the crown of the head, and in a circular form. In order to render their antagonists odious, they affirmed that once in 7 years they concurred with the Jews in the time of celebrating that festival, and that they might recommend their own form of tonsure. They maintained that it imitated symbolically the crown of thorns worn by Christ in his passion, whereas the other form was invented by Simon Magus without any regard to that representation. These controversies had from the beginning excited such animosity between the British and Romish priests that instead of concurring in their endeavors to convert the idolatrous Saxons, they refused all communion together, and each regarded his opponent as no better than a pagan. The dispute lasted more than a century, and was at last finished, not by men's discovering the folly of it, which would have been too great an effort for human reason to accomplish, but by the entire prevalence of the Romish ritual over the Scottish and British. Wilfrid, Bishop of Lindisfarne, acquired great merit, both with the court of Rome and with all the southern Saxons, by expelling the Quartodeciman schism, as it was called, from the Northumbrian kingdom into which the neighbourhood of the Scots had formerly introduced it. Theodore, Archbishop of Canterbury, called in the year 680 a synod at Hatfield, consisting of all the bishops in Britain, where was accepted and ratified the decree of the Lateran Council, summoned by Martin against the heresy of the Monothelites. The council and synod maintained, in opposition to these heretics, that though the divine and human nature in Christ made but one person, yet had they different inclinations, wills, acts, and sentiments, and that the unity of the person implied not any unity in the consciousness. This opinion it seems somewhat difficult to comprehend, and no one unacquainted with the ecclesiastical history of those ages could imagine the height of zeal and violence with which it was then inculcated. The decree of the Lateran Council calls the Monothelites impious, execrable, wicked, abominable, and even diabolical, and curses and anathematizes them to all eternity. The Saxons, from the first introduction of Christianity among them, had admitted the use of images, and perhaps that religion, without some of those exterior ornaments, had not made so quick a progress with these idolaters. But they had not paid any species of worship or address to images, and this abuse never prevailed among Christians till it received the sanction of the Second Council of Nice. The kingdoms of the Heptarchy, though united by so recent a conquest, seemed to be firmly cemented into one state under Egbert, and the inhabitants of the several provinces had lost all desire of revolting from that monarch, or of restoring their former independent governments. Their language was everywhere nearly the same, their customs, laws, institutions, civil and religious, and as the race of the ancient kings was totally extinct in all the subjected states, the people readily transferred their allegiance to a prince who seemed to merit it by the splendor of his victories, the vigor of his administration, and the superior nobility of his birth. A union also in government opened to them the agreeable prospect of future tranquillity, and it appeared more probable that they would thenceforth become formidable to their neighbors than to be exposed to their inroads and devastations. But these flattering views were soon overcast by the appearance of the Danes, who during some centuries kept the Anglo-Saxons in perpetual inquietude, committed the most barbarous ravages upon them, and at last reduced them to grievous servitude. End of section 35. Recording by Beth Blakely. End of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 4. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter John, and John Rudd.